The story begins with a poor boy who accidentally travels to ancient times. Chapter 1. Accidentally traveled to ancient times. There are no mobile phones and no electricity. How can I survive? Song Ci. A boy who looks 8 years old but actually has the soul of a 21st century youth. Lies on a boulder on the top of a mountain, a weed in his mouth, staring blankly at the sky, and sighs. The world without the internet is so boring. This boy was originally a poor boy in modern times. He was an orphan but lived a comfortable life through hard work. But a sudden accident completely changed his fate. On a rainy day, he was attracted by a soft voice of "Be careful of your head" just after school. The moment he looked up, a big flower pot fell from the sky and hit him directly on the head. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to a completely unfamiliar world, and his body had turned back to 8 years old. Faced with this sudden change, Song Ci heard a system voice in his mind. Awesome system binding, welcome host. At first, he was excited about the existence of the system. After all, he not only traveled through time, but also brought a plug-in. However, the next words made him dumbfounded. The travel was wrong. This world is a martial arts world. There is no spiritual energy, and it is impossible to cultivate immortality. What? Can you make mistakes when traveling through time? Although Song Ci was somewhat helpless to complain about the system's mistakes, he could only accept it for now. He was forced to make the first major choice in his life. Is it better to castrate myself, practice the sunflower manual, and become a master, or to live in seclusion for 10 years and win an unknown prize? The system's suggestion was so brain-opening that Song Ci couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's just a 1 or 2 inch thing. It's useless to keep it? This sentence made Song Ci's pupils tremble. Although the Grandmaster's great perfection is very tempting, the price to pay for it is too tragic, right? After struggling for a long time, Song Ci finally gave up the short-lived glory and chose to live in seclusion for 10 years. The system prepared abundant supplies for him. Food, seasonings, clothes, and even a set of brocade clothes like those in martial arts novels. Although Song Ci complained that the awesome system was not worthy of its name, facing the dazzling array of supplies, he had to admit that life was still manageable. However, the secluded life was not as comfortable as he had imagined. There was an invisible light curtain at the foot of the mountain that trapped him within 100 meters of the mountainside, as if the system was deliberately preventing him from running around. The entire area was filled with trees and springs, and there was not even a cave to be found. In desperation, Song Ci could only find a huge rock on the top of the mountain as a temporary bed, spread out the bedding, lit a fire, and began to worry about tonight's dinner. The system provided him with raw ingredients and even a modern electric frying pan, but he had no stove or power supply. He had no choice but to throw potatoes and sweet potatoes directly into the fire and simply grill a fish with a stick. This primitive picnic life made him sigh and miss the convenience of the modern world. Oh, I'm so bored. After eating, Song Ci lay on the boulder, his mind full of confusion about the future. There are no partners, no challenges, and even no mosquitoes. Can such a life really last for 10 years? He held a dogtail grass in his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to think, is this martial arts world really so simple and boring? Perhaps something unexpected will happen next? Chapter 2. I have a home. At night, the top of the mountain was silent. Song Ci tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Deep in his heart, a feeling of longing came to his mind, and his thoughts unconsciously drifted back to his previous life. Mom and Dad, he whispered softly, his eyes gradually moistened. Although he was not from a wealthy family in his previous life, at least his parents were alive and well. Now, in this martial arts world, he can no longer fulfill his filial piety. He can only hope that his parents will give birth to another child while they're still young and not suffer too much because of him. And those classmates and teachers, will they still remember him? Song Ci's heart was heavy, and all the things in his past life came flooding back like a tide. In the end, he could only whisper helplessly, "People always have to look forward, don't they?" Unconsciously, he fell into sleep in the torrent of thoughts. The next day, the rising sun mercilessly shone directly on his face, forcing him to wake up early. Song Ci rubbed his sleepy eyes and prepared to start his task for the day, building a shelter for himself. This idea has been lingering in his mind for a long time. After all, there is no modern comfort here, and it is simply impossible to survive without a place to shelter from the rain on rainy days. After searching through the system space, he found the tools he needed a machete, a shovel, a rake, some kitchen knives, and other farm tools. He started to work, first picking up stones of suitable size and building a simple stove so that he could at least cook some porridge and not have to eat dry food every day. Then, he walked down the mountain. Although he could only move within the 100-meter range of the system light curtain, this forest was still full of resources. Song Si used all his strength to cut down several trees as thick as his arms. He cut one by one until his hands were sore, and finally cut the first one. He dragged the tree back to the top of the mountain, sweating profusely, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Days passed by, and Song Si almost regarded himself as a lumberjack. The blade of his machete was blunted, and he finally cut enough wood. Although the work was very difficult, Song Si felt a sense of accomplishment deep in his heart, a feeling he had never experienced in modern life. Next, he began to build his own hut. He found rattan in the mountains, tied the trees one by one into a rack, and built a simple frame. Then he covered it with layers of hay he had picked up as a simple roof. Looking at this shabby hut, Song Si couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although it's ugly, at least it can keep out the wind and rain. After more than 10 days of hard work, the hut was finally completed. Lying in this home, Song Si smelled the fragrance of hay and felt unprecedented peace in his heart. Although it was just a simple shelter, he finally had his own shelter in this strange world. The days that followed became regular and peaceful. Song Si built a simple door and began to dig a toilet on the back of the mountain to prevent more troubles from long-term residents. As autumn deepened, the air in the mountains was slightly cooler. Song Si knew that winter was not far away. He looked up at the gray sky and thought about the future heating problem. Although the system gave him a lot of quilts, the severe cold on the top of the mountain was a threat that could not be ignored. As for how to keep warm, he really has no idea at the moment. He's been busy with his own house and digging holes recently. Chapter 3 1 year. As the winter chill got worse, Song Si realized that he had to solve the heating problem as soon as possible. Several ancient heating methods flashed through his mind. Fireplace, Kong, and even lighting a fire in the house. However, he quickly rejected these options. Soil was scarce, Kong was unrealistic, and if a fire was lit in this simple hut, the house would probably burn down first. Try to add more dry grass. Maybe it can block the cold wind, he said self-deprecatingly. Song Si went down the mountain and picked up a bunch of dead branches and hay and tried his best to add them to the roof, trying to make his hut more solid. Then he searched the system space, thinking about whether there were other items to keep warm. Unfortunately, there were no warm treasures in the system space, only some ordinary clothes. It seemed that he could only wear a few more layers of clothes to get through this winter. Just as he accidentally glanced at a few glass cups, an idea flashed in his mind. Hot water bottle. He was excited. Simple and crude, but effective. Fill it with hot water. Wrap it with a cloth strip, and put it in the quilt. It will definitely keep you warm. Although you have to boil water again when the cups get cold, it's better than nothing. Time flies and winter is coming. Every day, Song Si cooks, warms himself by the fire, and runs to keep himself strong. Although he is still 8 years old, he feels that he is getting stronger. At night, he wraps up the hot water cup and puts it in the quilt, which becomes his only comfort in winter. Although life is hard, Song Si faces it optimistically. Finally, spring came and the cold gradually faded away. Song Si had spent nearly a year alone on the top of the mountain. Although he had no one to accompany him, he still persisted in exercising, occasionally talking to himself, worried that he would lose his ability to speak. As the days went by, his height also grew to nearly 1.2 meters. On this day, the long silent system suddenly beeped. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a year. The reward has been issued. Song Si opened the system space expectantly, wondering if the system would give him something good this time. The moment he saw the reward, he was stunned. A pile of study treasures, white paper, and a few books. The titles made him laugh and cry. The Continent and the Three Kingdoms. He originally thought it was a martial arts secret book, but it turned out to be a book for him to learn to read and write. So the system wants me to be a scholar. Song Si laughed helplessly. Despite this, he still carefully opened the Continental Records. This book was written in vernacular Chinese, introducing the 6 major countries and countless small countries in this world. It also mentioned the level division of martial artists in the world, from third-rate, first-rate to master, grandmaster, and even the legendary Broken Void. After reading it, Song Si couldn't help but think back to his original choice. If he had chosen to castrate himself, he might have become a master of the grandmaster level by now, and there would be only 3 people in the world who were better than him. But thinking of the price, he secretly felt lucky. Grandmaster is good, but I still want to retain a little dignity. Therefore, Song Si decided to use the 4 treasures of the study provided by the system. He spread out the white paper, sharpened a brush, and began to write his inner thoughts on the quiet mountaintop. He wrote Man Jiang Hong, and the sentence, "Don't wait until your hair turns white, and then you will be sad for nothing," touched his heart. Between the lines, there are his expectations for the future and his feelings about the past. From then on, Song Si's life was no longer so monotonous. Reading and writing became his new hobby, to pass the time. And he still looked forward to the unknown future. Chapter 4 Little Fox. Song Si has been enjoying his life since he received the 4 treasures of the study awarded by the system. Every day, at the age of 9, he writes some ancient poems from his previous life and occasionally reads Romance of the Three Kingdoms. When he is bored, he goes to cut some small trees and makes a few small benches based on his memory. Although he knows how to make a table, he is too small to do it. Time passed day by day. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter continued to cycle. In the blink of an eye, Song Si welcomed his second year on this mountaintop. But this time the system did not give out rewards like the first year. Song Si could only comfort himself. Maybe the system only rewards the first year. Not only did he grow taller, but his hair also grew very long, so he could only tie it up with weeds. He knew nothing about the turmoil in the outside world, and no one had ever climbed this mountain. He stayed in his own little world day after day. One day at noon, Song Si had just finished his meal and was about to take a nap when a white shadow suddenly caught his attention. It was a little snow-white fox with its tail raised high and its clear eyes looking at him quietly. Finally, I have a companion. Song Si was overjoyed. If he could keep this little fox, he wouldn't be so lonely anymore. However, he was puzzled as to how this fox got up there. The light screen set by the system should prevent all living things from going down the mountain, but this fox appeared before his eyes. With doubt, he watched the fox staring at the half-chicken next to his stove, obviously hungry. So he picked up the half-chicken and walked over, but the fox took a step back nervously. Song Si smiled helplessly. "I'm just giving it to you to eat. Don't be afraid." He put the chicken in a bowl, placed it on the ground, and stepped back to signal the fox that it was safe to eat. The fox hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the food and slowly approached. It looked up and glanced at Song Si from time to make sure he had no ill intentions before it began to eat heartily. After eating, the little fox stood up and even bowed with its front legs like a human, and then ran away. Song Si laughed out loud and looked at this lovely creature, feeling a little comforted. In the following days, the little fox often came to see Song Si. At first, it just ran away after eating, but gradually, it stayed longer and longer until it finally stayed on the top of the mountain. Song Si named it Xiaobai, and the man and the fox got along very happily. 3 years passed in a flash. Song Si was 13 years old and had grown from a naive little boy into a handsome young man. Xiaobai also became much more mature, but he still stuck to Song Si, accompanied him every day, and became his best friend. "Hey Xiaobai, stop running around and come and eat," Song Si shouted from afar. A white shadow quickly ran towards him and rubbed Song Si's legs affectionately. Song Si touched its head lovingly. You have to take a shower after dinner. You are all dirty." Xiaobai blinked his big black eyes, as if saying, "Where am I dirty?" Song Si laughed. Although Xiaobai was not really dirty, he liked to watch its funny appearance while taking a bath. Over the years, Song Si gradually found that his feelings for Xiaobai had surpassed those of an ordinary pet. It accompanied him like a family member. But deep down, he was worried. Foxes have a limited lifespan, and in the wild, they only live for 7 or 8 years. Song Si couldn't help but fear that one day, he would no longer have this little friend to accompany him. "You have to live longer, Xiaobai." Song Si gently picked it up and lamented its lonely fate. Chapter 5 White Hair. Time flies by like a white horse, and there are no years in the mountains. Song Si's 6th year in the mountains is about to pass. He got up early, exercised for a while, and practiced some calligraphy. There was a number written on the paper, 2260. This is the number of days he has been in the mountains. Song Si put away his writing brush and began to prepare lunch. Today's meal was particularly rich, with braised pig's trotters, boiled chicken, braised eggplant, and fragrant rice. Although he didn't see the little fox Xiaobai, he was used to it, as Xiaobai would always show up at mealtime. However, today was destined to be different. Song Si waited and waited, but Xiaobai never came back. The food was cold, and he became more and more anxious. He dropped his bowl and chopsticks, ran out of the house in a hurry, and looked around the top of the mountain. "Xiaobai, where are you? Come back soon." Song Si shouted as he ran, his voice filled with anxiety. But the only response he got was the sound of the wind. He continued to search, calling out to the system in his heart, hoping to get help, but the system remained silent. Just when he was about to despair, he suddenly saw a familiar white figure under a tree in the distance. Song Si ran over in an instant, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. However, when he ran closer, his heart sank. Xiaobai was lying quietly in a shallow pit, surrounded by traces of its claws. It had closed its eyes, its fur was wet, and its body was cold. Song Si was stunned, and all the memories of the past 4 years came flooding back to his mind. The days when Xiaobai accompanied him, and the scene of them having dinner together every night, seemed like yesterday. Tears silently fell, and he gently picked up Xiaobai, muttering, "You little guy, you actually dug a hole for yourself, which really makes me worry." He silently dug a deeper pit, put Xiaobai in it, and covered it with a brand new white brocade from the system space. He buried it carefully, then took out a machete and began to carve a wooden sign for Xiaobai, muttering to himself as he carved. Xiaobai, why are you leaving in such a hurry? I wanted to take you to see the world. You can only stay here. The wooden sign was carved with 4 words on it, Xiaobai's tomb. Song Si put up the sign and stayed up all night, guarding with Xiaobai all night. Since then, Song Si has returned to his lonely days. Every time he went to Xiaobai's grave, he would always nag a few words, but life began to become silent and deserted. Time is merciless, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. Song Si is already 16 years old, nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a head full of white hair. He indulges himself in alcohol every day, living a life of drunkenness and dreams. Only in front of Xiaobai's grave will his eyes soften for a moment. On this day, Song Si sat in front of Xiaobai's grave as usual, took a sip of wine, and whispered, Xiaobai, I've figured it out. I can't go on like this. In 2 years, I'll be able to go down the mountain, and then I'll see the rivers and lakes for you, and see the prosperity of this world. After saying this, he stood up, his eyes regained their coldness. There was a loud thunder in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Song Si returned to his simple hut, lay down, and continued to fall asleep drunk. However, something seemed wrong with the rain, and there was no sign of it slowing down. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Song Si was crushed and hurt. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that the whole house had collapsed. He got up, looked at his body soaked by the rain, and murmured, Where is my house? Song Si smiled bitterly, picked up a shovel, and began to build a simple tent next to the boulder. The rain continued to fall, but he did not complain much, just said coldly to the night, Let's talk about it tomorrow. This bad weather. Chapter 6. 10 Years Grandmaster. It rained heavily for a whole day and night, and Song Si could only stay in the makeshift tent. The sound of rain continued, hitting his heart, but fortunately there was enough firewood in the system space, so he was not cold. By the time the rain stopped, it was already the next night. Song Si lit a torch and immediately ran to Xiaobai's grave. Although the terrain protected it, he was still worried that the heavy rain would destroy it. Fortunately, the grave was as usual, and even the tombstone was not affected. He breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the tent, ate something casually, and fell asleep, thinking about rebuilding the house tomorrow. The next day, the long-lost sun finally appeared. The air was fresh after the rain. Song Si took a deep breath and began to build his second house. After years of practice, he no longer worried about building a thatched house. He cut wood, set up the frame, and dried the grass. Everything was in order. 3 days later, the thatched house was finally built. It was much more spacious than before, and a simple bed was made. To celebrate the housewarming, Song Si cooked 3 dishes and drank a few glasses of wine. When he came to Xiaobai's grave, he said softly, Xiaobai, today is the day we moved to a new house, so I brought you some food. After that, he returned to his new home in silence. 2 years passed in a flash, and Song Si's life was dull, day after day. He gradually changed from a cheerful and lively boy to a taciturn man. 10 years passed, and the mountain was still quiet and deserted. Except for the little fox that used to accompany him, he had never seen any living creatures. When he returned to the age of 18, he no longer had many waves in his heart. He just hoped that when the 10-year period was up, he could go down the mountain to see the world. On this day, the system's voice finally sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his 10 years of seclusion. The surprise prize has been distributed. Please check it. Song Si excitedly opened the system space, but what greeted him was nothing. All the familiar food, clothes, pots, and pans were gone. He hurried into the room to check, and even the bedding on the bed disappeared, leaving only the set of clothes he was wearing. System, come out here. Where are my things? Surprisingly, the system actually responded this time. Ding, the awesome system has answered your question. The 10-year seclusion is over, and all items are automatically collected. The surprise prize has been issued, so don't worry. Song Si was stunned. She didn't expect the system to be able to speak. System, you couldn't speak before. How come now? Beep! This system has always been able to speak, but it was in a state of insufficient energy for the past 9 years and could not contact the host. Now that the mission is completed, this system will leave temporarily. See you again when the host breaks through the void. Broken void? Song Si was confused. This system just disappeared after giving out the rewards? He returned to the system space and saw a glittering gift box lying quietly in it. He carefully opened the gift box. An array of light instantly poured into his body. At the same time, 3 skills were imprinted in his mind. Heavenly Strategy Secret, the Sword Technique Kill, and the Light Skill Jinghong. Each skill has reached the perfect state, especially Heavenly Strategy Secret. He has reached the 8th level of perfection, which corresponds to the perfect state of the Grandmaster. And the next step is to break the void. He tried to swing his palm, and saw the pale golden internal force gushing out, directly smashing the boulder in front of him. Then, he leaped up to a height of 6 or 7 feet. His figure was as graceful as a swallow, and he landed gracefully, his movements as light as a dream. Song Si tightly grasped the divine sword given by the system. The silver-white scabbard and sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sun. At this moment, he felt full of strength, and an endless dream of martial arts surged in his heart. After 10 years of seclusion, this moment is worth it. Chapter 7. Going down the mountain. Song Si, a young man in blue, stood on the top of the mountain, quietly looking at everything in front of him. He sighed and pushed open the door of the thatched cottage. It's time to go down the mountain to see the prosperity of this world. He held the long sword in his hand and walked down the mountain. Passing by Xiaobai's grave, he stopped and said with a smile, "Xiaobai, I'm leaving. When I come again, I'll tell you some interesting stories about the martial arts world. Goodbye." There was no way down the mountain in front of him, but this was nothing to Song Si. He used his inner strength to tap the treetop with one foot, and his body was as light as a swallow. He jumped down the mountain in a few feet. Looking back, the top of the mountain was shrouded in a white mist, as if it had never existed. 10 years. Song Si shook his head and left the place where he had lived in seclusion for 10 years. The fields at the foot of the mountain began to show signs of life. Several old farmers were working hard in the fields, sweat dripping on the ground, and they continued to work without even looking up. Song Si did not disturb them, but just walked past them quietly. Occasionally, an old farmer looked up and glanced at him, muttering in a low voice, "What a handsome young man." Going further, Song Si saw a small village. At the entrance of the village, several old men were sitting together, and children were running around barefoot in the mud. Song Si approached and asked politely, "Old man, how can I get to the nearest city?" This was the first time he had talked to someone in 10 years, and although his personality had become much colder, he was still polite. An old man looked up and pointed ahead with a smile. "Young man, follow this road for 20 miles, and you will reach Tonyo County." Song Si clasped his fists and thanked them, then continued on his way. Although he was not rich and only had a silver ingot on him, he was afraid that giving them money rashly would cause trouble for these simple farmers. He walked away silently, and the old people began to talk about him again. "What a handsome young man, unlike my kid who only knows how to fish by the river." Song Si said nothing along the way, silently planning his way down the mountain. Although he is now a grandmaster, he still needs food, shelter, and transportation when traveling in the martial arts world. 100 taels of silver is not a lot, and he must find a suitable job as soon as possible to settle down. In the past, he had only seen in TV dramas that heroes never lacked money when traveling in the martial arts world, but now that he has experienced it himself, he knows that silver is the key to survival in the martial arts world. As the sky gradually darkened, Song Si finally arrived at Tonyo County. Several guards at the city gate were collecting entrance fees, 1 cent per person. When it was Song Si's turn, he realized that he had no copper coins, and it was not appropriate to take out silver ingots. While he was hesitating, the guard looked at him and smiled. "Young man, you have an extraordinary demeanor. Go in first, and I will give you 1 more cent when you leave." Song Si was slightly stunned, then clasped his fists and said, "Thank you. I will make up for it with double the amount when I leave the city." The guard waved his hand and continued to work. Walking into the county town, the scene in front of me made Song Si sigh. Although Tonyo County is not big, there are shops on both sides of the street, and various hawking sounds are heard. The small vendors greeted customers warmly, and the performances of monkey shows, fire breathing, and breaking stones with chests attracted many onlookers. Is this the Jianghu? Song Si thought to himself. He gradually understood that he had traveled to a martial arts world, not a world of immortal cultivation. Although the system was wrong at the beginning, the life before him also had a different kind of charm. Song Si strolled down the street and came to a Dao Royal Bank. There were not many people in the bank. When the clerk saw him enter, he hurried forward and said, "Young man, is there anything you need to change?" Song Si took out a silver ingot and said, "Exchange for some silver and copper coins." The shopkeeper carefully checked the silver ingot, weighed it, and handed him 9 taels of silver and a string of copper coins. Song Si took the money and put the copper coins into his sleeve, but actually put them into the system space. After all, a string of copper coins is not light. After settling the money, Song Si returned to the city gate and handed 2 copper coins to the guard. Then, he began to look for a place to stay in the county. Tomorrow, the real journey of the world has just begun. Tonight, he will spend his first night away from the top of the mountain in Tonyo County. Chapter 8. Fudong City. Laifu Inn in Tonyo County is the only inn in the county. Song Si stood at the door of the inn, looking around at this first real place he had settled in this other world. The thatched cottage on the top of the mountain was not included. The waiter came up to him immediately with a big smile on his face. "Young man, do you want to stop by or stay overnight?" It was almost dusk. In ancient times, the road was very difficult, and few people traveled at night. Song Si nodded calmly. "Stay in the hotel, come to the upper room, and prepare a few side dishes for you to bring up." "Okay, young man, please come this way." The waiter took him to the counter to pay the deposit, and then took him to the room on the second floor. There was a sign hanging on the door that read it too. After the waiter went downstairs, Song Si looked around the room, which was full of antique charm. When he opened the window, he could see pedestrians on the street hurrying home, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the ground, making it look particularly peaceful. This is the beginning of the Jianghu. Song Si murmured, planning his next move in his mind. He had to save money. A room in a small inn in Antonio County costs 80 coins a night, plus 50 coins for food. This is still a small place. The further you go to the big city, the higher the cost will be. He originally planned to buy a horse, but after thinking about it, horses in ancient times were very expensive, so he had to find a stable way to make money. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Song Si opened the door, and the waiter came in with a tray. There were 3 dishes on the tray, all simple vegetarian dishes and 2 steamed buns. It was good to be able to eat this for 50 cents. In this era, meat was expensive. How could ordinary people afford to eat meat every meal? Song Si didn't care. He simply ate and took a bath before going to bed early. This was the first time he had a truly relaxing bath since he came to this world. The conditions on the top of the mountain were limited, and he could only wipe his body at most. Here, the hot water and clean environment made him feel very comfortable. That night, Song Si slept particularly soundly. The next morning, he checked out and walked out of the inn with a deposit. Today, he planned to buy some clothes and then leave Tonyo County. Although this small place was quiet, it was not suitable for him after all. The excitement of the rivers and lakes had just begun. Song Si first went to a grocery store and bought a map of Wu State. Looking at the route on the map, he had a direction in mind. Then, he went to a clothing store. Most of the clothes in the store were ordinary linen clothes, and there were very few martial arts clothes. Song Si finally chose a white brocade dress. Although it was not special, it was much better than the shabby clothes he was wearing. When paying the bill, the shopkeeper saw that he was handsome and gave him a jade belt. Song Si did not refuse, took the jade belt, and tied up his silver hair casually. White hair did not attract much attention. After all, in ancient times, everyone was busy making a living, and no one would make a fuss about a head of unusual hair. After buying clothes, Song Si went to the restaurant again, packed a roast chicken and several pounds of marinated venison, plus 2 pots of fine wine, and stored them all in the system space. After the preparations were completed, Song Si walked out of Tonyo County. To the east of Tonyo County is a road leading to the capital of Wu State, but it is quite far away. There are 7 or 8 big cities and countless mountains and forests in between, which is his next journey. The nearest city is Fudong City, which is a full 180 miles away from Tonyo County. Song Si was not in a hurry to travel. He walked leisurely, his eyes full of curiosity about the world. He observed the pedestrians on the road while enjoying the scenery of this new world. Although he was already a grandmaster, he was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. The scenery of the rivers and lakes fascinated him more. As the sky gradually darkened, Song Si found a big tree, jumped onto a branch, held a roast chicken in one hand and fine wine in the other. After eating and drinking his fill, he lay down on the branch to rest. The next morning, he continued on his way. As he got closer to Fudong City, more and more people were passing by. There were many people from the underworld among them, but none of them were very powerful. Song Si glanced at them coldly, and his heart was not disturbed. In the evening, the walls of Fudong City in the distance finally came into view, magnificent and spectacular. There was a long queue in front of the city gate, and the guards were checking one by one. Song Si walked into the queue, ready to step into a new chapter in the world of martial arts. Looking at the 3 big characters Fudong City on the city gate, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally here. 10 years of seclusion made him look gentle, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 9 Monk. This world also has road passes, but they are all registered by the common people, and the imperial court does not interfere too much with whether people in the martial arts world register or not. A balance is maintained, but if people in the underworld commit crimes, the court has special offices to deal with them, and each country is different. I don't know much about these song poems. In Fudong City, there were many people coming in and out, and Song Si was also quietly queuing without doing anything special. The same goes for the martial artists we saw on the road. Although the local soldiers checked very strictly, they were extremely efficient. They only looked at the people's passes, compared them with the reward notice posted at the city gate, and then let them pass. Soon it was Song Si's turn. The soldier just glanced at him and said, 2 copper coins to enter the city. Song Si handed it in, and it was over with, completely different from the common people, and nothing unexpected happened. After entering Fudong City, Song Si began to stroll around. The place where he was the main street of Fudong City, which was very prosperous and had the most people. There are pavilions and towers everywhere. Shops are lined up, and vendors are hawking their wares, which is much more than in Tonyo County. There were a lot more warriors after entering the city. At least there were many people holding knives, guns, sticks, and clubs on the streets. However, after sensing carefully, he did not find any masters above the innate level. Most of them are second or third rate, and most are not even up to par. After a while, Song Si stopped outside a restaurant. He originally wanted to go to the restaurant for dinner, but unexpectedly, a monk not far from the restaurant entrance caught his attention. The monk was about 16 or 17 years old, with a fair complexion and extremely handsome. He was only slightly inferior to him. A monk sat cross-legged on the side, rolling Buddhist beads in his hands, with a begging bowl in front of him. What caught Song Si's attention was the monk's martial arts skills. The strongest one he had seen along the way was only in the early stage of the acquired martial arts, and he was still a middle-aged man. But the monk in front of him had achieved the acquired great perfection. At the age of 16, Song Si thought he should be considered a genius, right? Why are you begging for alms here? Are you practicing? Song Si was just curious and didn't bother anyone. He took a look and then walked into the restaurant. He wanted to hear some news about the Wu Kingdom. Where to get information? It must be the restaurant. There are all kinds of people here, and you might be able to get some useful information. After all, that's how TV dramas are played. After entering the restaurant, the waiter led me to a window seat on the first floor. After sitting down, I realized that from this place, I could not only see most of the restaurant hall, but also the monks at the door. Waiter, 2 side dishes, a pot of wine, and a bowl of noodles. Also, a bowl of rice for the monk at the door, and a vegetarian dish. After Song Si finished speaking, the waiter went to prepare. As for why he also prepared something for the monk, it was simply because he liked the monk. Moreover, his grandmother was a Buddhist in his previous life. Although he did not believe in it, existence was reasonable. Giving a bowl of rice to the monk at this moment could be considered as a comfort to his heart. Soon the waiter brought the food up and went out to deliver it to the monk. Relying on his great martial arts skills and sharp eyes and ears, Song Si easily heard the conversation between the waiter and the monk. Ba, thank you very much, donor. Seeing the waiter put the food into his bowl, the monk stood up, clasped his hands together, and said thank you. The waiter dodged and pointed at Song Si. Little monk, that donor gave it to you. It has nothing to do with me. The monk followed the waiter's finger and saw Song Si, and Song Si also looked at him. Then the monk held the black bowl in his hand, walked into the restaurant, and came to Song Si. Ba, thank you very much, donor. Song Si waved his hand. It's okay, meeting is fate. He didn't know why he wanted to talk to the monk. According to his current personality, he rarely communicated with others unless necessary. The young monk chanted the Buddha's name once more, and then sat back at the door of the restaurant. He held the black bowl and started eating. You have to say that the little monk ate quite politely. Song Si also withdrew his gaze and listened carefully to the conversation in the restaurant while eating. Unfortunately, most of the words were meaningless. Either some rich man married a new concubine or a new courtesan came to the city's brothel. Just when Song Si was feeling bored and was about to pay the bill and leave, 3 burly men with knives came in, 2 of them second-rate and 1 third-rate. One of the big men spoke up. Brother, is it true that the rumor in the martial arts world that Fairy Qingyu is going to marry the young master of Baiyun Villa next month? It's true. Baiyun Villa has already sent out invitations to heroes. We will go to Baiyun Villa to attend the wedding banquet on the 10th day of next month. After hearing this, Song Si sat down again. It was not easy to hear the news in the martial arts world, so he had to listen more. Baiyun Villa? What is that? And who is the Fairy Qingyu? Her nickname can actually be called a fairy? He was just curious and didn't have any ideas. At this time, the eldest of the 3 continued to speak. But the people invited by Baiyun Villa are all well-known figures. The 3 of US brothers can't witness it in person. The 2 younger brothers also nodded. Yes, big brother, it's just that the rumor is that the Fairy Qingyu is as beautiful as a fairy and is ranked 7th among the 10 great fairies of Wu country. I don't know why she wants to marry Master Bai. Another one also agreed and said, yes, the young master of Baiyun Villa is... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by his eldest brother. Shut up. Words can cause trouble. Eat. Song Si clearly felt that when the 3 people mentioned the Fairy Qingyu, the monk at the door was stunned for a moment. Although it was subtle, he caught it. Interesting. Muttering softly, Song Si stood up, paid the bill, and left. He wanted to find a place to stay. When the monk saw him come out, he stood up, chanted a Buddhist name, watched him leave, and then sat back in his original seat. There was an inn opposite the restaurant, so Song Si stayed there. This time he stayed in a higher class room, mainly because he wanted to try out the differences between the higher class rooms in the big city and the county town. Unexpectedly, the room was no different from the one in Tonyo County except for an extra incense burner. But the price was 5 times more expensive, costing him a full 500 coins, making Song Si cry out in loss. Song Si lay down after washing up. He planned to follow the monk secretly in the next 2 days. The monk obviously had some relationship with the Fairy Qingyu. Although Song Si had a cold personality, eating melons had nothing to do with his personality. He just developed this habit after living alone on the top of the mountain for 10 years. So he appears to be cold on the outside, but he is actually quite warm-hearted on the inside. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Song Si checked out of the hotel room. He decided to try room B next time he went to the inn. Room A was a ripoff. Walking out of the inn and looking towards the entrance of the restaurant, the monk was gone. Song Si had been planning to follow him secretly for the next few days. It was his first time traveling around the world, and he had no experience. He couldn't find anyone, and he could only sigh and let it go. Chapter 10 Jade Fairy. Fudong City. Song Si walked around for a while and asked someone for directions to Baiyun Villa. He planned to go and take a look. He was just curious about ancient weddings. With so many martial artists around, it should be quite lively, right? And if the monk yesterday really had something to do with Qingyu, then he should go, right? As for the banquet, Song Si had no such idea. He just wanted to go and watch and enjoy the excitement from a dark perspective. Anyway, he's curious about everything. It turns out that Baiyun Villa is located in Baiyun Mountain in Yunzhou, and Fudong City also belongs to Yunzhou. Going to Baiyun Mountain will not affect your journey to Wudu. After all, it is on the way. The state of Wu is divided into 4 states and 3 territories. The 4 states are Wuzhou, Qingzhou, Lizhou, and Yunzhou, which are composed of 28 cities. The 3 realms are divided into north, south, and west, with Wudu in the east. Baiyun Mountain is located in Yunzhou, but is also close to Qingzhou. This is the information Song Si found out. After all, some things are not on the map. There is still a month before the wedding day at Baiyun Mountain Villa. Song Si is not in a hurry. There are 3 big cities on the way to Baiyun Mountain, so he just travels slowly. Walking out of Fudong City, Song Si, dressed in white and with a head full of silver hair, continued to head eastward. I still traveled along the way, sometimes walking on the official road, and when I was bored, I walked along the mountain paths, until he saw the shining bald head not far ahead. This is a mountain path with a large number of unknown trees blocking out the sun. Song Si randomly found a big tree to hide under and looked ahead. The little monk stood in front, and opposite him was a man in black wearing a cloak that covered his entire body. Upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to see that it is a woman. The woman took off the cloak on her head, revealing a delicate little face. Even though Song Si had seen many internet celebrities in his previous life, this woman was still considered one of the best. Kunyun. The woman called out a name, but before she could say more, she was interrupted by the little monk opposite. Ba, Donor Su, my name is Wen Yan. The little monk's words made the woman opposite frown, and the air fell into silence. After a while, the woman finally spoke. Okay, Wen Yan, I know you hate me, but I have to think about myself. Following you, we are just floating in the world with no future. The owner of Baiyun Villa is a congenital master, and it was my master's idea for you to marry Bai Yunfei. I hope you can forget all the things that happened in your childhood. Although Bai Yunfei is not a good man, I, Su Qingyu, have no regrets. From now on, you go your way, and I go mine. Ba, I have let go of my obsession since I entered the Buddhist monastery a year ago. Don't worry, Mr. Su. The young monk said this, and then kept silent, but he was not at peace in his heart. Song Si could clearly feel it, and he knew that the woman opposite him was the so-called Jade Fairy. It seems that the little monk and Qingyu have an evil relationship. Song Si was eating watermelon while the 2 people in front of him continued talking. Wenyan, Lu Qingyun, you are a genius. You were in the early stage of acquired realm a year ago. However, there is a huge difference between acquired realm and innate realm. Not everyone can achieve this without being a genius. I hope you can forgive me. Goodbye. After Su Qingyu finished speaking, she left wearing her cloak. The little monk just smiled bitterly, and now he no longer looked like a Buddha. But I quickly adjusted, mumbling to himself. If you calculate too much, you will make mistakes. If you step back and think carefully, you will make every step more convenient. Ba. After saying that, the little monk walked forward step by step, but that was not the place where Su Qingyu left. Song Si watched the little monk walk away and sighed. Those seeking love are depressed, while those who don't love are free and easy. It's good to be alone. Why would a little brat talk about love? That's right, the little monk and the so-called Jade Fairy were only 16 or 17 years old. They were just children. Song Si left. He did not choose to follow the little monk. After the little monk finished speaking, Song Si clearly felt that his aura had changed. He was not a novice in martial arts and knew that the little monk would soon break through to his innate level. It seems that the young monk has figured it out. Next, I will continue to go to Baiyun Villa to take a look. There is nothing much to say about Su Qingyu and Song Si. Everyone has different aspirations and chooses different paths. For the next few days, Song Si was on the road all the time. He did not go into the big city when he passed by it, because he found a lot of game in the mountains. He had food and clothes, so why should he spend money? This is not being stingy, this is called saving. Yunzhou has been very busy recently, with the young master of Baiyun Villa getting married soon, and more people from the martial arts world are coming. On the Songxi Road, we have seen many waves of teams with acquired masters. He had even seen 2 Xiantian masters, so he was a little puzzled. Is a force with only Xiantian masters so popular in the martial arts world? Even if there are only 3 grand masters, there should be quite a few master experts, right? This was also his preconceived notion. Most masters were basically working hard to practice and strive to break through to the grandmaster level. You should know that the lifespan of a congenital master is only slightly longer than that of an ordinary person. A grandmaster can only live to about 150 years old, but it is different for a grandmaster, who can live to 300 years old. However, there are also many masters who have no hope of breaking through or are not in a hurry, and they also travel outside, but he has never seen them. It is considered a good force in the martial arts world to have a master of innate talents in charge. And Song Siai hasn't seen the little monk again in the past few days. The styles of dressing in the martial arts world are truly unique, and he has been greatly enlightened these past few days. There are Taoists, nuns, and monks. Most of them are people wearing the same uniform, and you can tell at first glance that they are from the same sect. Of course, except for special groups of people, most warriors wear warrior uniforms, mainly because they are much cheaper than brocade clothes. Song Siai even saw 7 or 8 bandits robbing the escort team, but they were killed in return. He had seen the escort agencies, the sects, and Song Siai, but he had not seen a single warrior from the imperial court, not to mention the local soldiers, most of whom had no skills. Song Siai was quite curious about the people in the imperial court. One day, Song Siai came to a stream, holding a big bird in his hand. It looked like a pheasant, but much worse. He had caught it in the woods. Next, he made a fire. He didn't know how others made a fire, but he drew his sword, put his internal force into the sword body, found a stone and scratched it, sparks flying. After making a fire, Song Siai ran to the stream and cleaned the big bird, plucking its feathers and removing its internal organs in one go. It's just a pity for the magic sword in his hand. It has never killed anyone, but every day he is either using it to make fire or kill various animals. Song Siai gave this sword a name himself called Han Yuan. Fortunately, this sword has no consciousness, otherwise it would feel really wronged. Everything was ready, the big bird was roasted on the fire, and Song Siai took out the wine he bought from the system space. He had been drinking it every day recently, but he didn't drink much each time, so there was still some stock. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking air. Chapter 11, First Time. Beside the stream, Song Siai was roasting a big bird when suddenly a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Song Siai took a look at the 2 small shrimps and then continued with his task of roasting the bird. There was a man and a woman, about 24 or 25 years old. The man was in front, and the woman was chasing behind. The man was already seriously injured at this moment. Suddenly, he saw Song Siai in front of him. His eyes lit up and he was saved. This white-haired young man is obviously a martial artist. There are many people in the world who are willing to help others when they see injustice. As long as he can protect himself from the woman behind him, there will be a chance for him to escape. This was the man's instantaneous thought. He was just about to ask Song Siai for help, but his body suddenly stopped. Then the man saw the tip of the sword breaking out of his heart. Then he died. The woman pulled the sword out of the man's body, wiped the blade, and began to search the man's body. After a while, she found what she needed, a black book. At this time, the woman looked up at Song Siai. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Without saying any extra words, she leaped in front of Song Siai and stabbed him with the sword. Since she had seen him, she could not let him go. Bad luck, Song Siai whispered, and then a cold light flashed, and blood suddenly appeared in the woman's throat. The sword that was stabbing towards Song Siai stopped in midair. He covered his throat with one hand, cried out twice, and then fell down. Maybe before she died, she couldn't understand how this white-haired boy did it. It only took Song Siai a moment to draw his sword, unsheath it, and put it back into the sheath. This was his first time killing someone, and he didn't feel anything. It was just like killing a pheasant on the mountain. The roasting of the bird was still going on, and Song Siai stood up and began to search the bodies of the 2 men. He knew something about searching corpses. Anyway, I'm not rich. Maybe I can get some unexpected money. The man didn't have anything valuable on him, only a few taels of silver. Of course, Song Siai accepted it with a smile. As for the weapons, Song Siai didn't want them. They were just some scrap metal. What a trouble. The woman had a lot of valuable things on her body. Song Siai didn't take the headdress, but she had a lot of silver in her arms, including a 10 liang silver ingot, 7 or 8 liang of silver coins, and a few copper coins. The most important thing was that there were 2 silver notes. Although he did not recognize the silver notes, he recognized the words on them. Both notes had a face value of 100 taels. Song Siai was still very satisfied with this unexpected wealth. I've been spending money recently and haven't earned anything, so now I don't have to worry about money for the time being. Finally, he took out the black book. The 3 big characters on the cover are Lu Yun Jin, which is a book of internal energy. According to the instructions in this book, one can practice to the level of innate perfection. Garbage. After saying that, he threw it into the system space. Even though it's garbage, maybe it will be useful in the future. Even if I sell it, I should be able to get a lot of money, right? After touching the corpse, Song Siai washed it in the stream. The big bird had been roasted by then, so he took the bird and left the place. As for the corpses on the ground, he didn't bother to care about them. They would be eaten up by wild beasts in no time. 3 days later, Song Siai arrived at the city closest to Baiyun Villa, which was also the last big city in Yunzhou, Qian City. It takes only half a day to walk from here to Baiyun Mountain normally, and it may be even faster for martial arts masters. There was still more than half a month before the wedding at Bayun Villa, and Song Si was not in a hurry, so he simply stayed in Chiyun City. He found an inn called Yingsong and stayed there. This time he booked a Type E room, which cost 200 won a day, which was not too expensive. Now that he was rich, he simply spent half a month and 3 taels of silver. Calculated this way, 3 taels of silver for half a month was indeed not expensive. The furnishings in the room are quite simple, with only a bed, a table, and a place to take a shower. Just notify the waiter when the time comes. As for room C, you're not allowed to take a shower. In this way, Song Si stayed in Chiyun City temporarily, strolling on the streets every day, or going to the restaurant to eat something, listening to the bragging of the passing people, and living a very comfortable life. He also exchanged the banknotes for silver. Anyway, he had the system space, and it was more comfortable to carry silver than banknotes. As for other things, he didn't think too much. After staying in Chiyun City for 7 or 8 days and carrying a huge sum of nearly 300 taels of silver, Song Si felt that he should be considered a rich man. So it was time to put into action what he had thought in his mind before, which was to go to the brothel. He was very curious about this. In Chiyun City, Shui Yufeng, there are 7 or 8 brothels of various sizes. The names are also different, such as Bai Hualu, Riyufeng, and so on. These days he had heard from others that the largest brothel in Shui Yufeng was called Shuiwa Tower, and that its class and girls were much higher than those in other places. Visiting a brothel, Song Si put away his sword. He was not going to fight, he just wanted to take a look. Standing at the entrance of Shuiwa Tower, there were already the madam and several beautifully dressed girls soliciting customers at the door. Seeing Song Si, the madam walked up to him with a smile and pulled his arm. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Is this your first time here? Then you have come to the right place. Girls, please invite him in and serve him." The girls nearby immediately stepped forward and took Song Si into Shuiwa Tower. Shuiwa Tower has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby where most of the guests are. There is a stage in the middle of the hall with courtesans playing various musical instruments on it, with occasional dances. The guests in the hall were all hugging each other, shouting good from time to time. It was very lively. The second floor is a private room where you can better observe the first floor, and you can also do some unspeakable things in the private room. As for the third floor, it is the girls' boudoirs. Of course, if you like someone, you can spend the night here. As for what it means to like someone, it can only be money. Song Si did not reject the enthusiasm of the madam and the girls. She followed them upstairs and found a private room to sit down. There was no need to give any instructions. The wine and snacks were served directly, which was a complimentary service in the private room. The private rooms are chargeable. Song Si has already found out that the private room costs 5 taels of silver, and the girls charge no less than 10 taels. The same applies to the main hall, and that's just to accompany you for a drink and chat. As for the others, they are even more expensive. Shuiwa Tower is a first-class den of money. After Song Si sat down, the madam smiled and said, "Sir, do you have a favorite girl? Or should I call a few girls up for you?" Song Si's original intention was to come in and experience it. As for other things, he had not thought about it yet. After all, he was only 18 years old now, and as for this world, he didn't want to have any ties, even if it's a burden of spending money. But when he got there, he felt something was missing if he didn't call the girl, so he nodded to the madam and threw her a 10 liang silver ingot. The madam smiled and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Then he went out to greet the girl. Chapter 12, Shuiwa Tower. In the lobby on the first floor of Shuiwa Tower, on the stage, 3 women in green gauze clothes are dancing gracefully, and behind them are 2 women, one playing the pipa and the other playing the flute. I don't know much about music theory and Song Dynasty poetry, but I have to say it's much better than what I saw on the internet in my previous life. Song Si also watched quietly. Not long after, the madam came back with 7 or 8 beautiful girls who were about 17 or 18 years old, probably no more than 20. Although neither of them is stunningly beautiful, they both have their own merits. Song Si had never seen such a scene before. He was overwhelmed by all the beautiful girls and frowned. The madam thought he was dissatisfied. "Sir, you don't like it? Then mom will change another batch for you." "No need. Let's choose her." After saying that, he pointed to a little girl at the edge. "Okay, sir. Qingtao, go and greet him." Then he took the remaining girls and walked away, twisting his head. The girl named Qingtao was fair and clean, with a little baby fat, a slim figure, and a curvy figure. Qingtao was also an old hand at this, and she immediately wanted to sit in Song Si's arms. She would be willing to marry such a handsome man even if he didn't ask for money. But her white hair and cold face made her unable to control herself. When Song Si saw this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Just sit over there." In his previous life, he lived to be 18 and had never had a girlfriend, let alone in this life. He's still a child. Qingtao didn't force it after all. He was the one spending the money. "Sir, I'll drink with you," he said as he began to fill Song Si's glass. The two began to drink one cup after another in the private room, and during this time, the old man brought up 4 or 5 jugs of wine. In the private room, Qingtao had already fallen unconscious on the table. The main reason was that Song Si drank one cup after another with the girl, and didn't even eat a bite of the food. This amount of alcohol is nothing to Song Si. Not to mention how high his internal strength is, his alcohol tolerance is extraordinary. After getting Qingtao drunk, Song Si looked towards the first floor. The first floor is now very lively and packed with people, just because the Oran has come out. Purple moon, purple moon. The guest shouts were getting louder and louder, just because Ziyue was the new most popular courtesan in Shueihua Tower. I also read Song Si. Ziyu has black hair tied up in a bun, and a phoenix hairpin flying diagonally. Her face is like a silver plate, and her eyes are like autumn water. She was wearing a bright red silk dress with a very low neckline, revealing her plump breasts. Her bright red lips were slightly raised. What a beautiful woman. Welcome everyone to Shueihua Tower. Today is Ziyue's wedding day. Thank you all for your kindness. To make a long story short, please write a poem with Ziyue as the theme. Those who satisfy Ziyue can become her wedding guest. The time is 1 stick of incense. After saying that, Ziyu went to the 3rd floor, leaving behind a maid. Everyone in the hall fell silent immediately. A stick of incense lasted just over half an hour, and they could not afford to waste it. There were not many people with literary talent, but there were quite a few as well, and among them were some from the martial arts world. Not all people in the underworld are rough and rude. There are also many talented people. Song Si didn't do anything because he didn't want to be a guest of honor. But this Ziyu is quite interesting. He is actually a martial artist, but he is not very strong, probably just at the first-rate level. As for who would win the prize, Song Si didn't care. He said hello to the eunuch outside the private room, paid the bill, and left. When he returned to the inn, Song Si had a toothache. Damn, I went to a brothel and did nothing, but my wealth shrunk by 1/10. It seems I can't go to that kind of place anymore. The inn was silent, but Shueihua Tower was bustling with people. The next day, a piece of news shocked Qian City. Someone had died in Shueihua Tower. The person who died was Ziyu's lover last night, but Ziyu disappeared. Song Si didn't react much when he heard the news. There were so many bloody things happening, and he didn't want to know the details of what happened. However, Shueihua Tower was closed down and sealed, and a wanted poster was posted in the city. The portrait on it was Ziyue. After 2 or 3 days, the government still hadn't arrested the murderer, and Shueihua Tower remained sealed. After examination by the county coroner, it was found that the deceased had died from a broken heart. This time the county government was no longer responsible, as the detective only had some basic kung fu skills, while the murderer was obviously a martial arts master. The imperial court has someone in charge of this kind of thing. Even though you are a martial artist, the imperial court can ignore the vendettas in the martial arts world. But if you kill ordinary people, the imperial court will investigate it to the end. Otherwise, how can ordinary people survive? Song Si also heard about this and saw people from the special yamen on the streets in the past few days. There were several constables wearing black Suanio costumes, but Song Si was not sure which government office they belonged to. Moreover, those people's kung fu is just SOSO about the same as that Ziyu. As the wedding day of Baiyun Villa was approaching, more and more people from the martial arts world in Qian City began to gather. Song Si had been in Qian City for a full half-month. At this time, he was ready to go to Baiyun Mountain to watch the wedding, and he didn't know how the little monk was doing. Just when he bought the necessities and was about to leave the city, he passed by a house. There was a group of gangsters at the door, and a middle-aged man with a big belly was talking about something. Song Si walked over out of curiosity. Everyone, this time I need to go to Beijing to find a few guards. They will provide food and accommodation. The commission is on the notice next to it. You can take a look. Just as he finished speaking, half of the people who had been watching had left. The official also understood that people in the underworld had always been very wary of the capital. Song Si's original intention was to go to Beijing, where he would have food and drink along the way and would also receive commissions. He thought this was something he could do. As for an expert serving as a bodyguard for others, where's the face? He just wanted to ask, is face worth money? It's not easy to make money, right? He has already spent 1/10 of the 300 taels of silver. If he doesn't earn more, what will he do when it's all gone? He can't just rob the rich to help the poor, right? The notice clearly stated that they were recruiting 10 people, with first-rate masters getting 100 taels each, and the day after tomorrow the salary would be between 200 and 300 taels. 800 taels for a congenital master. The official originally wrote the word Xiantian just to try his luck. After all, who would have an innate master who would have nothing better to do to be his bodyguard? The journey to the capital is long and mountainous, and one has to cross Qingzhou, which is not safe. Song Si took a look. 800 taels? He had never seen how much 800 taels of silver was. However, with these 800 taels, it should be enough for him to spend in the next few years if he was frugal. At this time, some people left dejectedly, while others began to sign up. Mr. Liu, I am a top-notch expert, known in the martial arts world as a one-size-fits-all warrior. A big man stepped forward with a big knife in hand. Mr. Liu smiled with satisfaction. It was good that someone had started it, but he still had to test his ability. Mr. Liu also has a master in his family, who is in the middle stage of the acquired realm. Then let my butler verify it. The verification he mentioned was not a martial arts competition, but just letting the big man perform. The big man nodded and started playing with a knife. Chapter 13, 400 Tales. Qian City, outside Lu Mansion. After the big man's performance, Mr. Lu nodded with satisfaction. Although he was not sure about the big man's strength, his housekeeper was in the middle stage of the acquired realm, which had confirmed the big man's strength. There is no other way. Unlike Song Ci, they cannot sense the realm and can only use this stupid method. The next step was easy. People signed up one after another, some failed, and some stayed, but all of them were top-notch. At this time, a young man holding a 3-meter-long spear came over. The young man was in his 20s. Song Ci took a look at him. Not bad in the early stage of acquired stage, but far worse than the little monk. I believe that the little monk has already broken through to the innate stage, right? Shen Shao Spear. Huiyun, early stage of the acquired period. After the young man finished speaking, he looked at the butler behind Mr. Lu. The butler nodded at Mr. Lu. Huiyun was quite famous in Yunzhou. He was in his 20s and was expected to become a congenital master in the future. The people around him also recognized Huiyun and started to speak. It's young Master Hua. Young Master Hua broke through to the realm of acquired master a year ago. That's right. Young Master Hua once became famous for using his iron spear to perform the divine sky spear technique and killed 2 post-heavenly bandits of the same level. I didn't expect to meet young Master Hua this time. Huiyun seemed unusually aloof from the flattery around him. Perhaps he was used to it. The reason he came out this time was because he was short of money. There was no one at home and he had no source of income. So he came when he heard that the Lu Mansion was recruiting guards. Making money? Not bad. Mr. Lu also hurried forward and said, "Welcome to join us, young Master Hua. However, it is not time to set off yet. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house for a while." Although Huiyun was aloof to others, he still clasped his fist to his financial sponsor and said, "Then I'd better obey your command." Seeing that he had recruited 9 people, Song Ci was worried that the place was full and he would not be able to earn the 800 taels, so he walked out. Everyone had already noticed this young man in white clothes and white hair. After all, his looks and good looks were there, but no one had approached him. Huiyun's coldness is the kind of aloofness, but Song Ci is different. Song Ci seems to be indifferent to everything, even life and death. In fact, Song Ci didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought he was normal, but sometimes he gave people a cold feeling. He couldn't do anything about it. Maybe he was sick? Anyway, he felt very contradictory. Song Ci came out without any extra nonsense. Innate. After saying that, he released his internal force and flicked his finger towards the crooked tree in front of Mr. Lu's door. Everyone saw a white light coming out from Song Ci's finger, and then they saw a transparent hole appear in the crooked tree. Everyone gasped. Although some of them had seen innate masters, they had never seen one innate master take action at such a close distance. The characteristic of a congenital master is the release of internal strength. A congenital master. Such a young innate master. Why is there no description of him on the Earth list? I heard a new word in Song Ci. Debong? What is that? He didn't think about it for the time being, because Mr. Lu came over happily and said, "Young man, please come in." This is a congenital master. He was just riding it for fun, but he didn't expect that he would actually recruit a congenital one. Now their safety on the road is guaranteed. Happy, Mr. Lu brought the 10 people he recruited into the Lu Mansion. As for the people outside the door, he was not stingy and gave 2 taels of silver to each of them. After walking through the corridor to the front hall, everyone sat down in order. Mr. Lu sat in the main seat. He originally wanted to invite Song Ci to sit at the top, but Song Ci waved his hand and sat down somewhere at random. "Everyone, I'm counting on you to help me on my journey to Beijing this time." After saying this, he stood up and bowed to everyone. Then he waved his hand, and several servants came in, carrying trays on which were placed 10 Liang silver ingots. "Everyone, we will set off in 5 days. Before we set off, we will pay you half of the deposit and settle the rest in the capital. Of course, you are all people in the martial arts world, so please sign a receipt." After Mr. Lu finished speaking, he looked at everyone. It was not the first time for them to be bodyguards, so they all understood this kind of thing. After all, people give you money. What if you take the money and run away? They all said, "It should be." Even though they are people of the world, sometimes they do not live as well as a businessman. The butler behind Mr. Lu took out a few documents. Everyone checked them and signed and sealed them one after another, except for Song Ci. After all, an innate master does not need to be bound by a written document. Even if there is a written document, if the innate master runs away, there is nothing we can do. We can't just spend money to ask someone for it, right? The government is also particularly lenient towards masters with innate abilities. As long as you don't kill ordinary people or commit serious crimes, the government generally won't care. Song Ci looked at everyone signing their names, except himself. After thinking about it, he didn't care. Huiyun had been looking at him secretly. Even though Huiyun himself was a genius, he was still far behind those on the Earth list. He was still curious about the person who was younger and stronger than him who appeared in front of him. Mr. Lu put away the contract and distributed the silver to everyone according to their ability, half of the commission to each person. Song Ci received 400 taels, which he put in a box. Hui Yun received 120 taels, which was 20 taels more because he was famous. As for the rest, each one was 50 taels of silver. Song Si was deeply moved, thinking that he was really rich. He gave away nearly 1,000 taels in the blink of an eye. It cost nearly 2,000 taels to go to Beijing, not counting the travel expenses. To sum up, businessmen are really rich. The next thing was simple. Everyone introduced themselves to each other, and Song Si also said his name. It was just a name, so it didn't matter. Mr. Liu then led everyone to the central hall and began to entertain them. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal very much. There are still 5 days before departure, so Mr. Liu has prepared a room for them to rest. If they don't want to stay at Liu's house, that's fine too. They can just gather in 5 days. Song Si stayed there directly. The wedding would be held at Baiyun Villa the day after tomorrow, so it would not be too late for him to go there tomorrow. It would be a waste if you don't live in a place you have. Hui Yun's room was right next to his, but he didn't come to disturb him. There was no conversation that night. When Song Si woke up the next day, Hui Yun had already started practicing martial arts in the yard. Song Si took a look and said, well, he has solid basic skills and good marksmanship. He didn't say it out loud, but just commented in his heart. The Liu family had already prepared breakfast for them. After eating, Song Si found Mr. Liu and told him that he was going to Baiyun Mountain today and would be back in time. Mr. Liu was also aware of the wedding being held on the hillside of Baiyun Mountain, but he was not invited. He also asked Song Si if he wanted to prepare a gift for him, but Song Si refused. The kindness is appreciated, so there is no need for a gift. He is just going to take a look, not to attend a banquet. Chapter 14, Baiyun Villa. After refusing Mr. Liu's offer to prepare a horse, Song Si left Liu's mansion, mainly because it was inconvenient to carry the horse with him. After he left, Huiyan also walked out of Liu Mansion leading a horse and headed towards Baiyun Mountain. Given his fame, it was reasonable for Baiyun Mountain to invite him. Maybe he came to be a guard because he didn't have any gifts to give. Baiyun Mountain is just a big mountain in the Qingyun Mountains. Song Si had food and drink all the way and was not in a hurry. He just wanted to watch the fun. If he had nothing to do in the city, he might not come out until night. At least he could make it in time for tomorrow's wedding. After a while, the sound of horse hooves came from behind Song Si. It was Hui Yun. Hui Yun looked at the young man in front of him, quickly grabbed the reins, and dismounted. Young Master Song. Song Si nodded. Judging from his appearance, he should also be going to Baiyun Mountain. Young Master Hua, please go first and don't worry about me. Hui Yun didn't say anything when he saw this. He just mounted his horse and rode away. There are quite a lot of people going to Baiyun Mountain. Maybe they are afraid of not making it to tomorrow's wedding. Anyway, if they go early, there will be a place for them to stay at Baiyun Mountain Villa. Most of the pedestrians on the road walked in groups of 3 or 4. Few rode horses or drove cars. Most of them walked like Song Si. Of course, there are also some young people who use light skills to travel, and I don't know what they are in a hurry for. After a whole morning of slow walking, Song Si finally arrived at Baiyun Mountain. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Song Si was disappointed. It was much worse than the mountain he had been to. It's just that there are many more houses and pavilions on the mountainside. Song Si reached the foot of the mountain and disappeared into the vast crowd with a leap. At the foot of the mountain, the disciples of Baiyun Villa were already welcoming the guests. Although the wedding was not until tomorrow, there were quite a few people coming today. Song Si hid in the dark and watched quietly. The disciples at the foot of the mountain were seen leading the people in soil, heading towards Baiyun Mountain Villa in groups. Halfway up Baiyun Mountain, there is a plaque above the entrance with 4 powerful characters Baiyun Villa inscribed on it. Many of the people who came today were from forces that were friendly with Baiyun Villa, so the owner of Baiyun Villa, Bai Wuya, and his son Bai Yunfei were at the door to receive everyone. Bai Yunfei's face was filled with joy. Of course, it was a great honor to marry the 7th of the top 10 beauties. In order to marry her, Bai Yunfei even ignored his previous mistresses and waited quietly for her to become his groom. Song Si also saw Bai Yunfei in secret. Not to mention that this guy had a greasy face and powdered hair. Although his facial features were okay, his complexion was pale, and it was obvious that he was ill. He was not a bit worse than the little monk. After all, the little monk was the only man he had ever seen who was a little bit worse than him in terms of appearance. Oh, brotherly, you are here. It brings honor to my humble home. Bai Wuya looked at the visitor and immediately stepped forward and said, the person who came was a middle-aged man with a square face, who was also a congenital master. Behind him were 7 or 8 disciples wearing uniform tights. Master Bai, congratulations. The disciples behind him stepped forward and handed the gifts they were carrying to the steward of Baiyun Villa. The butler handed it to the account keeper and shouted, Sword School, a pair of golden locks. Master Bai asked Bai Yunfei to take the guests to sit down, and he stood in front of the door to continue receiving them. Brother Liu, welcome, welcome. Please come in. Brother Bai, congratulations. Sansi Gang, a jade Rui. After a while, Song Si saw a familiar person, Hui Yun. The one who received Hui Yun was Bai Yunfei. They met by chance, and their relationship was just average. Young Master Hua, please come in. Huyen did not bring any gifts, but just took out 50 taels of silver. The butler took the silver and said, "Young Master Hua of the Divine Spear, 50 taels of silver." This is the first customer who gave money. He is still young after all. The next guests who came were not heavyweights, and the strongest ones were only at the stage of acquired great perfection. Song Si counted and found that there were only 3 Xiantians. Are there so few Xiantians? Or are the people in Baiyun Villa not good people? But he was watching with great interest, and it was not much different from the wedding in his previous life. At this time, another wave of people came from the foot of the mountain, led by a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who was in the early stage of innateness, and behind him were 40 disciples wearing uniform black cloth. Song Si can also hear what the man said to his disciples. "Remember this. When we get to Baiyun Villa, eat as much as you can for me. Eat back everything I gave away. Do you hear me?" The disciples were all eager to try. "Master, don't worry." Song Si felt like laughing after listening to it. There would always be such people at any banquet. However, this sect was pretty good. Bai Wuya looked at the person coming and touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead. "Master Wu, welcome, welcome. Please come in." Smiling on the surface, but thinking inside, have you ever seen a banquet with more than 40 people? The man also laughed heartily. "Congratulations, Master Bai. Your idiot is finally getting married. It's a pity for Su Qingyu, that delicate and beautiful lady." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly turned cold. "What does Master Wu mean?" Bai Wuya looked at the man in front of him. "Is he here to cause trouble?" A disciple behind Master Wu nudged him with his arm, then suddenly realized what was going on and said quickly, "Master Bai misunderstood." He spoke too hastily. Bai Wuya endured it temporarily. After all, his son was getting married, so it was better to have less trouble than more. "Master Wu, please come in." Wu Qinshui bowed and hurriedly walked into Baiyun Villa. He was really careless just now. How could he say what was in his heart? And the butler's voice arrived as expected. "The Iron Blood Gang's gift is 1,000 copper coins and a precious sword." Bai Wuya could tolerate the 1,000 copper coins. But what the hell do you mean by giving him a knife? Giving a knife as a gift during a wedding is considered a bad omen and is taboo. But when he turned around, Wu Qinshui had already entered Baiyun Villa, so he had to temporarily suppress his anger. The next guests were not special, and evening came in the blink of an eye. Song Si did not stay there any longer, but went deep into the mountains, waiting to go and see the wedding tomorrow. He found a huge rock, laid down on it, took out the food he had brought with him, and started eating. The little monk didn't come. It seems he won't come. Song Si has met quite a few people in this world, but the only one he has a good impression of is the little monk, although they don't have much interaction. Little did they know that the little monk was holding his black bowl and Buddhist beads, walking towards Baiyun Mountain step by step. "Ba Buddha, why do I want to come to Baiyun Mountain to see it with my own eyes? Is it because my Buddha nature is not good enough?" Wu Nian didn't know what he was thinking. He was very sure that he had let go of Su Qingyu, otherwise his skills would not have improved. However, he still couldn't help but come to Baiyun Mountain. Chapter 15. Wedding, Changxing Hall. Baiyun Mountain. The entire Baiyun Mountain is filled with an atmosphere of joy. Today is the wedding of Baiyun Villa's young master, Baiyun Fei. The bride is the Jade Fairy, ranked 7th among the top 10 beauties of the Wu Kingdom. There are red lanterns hanging everywhere in Baiyun Villa, creating an atmosphere of joy. The villa had already been filled with tables and chairs for the guests to sit down, and the servants in the villa were moving among the crowd, serving tea and water. In the hall, Bai Wuya and a woman sat at the top, with 2 people sitting on each side, and most of the others stood aside. The 4 people sitting there were Li Feng, the leader of the Shujin sect, Lu Yifan, the leader of the Shahai gang, Wu Qinshui, the leader of the Tieshui gang, and a ranger named Li Sanjian. These 4 are all masters in the early stage of innateness. Sitting at the upper seat with Bai Wuya was Su Qingyu's master, Su Qiqi, a beautiful middle-aged woman known in the martial arts world as the Poisonous Lady. Master Su Qingyu and his apprentice moved into Baiyun Villa yesterday, which made it convenient to pick up the bride. Song Si found a big tree with a cool shade and lay down to watch all this. Suddenly, he whispered, "Interesting." After a while, the groom came out holding the bride's hand. Baiyun Fei was wearing a bright red wedding gown. Not to mention that she really looked pretty, but her face was a little pale. As for Su Qingyu, nothing could be seen because she was covered with a veil. The 2 of them stepped over the brazier and walked into the hall, and the butler in charge of the ceremony stood up. Most of the steps are omitted. "Vow to heaven and earth." As the butler finished speaking, the 2 of them turned around and bowed toward the outside of the hall. "Bow to your parents." Then he bowed to Bai Wuya and Su Qiqi. Husband and wife bow to each other. After the 2 of them bowed to each other, the housekeeper was about to shout out the words "send to the bridal chamber." But suddenly a voice came from outside the door. "Wow, it's so lively. Are you not late?" After saying that, he ignored the others and continued, "Bring the gifts in." Then more than 100 people with ghost masks appeared outside the door, and these people were in groups of 4 carrying coffins. Song Si counted the coffins and found that there were not too many, only about 20. The sudden interruption from the visitor caused everyone in the villa to stand up. Bai Wuya and Su Qiqi also walked out of the hall, followed by everyone. After coming out and seeing everything in front of him, Bai Wuya's pupils shrank. I wonder when my Baiyun villa has ever offended the people of Changxing Hall. Today is my son's wedding day. Can you please give me some face? Bai Wuya will definitely thank you generously in the future. As soon as Bai Wuya finished speaking, the faces of everyone in the villa changed drastically, just because of the 3 words Changshengtang. Everyone in Yunzhou has heard of Changshengtang. Changshengtang is one of the top sects in Yunzhou. Baiyun Villa is at most third-rate, but Changshengtang has a master in charge. Moreover, any random incense master could destroy Baiyun Villa, and Changshengtang is even a demonic sect. On the other side, Su Qiqi saw the person coming and was ready to slip away, but was discovered by the Changshengtang master opposite. Hey, what? You want to run away? Should I call you the ruthless and poisonous Su Qiqi or the vicious and cruel Su Feihua? What do you think, Su Xiangzhu? Seeing this, Su Qiqi didn't say anything. She just used her lightness skills to fly out of Baiyun Villa. Unfortunately, not long after, a bang was heard from outside, and Su Qiqi flew back at a faster speed. Then 2 figures appeared and flew in from outside the courtyard wall and stood beside the man who was the leader of Changxing Hall. Everyone in Baiyun Villa was silent and did not dare to speak, even Bai Wuya. It was obvious that this was someone who came to cause trouble for Su Qiqi. If he stepped forward, there would be no doubt that the 20 coffins were prepared for them. Even though they all claim to be righteous people, they are not fools. Who dares to speak in this situation? There was actually someone who dared to do that, and that was Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's veil had long been gone, somewhere unknown. Seeing her master like this, she immediately ran over and helped Su Qiqi up. Master, how is it? Can Changshengtang cover the sky with one hand in Yunzhou? The first sentence was said to Su Qiqi, and the second sentence was directed to the opposite side. Others could keep silent, but she couldn't. That was her master. Since the master accepted her as a disciple 4 years ago, he has always treated her like his own daughter. He even taught her martial arts, making her the Jade Fairy among the top 10 beauties. The man who headed the Changshengtang looked like an accountant, with a mustache and a folding fan in his hand. Su Feihua, surrender yourself and go back to listen to the hall master's orders. Or let this elder send you to the west right now. Su Qiqi, also known as Su Feihua, knew that she was finished. Not to mention the man in front of her. Even the 2 people who had injured her were not something she could handle. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the past, when she was 12 years old and was picked up by that man and brought to Changxing Hall, who then taught her martial arts and how to kill. She was also quite hardworking. It took her 20 years to break through to the early stage of the Xiantian realm, becoming the incense master of Changxing Hall, and was deeply trusted by the man. Gradually, she earned a nickname in the underworld as a vicious person. She spent her days killing people, and she didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. She wanted to escape from Changxing Hall, so she began to learn the art of disguise. A few years later, her art was so advanced that she could not only change her own appearance, but also affect the aura of martial arts. At that moment, she decided to rebel against Changshengtang, and she undoubtedly succeeded, and she also stole the man's martial arts. From then on, she changed her name to Su Qiqi and hid herself away while learning martial arts. However, she still couldn't master it after 2 whole years, as that martial arts could only be practiced by a man who was extremely masculine and strong. In desperation, she began to walk out of her hiding place. That year, she met Su Qingyu, a child who had also been an orphan since childhood, and there was a boy like her by her side. Perhaps he felt compassion and accepted Su Qingyu as his disciple. Since Su Qingyu had killed too many people in the past and had acquired many skills, it was easy for her to teach him. 4 years passed like this. Su Qingyu grew into a big girl, and her relationship with the boy became closer and closer. She disagreed with this matter. She just wanted Su Qingyu to marry into a middle-class family. With her protection, she would not be afraid of her husband's family treating her badly. However, Lu Qingyan was just an orphan and could not give Qingyu a good life, so she chose Baiyun Villa. The head of Changxing Hall, Mu Changsheng, that man is a master. Under him is an elder who has achieved great innate perfection, the man with a mustache in front of him, and is known in the martial arts world as the god of weeping blood, Mu Shaosan. Below her are the left and right protectors, who are the 2 people who injured her, and below them is the incense master. Unexpectedly, the 3 top masters in the hall were dispatched to capture her. Elder Mu, I can go back with you, but please be merciful and release the others. Chapter 16 ending. Elder Mu, I can go back with you, but please let the others go. Haha, this is not like you. Whether it's the vicious Su Feihua in the past, or the ruthless and poisonous Su Qiqi now. When have you ever cared about other people's lives? After Mu Shaosan finished speaking, he stared at everyone and continued. Others can be let go. Although Changshengtang is a demonic sect, they will not take people's lives for no reason. But I'm sorry about your disciple. This elder wants to take him away. Capture him. The guardians on both sides stepped forward and stared at Su Qiqi, while the 8 disciples behind them carried 2 coffins and walked up to Su Chichi and opened them. Master Su Xiang, please? Su Chichi looked at her apprentice and touched her hair. Qingyu, I'm sorry. It's Master who has caused you trouble. After saying that, he jumped directly into the coffin, and the disciples of Cheng Xingtang looked at Su Qingyu again. Su Qingyu looked back at everyone, but everyone was indifferent. Even the Bai family's father and son were no exception. At this moment, she seemed to understand a lot. Lu Qingyan, I'm sorry. She also smiled miserably and prepared to step into the coffin. At this moment, Mu Shaoxin suddenly shouted, Who are you? Get out! Song Si smiled. He knew that the little monk had come, but he didn't know what the little monk would do next. In fact, he had already noticed the little monk and the people from Chongqing Hall, so he said it was interesting and that what was coming up was going to be exciting. Next, the little monk is obsessed with Su Qingyu or Amiba. Wu Nian walked out from outside. Su Qingyu looked at Wu Nian and felt very uncomfortable in her heart, a heart-wrenching discomfort. Mu Shaoxin looked at the little monk. Little monk, what's the matter? Do you want to meddle in other people's business? He had no chance to ask questions, mainly because all bald men like to meddle in other people's business. Amiba, you worry too much. It's just that Su has done me a favor, so I came to save her. As for the result, everything is predestined. Wu Nian performed a Buddhist salute to Mu Shaoxin. Just you. Mu Shaoxin looked at the young monk in front of him. He was really too young. He didn't know what he was thinking. Are all bald monks arrogant? Not afraid of life and death? Wu Nian ignored him and looked at Su Qingyu. Donor Su, from now on you and I are strangers. After saying that, he attacked Mu Shaoxin, using the Buddhist golden body and Buddhist prajna hand. The little monk was seen with golden light all over his body, and the innate true energy in his hand flowed out of his body, forming a wand, character, and heading towards Mu Shaoxin. An innate master? Which temple are you from? Mu Shaoxin asked as he swung out his palm. The 2 palm winds collided. Mu Shaoxin stood still, while the young monk Wu Nian retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. Mu Shaoxin was holding back. After all, he didn't dare to use heavy hands against such a young monk. If he offended the old bald monk behind him, even the Chongqing Hall would not be able to withstand it. Otherwise, with his great innate perfection, if he faced Wu Nian, who was in the early innate stage, he could at least seriously injure the little monk, if not kill him instantly. You should know that all the temples in the world are the same origin, and there are countless masters. As for the others, they were shocked when they heard Mu Shaoxin say that he was an innate master. You know, the little monk looked only about 16 or 17 years old. Looking at myself again, I have been living a dog's life all these years. Hui Yin was also shocked. First he met Song Si, the innate one, and now a young monk came. He was only in the early stage of the acquired one and was a few years older than the other one. This moment broke Hui Yun's arrogance. Su Qingyu was even more stunned. How could he become a congenital after not seeing him for a few days? But before she could think about it, Wu Nian bowed to Mu Shaoxin. Amiba, thank you for your mercy, senior. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, the young monk straightened his robes, took the black bowl, and walked down the mountain without looking back, without any delay. His original intention this time was to come and take a look and to repay his gratitude, otherwise I always felt that his Buddhism had some impurities. After all, Su Qingyu had been nice to him in those 4 years. I wanted to save her, but unfortunately I was no match for her. However, I tried my best so it can be considered as repaying her kindness. Now I feel more clear-headed, and we will never have any intersection again. Mu Shaoxin looked at Wu Nian, who was leaving in surprise. What was wrong with this little monk? Logically speaking, this was not the style of Buddhism. Don't those bald asses always claim to be the leaders of the righteous path? Shouldn't they fight to the end when faced with such a thing? But you actually left? Just left like that? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Take away. At a command, the disciples of Chongqing Hall grabbed Su Qingyu and stuffed her into the coffin, then carried her back to the center of the team. Mu Shaoxin looked at everyone again, especially Bai Wuya. Then I'm leaving. You guys continue. Goodbye. After saying this, he left with the people from Cheng Xingtang in a grand manner. Bai Wuya was so angry that he wanted to die. If he couldn't beat you, would he let you go? Let us continue? You have already taken the bride away. Why are you still going on? Before he could say anything, everyone said goodbye and left. They should hurry up and never come to Baiyun Villa again. They were so scared just now that they almost stayed here forever. Bai Wuya could only see everyone off with a smile on his face. Not only did he return the gifts to others, he also paid out of his own pocket to give everyone a bunch of gifts as an apology. Especially Wu Qinshui, who was holding the return gift and the gift from Bai Wuya. He walked up to Bai Yunfei, looked at the pale face that looked like his parents had died, and patted his shoulder. My dear nephew Yunfei, you must control yourself in the future. Look at what's happening now. This is all retribution. Your wife is gone. Do you think you feel bad? Oh, I'm leaving. After saying this, he ran away with his disciples without a trace, completely ignoring the murderous looks of the Bai family's father and son. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Wuya and Wu Qinshui were equally strong, and the disciples of Bai Yunvilla were not as strong as the Iron Blood Gang, he really wanted to keep these bastards of the Iron Blood Gang. No wonder he was given a sword as a wedding gift. It was a real sword. All the guests had left, and the Bai family's father and son looked at each other, with endless sadness in their eyes. Bai Yunfei cried, "Dad, my wife is gone. Get lost and stay quiet from now on. If I find out you're messing around again, I'll break all 5 of your legs." After saying this, he returned to the villa in a rage. Only the white clouds are left alone, disheveled in the wind. Song Si, who witnessed everything, just wanted to shout, "Wonderful." He was watching with great fascination. He had never seen such things with his own eyes before. There was a huge difference between the TV drama and what was happening right in front of him. But now that the matter here is over, it is time for him to leave and go to Beijing. I wonder what interesting things will happen on the way to the capital? Chapter 17, Departure. What happened in Baiyun Villa spread throughout Yunzhou quickly, and even the name of the young monk Wunyan became known to more and more people in the martial arts world. Everyone knows that Xinzhou has produced a 16-year-old innate master. I believe that when the next Earth ranking is updated, Wunyan will definitely be on the list. Song Si was also in Qian City, staying in Lu's house for 3 days, enjoying good wine and delicious food every day, and his life was pretty good. Today is the day to set off for the capital. More than a dozen horses escorted 3 carriages out of Qiyun City. In the carriage, besides Mr. Lu, there were his family members. As for the servants, they stayed on top of the last cart. There were only 7 or 8 of them. There were more than 20 people in the group, and Song Si finally rode on a horse for the first time. This was his first time riding a horse. Perhaps because of his advanced martial arts skills, he learned the skill very quickly, and the horse was also quite well behaved. The horse thought to himself, "How dare I disobey?" I started to move around a little, but the murderous aura made it unable to breathe. The most dangerous part of the journey from Yunzhou to the capital is at the borders between states, which is also where the most bandits and outlaws gather. So after leaving Qian City, everyone perked up. Only Song Si rode his horse backwards and lay leisurely. There was no need to worry about everyone's safety. As for chatting with everyone, forget it. None of these people are interesting. This trip is purely for making money. Soon we passed the foot of Baiyun Mountain, and another 600 miles ahead, we would reach Qingzhou. However, within these 600 miles, it is not particularly safe. There are many bandits, but none of them are particularly powerful. Of course, this also applies to Song Si. There are still innate masters among the bandits, but they generally won't rob a team with innate masters passing by. There were villages and post stations along the way, but most of them were very far away. Song Si calculated that they were at least 30 miles away. It would take at least 3 days to travel these 600 miles at the speed of a horse-drawn carriage, so they had to sleep outdoors in the wilderness for 3 days. As for staying at the post station, forget it. After all, it is a government office, and the people of Jianghu would rather stay in the wilderness than go there. On the first day, everyone traveled peacefully, and occasionally people could be seen heading to Qingzhou. Young Master Song, the Baiduku was just ahead. Would you like to rest there tonight? The steward of the Lu mansion, who was also the master in the middle stage of the acquired realm, asked Song Si. There are innate masters in the main team, so he doesn't dare to make a decision. Song Si didn't care. He was just a guard now. Why did he care about where he rested? Just whatever you want. The butler secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, as he was afraid that the young man would be unhappy. After about a quarter of an hour, everyone finally arrived at Baiduku. This place is open and has few trees, so it is convenient for everyone to deal with any problems. Song Si was interested in the dilapidated temples in martial arts novels. After all, the protagonists in those books often lived in dilapidated temples, and then a lot of things happened. But he hadn't seen a dilapidated temple for such a long time. He didn't realize that this was an official road. Who would build a temple on an official road? After everyone dismounted, the servants of the Lu mansion settled the horses, lit a fire, and cooked. Mr. Lu was indeed a businessman and would not put himself in a difficult position when he was away from home. There were all kinds of food available, and today's dinner was a whole roasted lamb. As for wine, there was none, and everyone understood. To be honest, Song Si really didn't know what kind of business this Mr. Lu was in, but as long as he had money, that was all. This time, Mr. Lu brought his family and 2 concubines. As for his wife, Song Si did not see her, and there were no children either. However, the 2 concubines never came out after getting on the carriage. Even the meals were brought into the carriage by servants. There were so many gangsters outside, and to be honest, Mr. Lu was afraid that the concubines would cause unnecessary trouble. Everyone was eating roasted whole lamb and chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Only Song Si and Huiyun were alone, and no one dared to chat with them. Huiyun wanted to talk to him, but when he saw Song Si's expression, he stopped thinking. Song Si was also happy to have some peace and quiet. After eating, he found a place to lie down and looked at the stars in the sky. It's amazing that the stars in this world are so bright that they can be seen with the naked eye. But the starry sky is very different from that of the previous life. At least the Big Dipper visible to the naked eye is no longer there. At this moment, Song Si's thoughts were pulled very far away. Here, here, here. Suddenly several voices were heard, and everyone immediately sat up straight and tightened their weapons. After a while, they saw the person coming in the light of the fire, and then everyone became more nervous. It was because there were 7 people coming, all wearing black Suanio official uniforms. Song Si had seen this uniform before, and he didn't know if Ziyu had been caught. I thought these soldiers would not stop. After all, there was a post station 10 miles ahead. But unexpectedly, this group of people rode their horses not far from the crowd and dismounted. But the other person didn't disturb them. Instead, he made a fire and sat down not far away from them. Song Si didn't care. Anyway, he didn't sense any murderous intent. Instead, these people were only 3 acquired ones and 4 first-rate ones. The guards hired by the Liu mansion looked at the people who sat down, ignored them, and began to whisper. Wow, these people from the Xinwei division are not easy to mess with. Everyone, be careful and don't cause trouble. Yes, ever since that person in Wu Kingdom broke through to become a grandmaster, the Xinwei division has grown stronger. Now it is too difficult for people like us in the martial arts world to survive in Wu Kingdom. Yeah, now I can only earn some money as a bodyguard for others. You know, before, Humph, Song Si also learned from their words that these people in black Suanio costumes were named Xinwei Si, and seemed to be related to the only grandmaster of Wu State. In fact, Song Si has always had an idea, that is to meet the 3 great masters of the world to see who is stronger and who is weaker. He can't come to the world of martial arts for nothing, right? As for those below grandmaster, they are too weak. They can be killed instantly without feeling anything. They also cannot experience the fun of the martial arts world. You can't suppress your realm and fight with others, right? That would also be bullying. But the grandmaster of Wu State is also in the imperial court. Qin Guan knew that there was an imperial court and a martial arts world, but he did not expect that the Grand Master of Wu State was also a member of the imperial court. Are the people in this world so unsophisticated? On the other side, the people from the Xinwei Division ate something casually without communicating with each other. 2 were left to keep watch while the rest rested on the spot. Song Si thought these people's clothes were quite nice. They also wore uniform long swords around their waists, but he didn't know the names of the swords. The leader had bulging muscles all over his body and a bulging temple. He was obviously an expert in horizontal training. This world not only allows one to cultivate internal strength, but also has a lot of advantages in horizontal training. However, Song Si doesn't know how to practice horizontal training, and without great perseverance, he can't reach a very high level. Nothing happened that night. Chapter 18, it's time to work. It was almost late autumn, and the weather was starting to get colder, but Song Si's internal energy was running on its own, and he didn't feel cold. Unlike when I was a child, just thinking about it makes me shed tears. The next day, some people rode horses, and some people took cars and started their journey again. As for the people from Xinwei Division, they woke up early in the morning and left. At first, the journey was relatively safe, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. Soon Song Si saw people fighting ahead, and it's not too far away from them. It was the same Xuanweizi officers from last night who were fighting with a group of masked men. Another group of people were lying on the ground in a mess. 2 of them were still alive, but they were already injured. Song Si took a look and could roughly guess the cause and effect. But did these people dare to mess with Xuanweizi? Aren't they a little too bold? There were about 20 masked men. Most of them were fighting with Xinwei Si, and only 3 of them were heading towards the 2 remaining men in the other group. These people are not masters at all, and there are only a few of them who have acquired the ability. Mr. Liu and his group had no intention of helping. When traveling around the world, it is better to have less trouble than more. Moreover, there are people from the imperial court ahead, and they don't want to get involved. Song Si was curious about where those dead people came from, as he had never seen them along the way. However, although there were a large number of masked people, it was these people from Xinwei Division who made Song Si look at them with admiration. The 7 men formed a circle, dancing with their standard long swords in their hands with great force. Although they could not break through the encirclement, they were not at a disadvantage. The only 2 survivors from the other side were threatened. One was big and the other was small. The big one looked like a guard, while the small one was about 12 or 13 years old, dressed like a young master. The guard looked at the 3 people approaching and glanced at the battlefield again. He knew that he could not escape this time. All their horses were killed by those people. He could die, but the young master could not be in any harm. Who could have thought that these people in the martial arts world would be so bold and come straight towards them? Young master, run quickly. I will stop them. After saying that, he pushed the young master and went towards the 3 people. He was already seriously injured, and if it weren't for the arrival of the Xuanxi guards, he might have died. The young master was also stabbed, but only in the arm. The young master took a deep look at the guards and rushed towards Song Si. There was no other way. Now only Song Si's group was left not far away. He just hoped that these people would not stand by and watch him die. To be honest, Song Si did not want to save anyone, nor was he like what was written in the novel, where he saw injustice and drew his sword to help. Ever since he came out of seclusion, he has been doing things according to his heart. He just feels that he is just a passerby in this world, and there is no need to care too much about some things. After all, there is nothing wrong with being a little indifferent. But he had not forgotten what the system said at the beginning, that it was not possible to cultivate immortality in this world. Later, he realized that it was the system that made a mistake. One day he would leave this world and did not want to have too many ties. So he just watches most things, but never interferes. As long as he has food and drink, why should he care about so many things? Not to mention Song Si's inner thoughts. The 7 people from Zanwyzi were also anxious at this moment. They didn't expect to meet that person here. But why did you go out with only a few people? There isn't even a congenital master? I don't know what's going on in their mind, but they can't just watch that person die here. Otherwise, they will die if the higher-ups investigate. And we have already sent out a signal for help. I just hope the reinforcements will come soon. The young master had already run to the front of Song Si's convoy and said, "Please lend a hand. I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Song Si. After all, he was the strongest in the team. Song Si looked at the eager eyes of the crowd. 1,000 taels of gold. That was a full 10,000 taels of silver. You have to know that for a trip from Yunzhou to the capital, the most Song Si could get was 800 taels. To be honest, Song Si was tempted. It would be a jerk not to make money if he had it. Moreover, if he had this money, he wouldn't have to worry about money at all in the future. He could travel everywhere, go wherever he wanted, eat whatever he wanted, and even buy a few more pieces of clothes. Song Si nodded to everyone. As for Mr. Liu, although he protects you, you can't stop him from making extra money, right? Besides, Mr. Liu is also a kind-hearted person. If these people were not only responsible for protecting his family, he would have sent someone to rescue them long ago. When everyone saw Song Si nod and Liu Yuanwei also agreed, they rushed over shouting. Hui Yun took the lead. He was also afraid of being poor. Last time he attended a wedding, he took out 50 taels of silver. Although he got the money back in the end, he also deeply understood that money is something that is really not enough to spend. Song Si didn't find anyone hiding nearby, so he went up too. He couldn't just make money without working, right? Everyone saw Song Si stepping on the stirrup, and the whole person shot out like an arrow, aiming at the young master's guard. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the guard and flicked 2 fingers. There was a flash of light, and 3 masked men fell to the ground instantly, with a bloody hole on their foreheads. Then Song Si grabbed the guard with one hand, leaped over everyone's heads, and instantly returned to Mr. Liu's side. After throwing the guards to the young master, he sat on the horse. He was no longer needed for the rest. There were only 4 people in total. He dealt with 2 of them and left the rest to Hui Yun and the others. The young master and the guards looked at Song Si in amazement. This white-haired man was so handsome. It only took him 2 breaths to save and kill people. They had also seen masters before. To be able to do this, one must at least be a master of the innate realm. Song Si ignored them and looked towards the battlefield. With the addition of Hui Yun and his men, most of the firepower was attracted, and the people from Xinwei Division were finally able to fight back. Hui Yun in particular impressed Song Si. He was quite good at wielding a pair of iron spears, and every spear was fatal. In this respect, he was very similar to him. His swordsmanship was also fatal with every move. Seeing the situation reversed, the masked men began to fight desperately, risking their lives with every move, without any defense at all. Although they fought desperately, the 2 leading warriors were entangled by the Xinwei Division, and these first-rate warriors were no match for Hui Yun at all. After a short while, many of them were killed or injured. In the end, only 2 people were left struggling to hold on. Catch him alive. The leader of Zanwyzi spoke up, and Hui Yun and the others did not say anything. If they said to catch him alive, then just catch him. After all, they were just trying to make money. Everyone cooperated to besiege the 2 Ho Tians. Those 2 were also ruthless characters. They did not run away. They stood up to the siege and injured several people. They did not lose their weapons until they were exhausted. Then, Chapter 19. Crown Prince? Stop! Seeing that the 2 leaders had been caught, one of the officers from the Xinwei Division was about to step forward and tear off the black cloth on their faces, but the leading officer shouted and immediately stopped. It turned out that the 2 people who had just been captured had blood flowing from their exposed eyes. The leading officer stepped forward, took out a handkerchief from his bosom, wrapped his hands, and carefully tore off the black cloth from the 2 men. At this moment, the 2 men were already dead and bleeding from all 7 orifices, obviously having died of poisoning. Check to see if there are any survivors. If there are any, immediately arrest them to prevent them from taking poison. Yes, the remaining officers inspected the battlefield. The leader clasped his fists towards Hui Yun and his men and said, "Thank you." He immediately walked quickly to Song Si and the others, bowed to the young master, and said, "Sir, the thief has been killed." The young master looked at Xian Weici in front of him curiously. "Do you know me?" "I, Yang Qi, have seen you once from afar." After Yang Qi finished speaking, Song Si looked at the young master curiously. Although he thought that this child should be a son of a wealthy family, he didn't expect that his identity was so extraordinary. But why did he bring a mid-stage postnatal guard with him? As for the guards who died, there must not be any postnatal people, otherwise they would not be so embarrassed. Strangeness. At this time, Hui Yun and others also came over, as well as the several members of the Xianwei division. After they checked, they found that all the bandits were dead. Even those who were seriously injured had all died with blood coming out of all their orifices. Next, the young man saw 10 pairs of ferocious eyes staring at him. The meaning was self-evident. Young man, it's time to pay. My dear heroes, I don't have that much gold on me. Can I give it to you after I get to Qingzhou? Everyone thought about it, and it made sense. Who the hell would carry 1,000 taels of gold? They all nodded. Anyway, they had to pass through Qingzhou, so it wouldn't be a problem if they were a few days late. However, they had misunderstood these things. It was understandable that the young master did not have 1,000 taels of gold on him, but he had a lot of silver notes, so it would be easy for him to take out 10,000 taels. However, he still did not give it, but thought of paying it when he arrived in Qingzhou. It was also for his safety. His guards were seriously injured, and some of the people from the Xianwei division were also injured. If another group of assassins came, he would be finished. The main thing is that this team also has Song Si, who can give him a sense of security. This was his momentary thought. The next step was much simpler. The people from the Xianwei division piled up the bodies together and put them aside. These bodies could not be destroyed, so they had to find out where these people came from. How dare you assassinate? Since they couldn't leave for a while, they decided to stay where they were, but far away from the corpse. Mr. Liu, the businessman, immediately asked his servants to prepare food. To be honest, Mr. Liu was a very good person. The 10 people, including Song Si, thought that it was good enough to have food and drink along the way. They never expected that Mr. Liu was not stingy with them at all and had meat for every meal. Anyway, the food is good and everyone is happy. After the meal, everyone sat together in groups of 3 or 4 to brag and chat. Even a few people from the Xianwei division sat with them, but the leader stayed next to the young master. Hui Yun was slowly wiping his iron spear on the side, while Song Si was dozing off while riding on the horse's back. The young man next to him also looked at him curiously, but did not go up to talk to him. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Song Si, who was dozing on the horse's back, suddenly let out a huh and sat up. I saw 2 figures, one coming from Yunzhou and the other from Qingzhou, rushing over at an incredible speed. 2 masters? Interesting. Song Si whispered. 2 figures soon appeared in front of the crowd. Both of them were wearing dark golden Suanio official uniforms. An old man in his 60s was holding a stick made of unknown material, with a goatee and a kind face. The other was a middle-aged man with a sword on his back and a resolute face. The 2 of them observed for a while, then looked at the young master at the same time. Then the 2 stepped forward and said, "Greetings to His Royal Highness. We hope you will forgive us for being late." Even though they are masters, everything they have was given by the court, and they are loyal to the court. Now there is only this one prince in Wu Kingdom, and he is deeply loved by His Majesty. If something really happens in the area under their jurisdiction, then the 2 of them will be ready to be killed, even if they are masters. The young master, also known as the prince, said, "It's okay. I was careless this time." He felt bad inside too. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing after sneaking out this time. He had to think about how to bear his father's wrath when he returned. And this time the assassin was obviously targeting him, but only a few people knew that he was going out this time. It seems that there is a traitor in the palace. Their words also made Hui Yun and the others widen their eyes. A prince? They knew that there was only one prince in the Wu Kingdom, the nephew of the Emperor Wu, who was deeply loved by His Majesty. They were relieved. The prince should keep his word, right? He should give the money, right? Song Si knew what the title of crown prince meant, but he didn't care. He was just a crown prince. Even if he was the emperor of Wu, he would at most take a few more glances out of curiosity. The people from the Xianwei division did not expect that the person who came was actually the commander of the Xianwei division who was guarding the 2 states of Qingyun. Although the distress signal they sent was of the highest level, they did not expect such a big shot to come. There are 3 types of distress signals of the Xianwei division. The highest level of signal means it is extremely urgent. Although everyone in the Xianwei division has these 3 signals, the 3rd one is rarely seen. Several people immediately stepped forward to salute, but the 2 commanders just waved their hands, said a few words, "Thank you for your hard work," and ignored them. Instead, they turned their gaze towards Song Si. The 2 felt that this young man in white clothes and white hair gave them a very dangerous feeling, but they did not elaborate, but just secretly became on guard. The next thing was simple. Since 2 commanders had arrived, the prince did not insist on going with them. Instead, he called them aside, handed them 10 silver notes worth 1,000 taels, and asked them to pass them on. The 2 of them came to Song Si with the banknotes and said, "Young man, this is a thank you gift. Thank you for your help this time. Xianwei Division owes you a favor. If you need it, you can come to Xianwei Division in Xinyan and other states to ask for it." Song Si took the banknote and clasped his fists, but didn't say anything. The banknote was already in hand. But as for the favor? Forget it, he didn't need it. As for others? Song Si doesn't care. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince took his men away, leaving behind a few members of the Xianwei division to track down the murderer. He originally wanted to give Song Si more silver, but was afraid that it would affect the relationship between their group of people, so he gave up after thinking about it. Song Si and the others divided the silver notes equally, one for each person. He did not take more. After all, he had all contributed, and it would be inappropriate to take more or less. Anyway, with this 1,000 taels and the next 400 taels, the silver he had on him was more than 2,000 taels, which was enough for him to live comfortably. Chapter 20 Qingzhou City. On the not-so-flat official road, several horses were walking slowly, and the carriages behind them were following closely. These people are none other than Song Si and others. It had been 2 days since they parted with the Crown Prince. The journey had been relatively peaceful, with the bandits not coming out to rob. On the way, they also met the Xianwei division, who came from Qingzhou. There were about 50 people there, and they were probably there to investigate the assassination of the Crown Prince. After 2 days' journey, they finally arrived in Qingzhou. Looking at the majestic city before them, everyone smiled knowingly. It's been 3 days, and I can finally go into the city to rest. Moreover, Qingzhou has been a prosperous place since ancient times, and is not inferior to Wudu. And the place they came to was Qingzhou's capital, Qingzhou City. After paying the entrance fee and entering the city, the housekeeper of the Lu Mansion took everyone to find an inn and opened a room No. For each of them. As for the servants, they were not treated badly, and all stayed in rooms No. B. From this we can see that Mr. Lu is really a good person, rich and generous. It is already afternoon, so we will rest in Qingzhou City for 1 night and continue our journey tomorrow. Mr. Lu carried his 2 concubines into the house and never came out again. The others washed up, a few stayed in the inn, but most of them went out for a walk. No one came to call Song Si. Song Si took a hot bath, changed into a blue shirt, and walked out of the inn. He wanted to see the difference between Qingzhou and Yunzhou. Walking on the streets of Qingzhou City, I didn't notice anything else. The only thing I saw was that the people of Qingzhou seemed to be richer than those of Yunzhou. There were a lot more people buying things on the streets, and there were more people reading books. On the contrary, there are far fewer warriors on the streets than in Yunzhou. Song Si first bought some seasonings, then bought a few sets of clothes, and then started strolling around aimlessly. He felt that clothes and seasonings were essential items, as he might end up in the wilderness someday, and he would have to order some of these things. Then Song Si went to the tavern again and bought a bunch of liquor that tasted pretty good. Although it was not as good as the one given by the system, it was still pretty good. As for asking him to make it himself, that was better off. He knew about distilled liquor, but he just thought it was too troublesome. When he left the tavern, he actually met a beggar. The beggar was immediately inspired by Song Si's handsome appearance and the sword he was holding. You know, there are many generous people in the world. Sir, please be kind and give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 3 days. The beggar was quite sensible. He didn't go up to him and pull his clothes. He just begged not far away from him. Song Si had seen a beggar in his previous life. He felt sorry for the beggar because he had no legs, so he gave him 10 yuan. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, the beggar stretched out a pair of legs from somewhere and ran away. Since then, Song Si no longer believed in beggars. In this world, this was the first time he saw such people as beggars. He had never seen them in Yunzhou. When you meet a profession for the first time, you will always have a little bit of good impression. Song Si didn't waste any words and immediately took out 50 copper coins. In the beggar's surprised eyes, he walked to the shop selling steamed buns not far away. 2 steamed buns for 1 penny, Song Si directly bought 100. He bought a large piece of oil paper and asked the boss to wrap the steamed bun. Song Si came to the beggar with the steamed bun. At this time, the beggar had his eyes wide open. "Eat it," Song Si said this and left, and the beggar shed tears of emotion when he saw the pile of steamed bread in front of him. Song Si didn't care about these little things and just did it casually. He continued shopping and would go into any shop he saw. He would buy anything he liked or needed and leave if he didn't like it. He also put the things he bought into the system space when no one was paying attention. At this time, he saw a shop called Hua's Paper Fans and thought about whether he should buy a folding fan. After all, in many costume dramas, the male protagonists like to hold a fan. Anyway, it's quite pretentious, so he also wants to try it. It's normal for men to pretend. When I walked into the shop, there was only a shopkeeper at the counter and not even a clerk. There were people selecting folding fans in the shop, and most of them were scholars. Song Si's arrival only made people look at him for a few more times, and then they looked away. There are many counters in the store, on which are placed various kinds of fans, with introductions to the fans and prices listed below. He took a quick look around and found that the most expensive ones were made of bamboo, and there were others made of other woods. There are many kinds of bamboo, such as xiangfei bamboo, fengyan bamboo, etc. There are also many kinds of firewood, such as golden nanmu, sandalwood, etc. There are also several materials that Song Si does not recognize. He lived in the north in his previous life, and he didn't even know what types of bamboo there were. The wood he had seen were only the most common ones. After seeing the prices, Song Si turned around and left. What the hell is this? It's so damn expensive. None of those fans are less than 30 taels. The money he earned from his song poetry wasn't blown by the wind. There's no need to pretend to be sincere. He's still making excuses for himself. In fact, he just can't bear to part with it. He was not rich, and he could have bought many sets of clothes with the money he spent on the fan. After leaving the paper fan shop, Song Si continued shopping. After a round, I discovered that there were boats in the city, and those boats were colorful and parked in the river in the city. Could this be the legendary pleasure boat? After whispering something, he decided to go up and take a look. He had been to a brothel before, but this was his first time to a painted boat. After picking a medium-sized pleasure boat, Song Si walked in. He just wanted to see the world, so there was no need to pick the best one. The person who received him was no longer the madam, but a servant. Although the pleasure boat was not too big, there were 7 or 8 men sitting inside. Song Si took a rough look and did not find any of them who had any martial arts skills. Most of them were dressed as scholars or officials. 2 maids came among the group of people and placed some snacks and added some drinks. Song Si casually found a seat and sat down. There were not many girls on the painted boats. Most of them only had one performing girl with a few maids. Unless it's a particularly large one, maybe you can do some other business? Opposite Song Si and the others, there was a woman playing the zither. She was pretty. Song Si didn't understand the sound of the zither, but he thought it sounded nice. After quietly listening to the woman playing the piano, Song Si left a silver ingot and left. He came here just to see the world. As for finding a woman, Song Si didn't want to, at least not now. He was just an 18-year-old boy. That night, several of them did not return home late at night. As for where they went, it was up to everyone to guess. After resting for a night in Qingzhou, everyone set out on the road to the capital. As for Qingzhou City, they would come back later. Chapter 21, Meeting Ziyue. A piece of news recently shocked the Wu Kingdom world. First, a 16-year-old innate master emerged in Yunzhou from Yunzhou Lingyin Temple with a Buddhist named Wenyan. The first attack he made was a palm fight with Mu Shaosan, and he ranked 3rd on the Wu Kingdom's list. The Earth ranking list consists entirely of young masters under the age of 20. Song Si and his companions set out from Qingzhou City and traveled all the way. After 5 or 6 days, they still had not left Qingzhou. However, it was not too far from Wuzhou, and they would probably arrive in another 4 or 5 days. However, Wuzhou was still not far from the capital. Along the way, he heard a lot of news about the Earth ranking. Song Si had no objection to the little monk ranking 3rd. It was normal that there were geniuses who were stronger than him. Along the way, I learned a lot from listening to other people's conversations, such as what sects are located in which places, what kind of people appeared in which places, etc. Song Si took note of it secretly. Now he just wanted to reach the capital of Wu State as soon as possible to exchange ideas with the Great Master. Then he wanted to travel around the world to appreciate the beautiful rivers and mountains of this world until he broke through the void and left. At dusk that day, the weather was gloomy and it was going to rain heavily in an instant. The group of people walking on the official road quickened their pace and soon saw a dilapidated inn not far from the official road. The inn had fallen into disrepair for many years, with ruins everywhere. Fortunately, the lobby of the inn was still intact, providing a place for everyone to shelter from the wind and rain. Mr. Liu took his concubine, who was wrapped up completely, to find a secluded place to rest, and the rest of the people sat around. The servants of the Liu mansion went out to look for firewood under the instructions of the housekeeper, taking advantage of the fact that it had not rained yet. Song Si looked at the inn carefully and could vaguely see the word "you" on the plaque, but nothing else. He didn't know whether the inn closed down due to poor management. Just as everyone was starting a fire, there was a loud thunder in the sky, followed by a heavy rain. Several servants from the Liu residence drove the horses to a dry place, covered the carriage, and ran in. It was raining heavily outside, but everyone in the inn was talking and laughing. This business was good. Not only was it easy, but I also made a lot of money. Now that I've arrived in the capital, I can relax. The big man who said this, Song Si, had heard of his name for many days. It seemed to be Feng Ming. The others also nodded in agreement. They were all very satisfied with this trip. After eating and drinking their fill and arranging for people to take turns keeping watch, they began to sleep soundly. There was nothing to entertain themselves. So what about meditation and practice? Forget it. Who dares to do that when you are out in the open, for fear of getting carried away by mistake? At most, they can only enter a shallow state of meditation, such as Huiyun. Song Si randomly found a relatively clean piece of wood, blew away the dust, and sat on it. There was no need to be so particular when going out. Late at night, the heavy rain was still pouring down as usual. In the dilapidated inn, there were only a few snoring sounds and a faint firelight. The 2 night watchmen at the door were sitting lazily, holding their weapons. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside, stepping on the raindrops and approaching the inn. All the guards of the inn were awakened instantly and put their hands on their weapons. Song Si also woke up, but was a little surprised by these people's reactions. They were obviously sleeping, but they woke up immediately after hearing the sound. They were worthy of being gangsters, and their alertness was very good. The door opened, and a woman with her arms covered in blood walked in. The woman was holding a dagger. Although her body was wet from the rain, outlining her devilish figure and looking a little messy, her eyes were unusually bright. "I'm very sorry to disturb your rest. I'll let you stay for one night." "Thank you." The woman came in, said something, and then sat aside. No one said anything, but they were secretly on guard. Song Si felt that he had seen this woman's eyes somewhere before, and that face was also fake, but it was just a small early stage of the acquired period. So he was too lazy to care and continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. But the others couldn't sleep. This woman came from nowhere and was injured. Even though she was beautiful, they couldn't let their guard down. The woman sitting nearby did not shy away from the crowd and simply tore off a piece of her clothes, exposing her slender arms, and then bandaged them. She didn't mind. They were all big men in the martial arts world, so they cared even less. They stared at her curiously with eyes as big as calves. Some even had tears in their eyes. The night was relatively peaceful, but the heavy rain continued the next day, so they had to stay in the inn. The woman looked at the sky, gritted her teeth, and walked out of the inn. At this moment, Song Si suddenly noticed two murderous auras coming towards the inn. The woman who stepped out of the inn slowly retreated back, and then everyone saw a 2-meter-tall man wearing heavy armor, dragging an iron chain in his hand and rubbing it on the ground. He just stood there outside the inn, letting the rain hit his armor. Song Si took a look and could not sense the strength of this armored man at all, as if he was not a martial artist. Everyone looked at the thing in front of them. They had traveled all over the place, but none of them recognized it. "What is this?" "I don't know. I don't know if it's a person or not." Everyone was talking in low voices, saying that the armored man was wrapped too tightly, with even his eyes not showing, and no one knew how he could walk. The woman spoke, and her words shocked everyone. "This is Yinglong golden armor, which is invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and is even more difficult to be damaged by internal forces." "What? Yinglong golden armor? The legendary golden armor that rivals that of a master in the inn? Wasn't it destroyed?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, Hui Yun spoke. The others were also shocked. If it was really a golden armor, and it looked like he had bad intentions, wouldn't they be in great danger? At this moment, Mr. Liu was hiding in the corner, trembling with fear, holding his concubine. Before everyone could continue talking, the man in golden armor said in a muffled voice, "Ziyu, hand over the map, and I'll spare your life." Song Si didn't care about anything. After all, no matter how powerful this thing was, he was still very confident in himself. It was just comparable to the master. But this woman is Ziyu? No wonder she looks familiar. I didn't expect that she has broken through to the early stage of the acquired realm after not seeing her for a few days. She was also able to evade the pursuit of the Xianwei division. She is quite capable. When Ziyu's identity was revealed, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, after she had managed to evade the Xianwei division and hide her identity a few days ago, a man in the middle stage of the acquired realm actually came out to chase her and ask her for a map. Fortunately, she had broken through to the acquired realm that day and escaped with minor injuries. Unexpectedly, today a Yinglong Jinjia, who was comparable to a master, came directly. At this moment, she really wanted to know who had let out the fact that he had the map, but she didn't have time to think about it. Chapter 22, Yinglong Golden Armor. The heavy rain hit the armor, making a tinkling sound. Ziyu in the inn didn't have time to think about it. She tapped the door of the inn and headed towards Lu Mansion's horses. She knew she had to run, because the Yinglong Golden Armor was not something she could deal with. But Jin Jia was prepared. Before she landed on the horse, the chain in Jin Jia's hand suddenly turned straight and went straight towards Ziyu. Ziyu was helpless. She knew that if she fell off the horse, she would be dead in an instant. So he made a gorgeous turn in the air. The dagger in his hand flew out of the sheath, and the tip of the sword pointed at the chain. Everyone heard a click sound, and Ziyu's dagger broke, and the whole person flew away with blood spitting out. The golden armor took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Although the golden armor was relatively heavy, it was only relative to the Grandmaster level. Compared with the acquired level, its speed was much faster. As they got closer, a pair of iron chains were used to tie up Ziyu. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air, followed by a 5-pointed dart shooting towards Jin Jia. Jin Jia didn't even turn his head back, and the iron chain continued to tie Ziyu, and it seemed that he wanted to capture Ziyu in his hands. The 5-pointed dart hit the back of the golden armor, but only produced a few sparks and did not cause any substantial damage. At this time, there were 3 more sounds of breaking through the air, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was still the 5-pointed dart, but this time the direction was the iron chain of the golden armor. The 5-pointed dart was fired later, but arrived first, and hit the iron chain at the moment when the golden armor was about to tie up Ziyu. Although it didn't feel anything when it hit the golden armor, it was different when it hit the iron chain. The 5-pointed dart directly shook the iron chain of Jin Jia to the side. At this moment, Jin Jia was also angry. Come on, if you don't mess with me again and again, I will not be called Jin Jia if I don't beat the shit out of you. He didn't care about Ziyu anymore, since he was injured by himself and wouldn't be able to get up for a while anyway. There was a sound of horse hooves in the distance. Guje, guje, and in an instant everyone could see the face of the person coming. There were two people coming, a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man didn't waste any time. He jumped off his horse and stabbed the golden armor with a sword in his hand. The young man quickly ran over and helped Ziyu up. When Jin Jia saw the person coming, he stretched out the iron chain in his hand, and the chain turned into an iron rod. He swung it with both hands and smashed it at the person, shouting, "Nangong Sun, you rat, if you have the guts, stop hiding with your crappy body skills. If I can't smash you to death, you bastard." The middle-aged man named Nangong Sun did not reply. This was the second time he had fought with Jin Jia. As a person who had attained great perfection in the innate realm, he had to concentrate fully, otherwise he would be killed by Jin Jia's iron rod if he was not careful. While others were fighting, Song Siai leaned against the door sill and watched with great interest. The truth was that he still didn't understand what the golden armor was. Although he had no internal energy, he could display the strength comparable to that of a master. This was the second time Song Siai aroused his interest. The first time was of course the little monk. Hui Yun and his companions on the side were sweating in their palms, worrying about their own lives. No matter who won or lost, they might not be safe after something like this happened. Moreover, they can't even escape now. Do you believe that before they can escape, Jin Jia will abandon his opponents and leave them behind? Now everyone only hopes that Nangong Sun can win, and they also hope that Nangong Sun will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. There is no way. Weakness is the original sin. The young man brought by Nangong Sun helped Ziyu up and prepared to mount his horse and ride away. But Jin Jia was dealing with Nangong Sun while paying attention to his surroundings. How could he let the duck fly away? He ignored Nangong Sun's stabbing sword and turned around to leave him with his back. The iron rod in his hand turned into an iron chain and swung it towards the young man. Nangong Sun saw this and shouted, "Jiwer, get out of the way!" Then he stabbed the back of Jin Jia with a sword, but unfortunately, it only left a tiny white mark on Jin Jia. On the other side, the young man named Jiwer was startled when he heard Nangong Sun's voice. He saw the iron chain coming towards him and quickly turned sideways to hide behind the horse. The poor horse was knocked to the ground by the chain, and Ziyu, who was on the horse, was pressed under the horse's neck. Jiwer hurried over and pulled her out, otherwise she would have been crushed to death by the horse. As for Jin Jia, he pulled out an iron chain and turned around to deal with Nangong Sun. Although this guy is only a congenital great perfection, his slippery body movements are really annoying. Song Siai also discovered that Nangong Sun's body movement was indeed quite good. Although it was much worse than his Jinghong's, he felt that it should also be top-notch in the martial arts world, and it was a close combat type of body movement. Whenever golden armor and iron chains approached him, Nangong Sun would always be able to dodge them accurately and move just right. Nangong Sun fought with Jin Jia for more than 20 moves. He also knew his own strengths. He came here only to save people, so there was no need to fight with Jin Jia head-on. He couldn't win against him either, so he went towards Ziyu while fighting. Jin Jia had the same idea. He couldn't catch Nangong Sun anyway, and he had met Jiwer before, and he seemed to be Nangong Sun's son. The only thing we can do is capture him and force Nangong Sun to surrender. The two people, each with their own ulterior motives, walked towards Ziyu and the other person at the same time, while Jiwa was still feeding Ziyu healing medicine and did not notice their arrival at all. At this time, Ziyu's true face was revealed. Suddenly, an iron chain wrapped around Ziyu, and Jinjia's other hand grabbed Nangong Jio's neck, staring at Nangong Sun. Nangong Sun was stunned. He had been thinking of attacking the three directions of the golden armor with his next sword. He would definitely go back to defend reflexively. Then he would take his son and leave with the woman. With his physical skills, the golden armor would not be able to catch up. Everything was going well, but unexpectedly, Jin Jia took the initiative and instantly controlled Ziyu from a distance of a few steps and kidnapped his son. Alas! Song Si's eyes lit up. Wow, these two people are talented, and the golden armor is even better. It's really cool. TSK, Nangong Sun, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? Nangong Sun did not respond to Jin Jia's words, but just looked at Jin Jia angrily. How about surrendering yourself and letting me whip you twice, and then letting you go? Jin Jia didn't believe that he didn't care about his son's life. If he really let him whip him, just once, Jin Jia was confident that he would not be able to get up. Nangong Sun's mouth twitched. Looking at his son's flushed face, he knew he had no chance, but asking him to accept his fate? That was impossible. Golden armor. The mountains remain unchanged. The rivers flow forever. I will break through to the Grandmaster level and kill you. Son, don't blame your father. After saying this, he disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. This scene was unexpected to everyone, including Song Si. Shouldn't the next scene be a humiliating surrender? Why did he abandon his son and run away? He is a ruthless person. He just wants his own son to give up if he says he doesn't want it. Chapter 23 Treasure Map. When Nangong's son left, Jin Jia did not chase him, nor did he kill Nangong Jio in anger. Throwing Nangong Jio to the ground, Nangong Jio's eyes were dull at the moment. Did his father, who loved him since childhood, abandon him and run away? When he faced the golden armor, he was not afraid, but only frustrated, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Jin Jia ignored him and looked at Ziyu. Where is the map? Ziyu was in a state of panic at this moment. First, she was seriously injured by the golden armor, and then she was crushed by the horse. Her whole body was covered in mud, and there was blood at the corners of her mouth. It was really too miserable. This is a map. Ziyu took out a drawing made of cowhide from her arms and handed it to Jin Jia. Jin Jia took the drawing and read it through, staring at Ziyu. What? You want to kill me? If you kill me, you will never be able to enter again. Jin Jia did not doubt her words. Instead, he handed the map to her and said, I believe what you said, and I'm only after an item in it, so I have no conflict with you. I'm only looking for you to confirm the authenticity of the map. I hope you can take me with you when you go. I will stay by your side to protect your safety. After saying that, he didn't care how Ziyu looked at him, but looked at Song Si and his group. Ziyu couldn't die yet, because she was needed to go to that place. As for the others, he didn't want to let the secret out, so please die. Although no one knew what was on the piece of brown paper, everyone understood the principle of killing to silence the witness. Jin Jia looked at everyone and weighed the chain in his hand. Song Si knew that he was going to take action. He was just watching the fun. If Jin Jia left, he wouldn't interfere. But what do you mean by you are planning to attack me? The others also realized that something was wrong and were ready to fight, but they saw Song Si walking towards the golden armor. That's right, just go. Song Si didn't think of letting those people fight to the death first, and then taking action when only Lu Yuanwai's family was left. After all, these people are pretty good as they have made the journey possible. Song Si also learned a lot of news about the martial arts world from them, so he might as well go on his own now. However, he still said something to Hui Yun and Butler Lu, of course using the secret voice transmission method. Most of the innate masters can transmit secret messages. I'll drag him, you guys go. After saying that, he slapped the golden armor. Song Si did not use all his strength. He planned to play with the golden armor for a while. He was still very curious about what the golden armor was. Anyway, in his eyes, the golden armor was not a human. Jin Jia looked at the white-haired boy in front of him and actually slapped him. The iron chain turned into an iron spear and stabbed towards Song Si's mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Hui Yun and Butler Lu bowed deeply to Song Si. Some of them mounted their horses, some drove the cars, and soon they drove away. Song Si was buying them time. They couldn't just go up and die, right? That's no different from being a fool. At worst, they can come back to collect Song Si's body when they have the chance. In the face of absolute strength, they can only do this. Song Si is very angry now. I'm just playing a joke with you. What do you mean by this? You want me to poke my mouth with a gun? Do you want me to swallow a gun with my mouth? Jin Jia's move completely infuriated Song Si. When he saw that Lu Yuanwai and his man had already driven away, Song Si no longer held back. He did not use his sword. After all, that sword would definitely destroy his golden armor. He activated his 5th level of internal energy and pointed 2 fingers at the iron spear. Jin Jia's iron spear exploded into pieces in an instant. The sudden change frightened Jin Jia. So fierce? Song Si didn't care about that. He instantly came to Jin Jia, grabbed his armor, and swung it up, smashing it on the ground and then on the tree. He cursed and said, You want to poke my mouth? What the hell is your hobby? I'll let you poke me. I'll let you poke me. This scene left Ziyu stunned. As for Nangong Jio, he had not yet recovered from the trauma of being abandoned by his biological father. Jin Jia was also confused now. What did it mean? Wasn't it just a gesture with the iron spear? Is it that serious? And who is this white-haired man? Is he completely defenseless? When had his famous golden armor ever suffered such an injustice? At that time, those people only broke his armor a little, and then announced to the outside world that they had destroyed themselves. When was I ever picked up and swung? How could I tolerate this? I definitely couldn't. Brother, grandpa, ancestors, please stop swinging. I feel dizzy. Song Si heard him begging for mercy, but did not let him go because he was still angry. Boom, 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 mud and water splashed everywhere. Many trees fell down, and there were many deep pits on the ground. Song Si felt comfortable and put the golden armor on the ground. You're just poking around. Jin Jia climbed up from the ground, and then, in front of Song Si's shocked gaze, he lifted up his armor. A dwarf a little over 1 meter tall crawled out from inside, and then ran to the side and started vomiting violently. This dwarf is a master in the late innate stage. Song Si was curious about what material this golden armor is made of, but he clearly didn't sense anyone inside, and in his eyes the golden armor was a dead object. Although there was murderous aura, Song Si still didn't think he was a living person. He didn't expect a dwarf to crawl out, which really shocked him. He didn't pay any attention to the dwarf, but ran to take a look at the man in golden armor. Unexpectedly, there was another world inside. The densely packed mechanisms made Song Si feel overwhelmed. He touched the material of the golden armor again. He didn't recognize it and didn't know what it was made of, but the effect was very strong. It could actually block his own perception. At this time, the dwarf had stopped vomiting. Although he was a congenital master, he was really nauseous after being swung around for half an hour. Are you ready? Come over here if you are. Brother, I'm coming. The dwarf immediately ran over when he heard it. There's nothing he can do. The other person can easily swing the golden armor for half an hour, and it looks like he's not using his full strength. He's got weak arms and legs, so he better not resist. Seeing that he was so obedient, Song Si did not embarrass him anymore, but pointed at the golden armor and asked, "What is this armor made of?" When the dwarf heard this, he was very excited. "Brother, this armor was made by my father. It is said that the material is meteorite from outer space. It is invulnerable to swords and spears, and it is extremely powerful. Just like me, I can exert the strength of a mid-stage grandmaster just by using the golden armor. The only disadvantage is that it is heavy and useless when facing someone with agile body movements." Song Si didn't feel disgusted when the dwarf in his 30s called him Big Brother. After all, with his height, he really looked like a younger brother. So that's how it is. Then what is the blueprint on her body? Song Si asked, pointing at Ziyu. When the dwarf heard this, he immediately ran over and took out the blueprint from Ziyu, as if offering a treasure. "Brother, this is a treasure map." Treasure map? Chapter 24, My Little Brother Ying Long. Outside the dilapidated inn, Song Si sat aside. The rain could not wet his clothes. A dwarf stood in front of him, gesticulating with his fingers and saying something. After about an instant of time, Song Si understood what had happened. It turned out that the dwarf was named Ying Long. By chance, he knew that Ziyu had the treasure map of Jingyun Valley, the #1 sect in the Wu Kingdom 200 years ago. As for Ziyue's identity, he didn't care. He heard about this from a middle-aged man in the middle stage of the acquired realm. After Ying Long dealt with him, he chased Ziyu all the way. He didn't care about the treasure of Jingyun Valley. What he cared about was that Jingyun Valley once obtained a small piece of meteorite from outer space. However, his golden armor was not flexible because of insufficient materials and several parts missing from his legs. If he could get that meteorite, the quality of his golden armor would be upgraded by several levels. By then Ying Long, would be invincible among the masters. Song Si didn't expect that it was actually a treasure map. He picked up the map and looked at it. He found it very unfamiliar, and he didn't know where the treasure was hidden. "Ying Long, how about being my little brother?" Song Si would definitely not say this if it were someone else, but he really likes this golden armor, simply because the golden armor looks so much like the robot in his previous life. He kept it by his side just as a thought. If not for this, Jin Jia would have been torn to pieces long ago. Upon hearing this, Ying Long immediately said respectfully, "Ying Long greets Big Brother. From now on, I will follow your lead. Big Brother, I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Big Brother, I will never steal dogs if you tell me to chase chickens. Stop." Although it sounded nice, Song Si didn't believe that others would bow down to him once he got angry. Who knows what this little thing is thinking? Ying Long really didn't want to find a big brother for himself. It would be so free and easy to be alone. Only a fool would want to be controlled by someone. After he finds the meteorite, he will hide away and live a carefree life, or go to another country. He doesn't want to see Song Si again. Song Si looked at him with a smile, patted his shoulder, and a sword energy penetrated into Ying Long's body. This is an inherent ability of his swordsmanship, and it is quite good for controlling people. However, this is not a high-level martial art after all. The sword energy can only exist for 1 month and will disappear after a long time. But 1 month is enough. At worst, I can just give him another shot when the time comes. Try the Fengmen acupoint. The Fengmen acupoint is located on the back, between the neck and shoulders. It is not used when normally practicing internal force. The sword energy of Song Si is hidden in Ying Long's Fengmen acupoint. Ying Long was obedient and immediately circulated his internal energy through the Fengmen acupoint. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his face. "It hurts so much. Big Brother?" Song Si continued to pat his shoulder. "Be a good little brother. As long as you listen to me, my sword energy will not hurt you at all, and it will not affect your cultivation. But if you dare to be clever, I'm sorry, the sword energy can pierce your dantian in an instant and kill you. Don't worry, Big Brother. I will be obedient." At this point, Ying Long could only bear it silently. Song Si was not afraid of his tricks, because his sword energy could only be dispelled by a grandmaster of the same level as him. The same level meant a grandmaster who had reached great perfection like him. Where is the treasure hidden? It's outside Wudu City, in a place called Yunlong Mountain. Okay, I will contact you when we get to Wudu. Also, take her and follow behind. Don't get too close. As for Nangong Jiao, let him go. After saying this, Song Si left. Although he had a treasure map, he was just going to take a look as he didn't know what was inside. For now, we should continue to escort Mr. Liu. After all, we have taken money from him, right? As for letting Nangong Jiao go, that was purely out of his mind. He actually wanted to see what would happen between the father and son. After Song Si left, Ing Long sat down in the mud. He never expected that snatching a treasure map would cost him his freedom. But what is the strength of the eldest brother? And he is so young, definitely no more than 20 years old, which seems not bad when you think about it. On the other side, Zi was shocked by Song Si's strength, then sat there in a daze. Nangong Jiao was still the same as before, as if he had lost his soul. Ing Long got into the golden armor, went over and put Ziyue on his arm to sit, then walked forward. He remembered what his eldest brother had said, to follow him but not get too close. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night again. In the same dilapidated inn, there were suddenly several loud laughs. Ha! Ha ha ha, my dear father. You didn't expect it, did you? I, your son, am not dead. Ha 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 ha. Chu. Nangong Jiao left silently, and no one knew where he went. After riding a horse for a whole day, Song Si still did not catch up with Lu Yuanwei and his group. You can imagine how fast they ran. However, there was a big city ahead named Wanwu City, so Song Si walked in. He was quite familiar with Hui Yun's aura, and soon he sensed several people in an inn. Song Si also walked in. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the lobby of the inn with a lot on their mind, and they didn't even eat a bite of the food on the table. It has to be Hui Yun with sharp eyes. Instantly, they saw Song Si coming in from the door, and several people also noticed Song Si and stood up on the spot. Young Master Song is back. It's all right, it's all right. Although Song Si didn't talk much, everyone thanked him from the bottom of their hearts since he shared the silver with them equally last time and stopped Jin Jiao this time, giving them a chance to escape. Song Si smiled at everyone, which was rare. Nothing, let's hurry up tonight. I always feel that the golden armor is chasing us from behind. He said this mainly to give everyone a sense of urgency, and Song Si also wanted to get to the capital as soon as possible. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. It was important to hurry on their way. If they were caught up, wouldn't they be dead? When Mr. Liu heard this, he thought it made sense, so he immediately asked everyone to hurry up and eat. After they finished their meal, they decided not to stay in the inn anymore, so they set up their carriage and left Wanwu City in a hurry. They're all people who cherish their lives. Next, Song Si realized what it meant to keep everything simple. He would never cook by himself if he could buy cooked meat along the way, and he would never stay in one place for more than half an hour. Even for rest, they had to rush on the road. For this purpose, Mr. Liu and his concubine rode in the same carriage, leaving one carriage free for everyone to take turns to rest. Song Si didn't care. He lay down on the horse's back and fell into a deep sleep without worrying about falling off. They did have a way to overcome it, but this put a lot of trouble on Ing Long and Ziyue, who were at the rear. Ing Long followed closely by relying on Jin Jiao's legs, but he couldn't sleep. If he fell asleep, he would not be able to command Jin Jiao to move forward. Ziyue could rest, but she didn't dare to. Lying on the golden armored arm to rest, she always felt like she was lying in the arms of the dwarf. Not to mention that she felt uncomfortable. She didn't dare sleep on someone's arms for fear of accidentally hurting herself. The days passed in such a simple and unpretentious way. Chapter 25 Earth Ranking. After a long journey, they finally arrived at Wuzhou. Everyone was exhausted and looked a little tired. One day we arrived at Ping'an County, a small county town in Wuzhou. Song Si and his group also stopped traveling, found an inn to stay in, and prepared to rest for a day before setting off again. Although the county town is small, it has everything. Song Si was not tired. He washed up and walked out of the inn and arrived in Wuzhou. From then on, it was very quick to get to Wudu. The security in Wuzhou was very good, as he had heard from others. Walking on the street, watching people coming and going, smoke rising from cooking fires, the local people have big smiles on their faces, and children in groups of 3 or 4 are playing with each other on the roadside. At this moment, Song Si smiled. After he had seen all the prosperity in the world, he would definitely return to the top of the mountain and wait quietly for the void to be broken. Then he would go to Xiao Bai's grave and say a few words. I haven't talked to Xiao Bai for a long time. After calming down, Song Si looked at the crowd gathered in front of him, where a storyteller was speaking eloquently. Walk into the crowd and listen quietly. It is said that there is a demon named Ku Muchuin in the north who does all kinds of evil, holding a 2-foot-long ghost head knife. They drink human blood and eat human flesh, but there are many righteous places in the world. A young man with a jade-like face walked out from the northern desert, holding a 3-foot-long sword. He chased Ku Muchuin for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally buried the demon in the desert. And this young man is the second on the Earth list, Jin Beimin from the Luyan sword sect. As the saying goes, good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the righteous path in the world is vicissitudes. To know what happens next, please listen to the next episode. The crowd watching was still savoring the storyteller's tale. They were all ordinary people, and the martial artists had very few people, so they were just listening to the story. Song Si was just about to leave when the storyteller said, don't miss it if you pass by. The newly released ranking of the land list costs only 10 cents. Take a look. I didn't expect that storytellers have part-time jobs. Song Si is a little interested in the Earth ranking. Isn't the little monk ranked third on the Earth ranking? After paying 10 coins to buy a copy, Song Si took the few sheets of paper handed over by the storyteller and left. It was really simple, and he didn't even bother to order a booklet. Inside the inn, Song Si flipped through the paper in his hand and got a rough idea of the strength of the young people in Wu State. I didn't expect it to be so disappointing. First of all, the person ranked first on the Earth list is a 20-year-old young man in the middle stage of the innate realm, named Mo Chonglu, also known as Young Master Chonglu in the martial arts world. He belongs to the Xinwei division, and he is the son of the Grandmaster. The second one is Jin Beimin from the northern border, who is 19 years old and in the early stage of innateness. The third-ranked little monk is 16 years old and is in the early stage of the innate realm. None of the following people have made a breakthrough from their innate state, but all of them have achieved acquired perfection, and most of them are between 16 and 18 years old. On a few pieces of paper were the weapons that several people were proficient in and their unique skills. Song Si took a look and lost interest. He didn't expect that in such a big country like Wu, there were only so few young talents on the Earth list. As for the fact that he himself did not appear on the Earth list, it was also within his expectations. Apart from those people in the court, the only people who knew his strength were the group of people around him, so there was no chance for him to reveal his strength. Song Si was not interested in whether he would be on the earthly list or not. Whatever he did next would surely appear on the heavenly list and be known to the world. You have to leave something behind when you come to the martial arts world, right? Since you don't want to leave any mercy, then just leave your name behind. Song Si has not practiced martial arts for such a long time, but there is no martial arts that must be studied diligently and practiced. Otherwise, one will either make progress or regress. That would only happen if one has not mastered martial arts well. Like him, he does not have those problems at all. Instead, he deliberately suppresses his internal strength and strives to break through later. He hasn't even had a good look at this world yet, so how could he possibly have nothing better to do and take the initiative to practice? As the lights came on, Song Si rejected several people's invitations and flew to the roof of the inn with a pot of wine. Lying on the eaves, drinking a nice glass of wine that was not too strong, looking at the crescent moon in the sky, my thoughts slowly drifted far away. When he came to this world, he had never encountered the good or bad people he had seen in the martial arts TV shows in his previous life. There is no such thing as a flower-stealing thief, a knight on the beam, or robbing the rich to give to the poor. It may be that he is just too shallow. No words were spoken that night. The next day, they got up early and set out on their journey again. Yinglong and Ziyue were following closely not far away, but they were not discovered by others. After this escort trip, Song Si felt that there would never be another one. It was indeed a bit boring along the way. Anyway, he had enough money to spend, and it was time to relax and have fun after the trip to Kyoto. The so-called people in the martial arts world did not dare to act recklessly in Wuzhou, so they had a relatively pleasant journey. After more than 10 days of travel, everyone finally arrived at a small town under the jurisdiction of the capital of Wu State. It was too late to go to Beijing today, so they could only rest for a night and leave it for tomorrow. In the small town, Mr. Liu hosted a banquet for everyone and settled the balance. They would not be needed tomorrow, and no one dared to act recklessly in the important areas of the capital. After all, they were the chief of the Xianwei division, one of the 3 greatest masters in the world. Only someone with a mental disorder would dare to cause trouble in the capital. After the banquet, several people among the crowd wanted to follow Mr. Liu. Perhaps they were tired of the world and wanted to find a home. They are not great masters, but it would be nice if there was a rich and kind-hearted man willing to take them in. As for Mr. Liu, he was very happy that someone came to him. After all, it was good to have a few martial artists in charge when doing business. As for the others, they didn't leave either. They all wanted to go to Wudu to take a look, and so did Huiyun. Song Si took the 400 taels given by Lu Yuanwei and left. Ziyu and Yinglong had already arrived and were waiting for him. Song Si plans to get the treasure map first, and then go to Beijing. Yinglong Jinjia did not enter the town, but waited in the woods outside. Song Si did not ride a horse either, as it was useless to ride a horse in the mountains. After a few quick moves using his Qigong skills, he disappeared. Small woods. Yinglong had already walked out of the golden armor and was eating roasted rabbit with Ziyue when suddenly Song Si fell from the sky. Yinglong immediately ran over with his short legs. "Brother, you are here. Have you eaten? Come and have some of the rabbit I roasted." As he said this, he handed the rabbit in his hand to Song Si. Song Si casually tore off a rabbit leg, sat by the fire, and started chatting with the two of them. "How far is Yunlong Mountain from here?" "Brother, if we travel overnight, we will arrive in about 2 days. Then let's get going after we finish eating." The two had no objection to Song Si's words. After all, they both hoped to reach Yunlong Mountain as soon as possible. At this time, Ziyu stood up and took out a porcelain bottle. "Young man, senior, the treasure hiding place in Yunlong Mountain was set up with countless traps and various poisonous gases by the ancestors of Jingyan Valley. This is the panacea that can cure all the poisons in the world. After we swallow it, we only need to deal with the traps." Oh. Chapter 26. evil intentions. Oh. Song Si took the porcelain bottle, poured out a so-called panacea, and observed it. The whole pill was snow white. Song Si didn't understand what this meant and just swallowed it under Ziyu's gaze. When Ing Long saw his elder brother eating it, he also took out a pill and swallowed it, but Song Si clearly sensed that he did not eat it. The same is true for Ziyu. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Song Si used his internal energy to sense it. Unexpectedly, the pill stopped directly in his dantian, and then a living creature jumped out of it and stayed in his dantian. Song Si smiled inwardly, thinking it was interesting. He already knew that the so-called panacea was 100% poison, and the characteristic of his martial arts, Tian Suju, was that it was immune to all poisons and was also quite effective in treating poisoning in others. Anyway, he's not in a hurry. He just wants to see what this woman is capable of. Ziyue, tell me about your origins? Song Si was rather curious about Ziyu's origins, and Ziyu did not hide anything about this matter. After all, since they had taken the Wandu pill, their life and death depended on their own thoughts. You have to know that it is her family's ancestral elixir. If it didn't require the help of 2 people at that time, she would have killed them long ago. But the 10,000 poison pill does have the effect of preventing poison. Little did she know that one of them was not fooled at all, while the other was deliberately fooled. Both of them were much stronger than Ziyu, and she could not detect it at all. Hey, I was listening to Ziyu's story. Song Si didn't react much, but Ing Long shouted, "So you are the heir of Jingyan Valley?" There is no way. As the #1 sect in Wu country 200 years ago, Jingyan Valley's strength is naturally beyond doubt. It has also produced Grand Masters, and they are not ordinary Grand Masters. However, no matter how talented you are, you cannot resist the erosion of time. When the Grand Master died, Jingyan Valley was destroyed overnight, leaving no one alive. As to who did it, there are only guesses in the martial arts world, but no evidence. It turned out that Ziyu's ancestor happened to be out with his master at the time, and thus escaped the disaster. The treasure map has always been the top priority of Jingyan Valley, and it was well hidden. Her ancestor's master first found the treasure map and gave it to her ancestor. Then she swaggered back to Jingyan Valley to die. She knew that those people would definitely compare the number of people. She was quite famous and would face endless pursuit. But his apprentice was different, so he could only die himself to leave his apprentice a glimmer of hope. Because the enemy was too powerful, they had been hiding from place to place and didn't even dare to look for treasure. Now Ziyu is the only one left. She first performs in a brothel while gathering information. After all, if you want to know where the most up-to-date information is, it must be the brothel. If she hadn't been afraid to stay in the capital for fear of being exposed, she wouldn't have stayed in Yunzhou. After all, it would be easy for an expert to tell that she possessed martial arts skills. The murder that day was out of necessity. Someone hired a scholar to find out whether she had a treasure map, so he killed her and escaped. She didn't know how that middle-stage acquired expert knew about it. So in order to avoid any further complications, she decided to go treasure hunting. Everyone knows what happened next. Just treat Song Si as a story, no matter it is true or false. Since you dare to do something to him, you should be prepared for his revenge. The 3 of them ate the rabbits in their hands in silence without any further communication. After eating, Ing Long got into the golden armor, and the 3 of them set off under the cover of night. The entire journey was on mountain roads. Although it was not easy to walk on, everyone had great skills and lightness skills, and it did not cause much trouble. Ing Long Jinjiao was rushing along the way, and even if there was no road, he could force his way out of it. There is no need to worry about food in the mountains. There are no bandits, but there are many kinds of wild animals. Ziyu behaved very well on the road, and Song Si didn't expose her because it was not the right time yet. After 2 days of trekking through mountains and rivers, the 3 finally arrived at Yunlong Mountain. There were layers of white fog surrounding Yunlong Mountain, which was different from the white fog where Song Si first appeared. It should be said that it was miasma. From that moment on, Ing Long stayed in the golden armor and never came out. Song Si thought that his golden armor should have the effect of preventing poison. When we walked into the miasma, we found that there were not many trees on Yunlong Mountain, and there were rugged rocks everywhere. The 3 of them followed the map and began looking for the treasure. Suddenly, a giant python as thick as an arm came out and went straight towards Ziyue. After all, there were only her and Ing Long Jinjia in front of them, and Ing Long Jinjia was not easy to bite at first glance. Song Si had discovered it a long time ago, and he didn't take action at the beginning just because he wanted to teach her a lesson first. Ziyu reacted and instantly started fighting with the giant python. However, the giant python was only good-looking, but useless. It couldn't even defeat a little girl in the early stage of Acquired Realm. Instead, it was stabbed all over by a dagger. Seeing that it couldn't get what it wanted, the giant python turned around and prepared to run away. How could Song Si let it get away? Ing Long. Upon hearing this, Ing Long Jinjia stepped forward and grabbed the snake's body with both hands. The big python couldn't break free at all. Ing Long just grabbed it and didn't kill it. Mainly, he didn't know whether his big brother wanted to be alive or dead. He brought it in front of Song Si like presenting a treasure. Song Si lightly tapped the python's head with 2 fingers, and a stream of sword energy instantly cut off the python's head and removed its snake sac. Unexpectedly, the thing was not dead yet and was still moving around. Snake meat is still good. Although it has a lot of parasites, Song Si is not afraid of them, and snake gall can be used to make wine. Long, bring it with you. After saying that, the 3 of them continued to move forward, but there was a python corpse around Long's neck. The journey ahead is simply unbearable. People with trypophobia will immediately have to eat their fill. There are densely packed poisonous spiders, groups of centipedes, and so on. Song Si also used the protective chi unique to the Grandmaster, so poisonous creatures could not get close to him at all. The protective chi was invisible and could not be seen by others. As for Long's golden armor, he didn't care at all. Even if it was covered with poisonous creatures, he didn't care since he couldn't get in anyway. Song Si was becoming more and more interested in the golden armor. Was it airtight? As for how Long breathed, he must have a way. The woman Ziyu is normal. She took out a pair of black gloves from somewhere and put them on. All the poisonous creatures avoided her when they saw her. After easily passing through the poison blockade, the 3 of them came to a pile of rocks. Ziyu stopped and said, "We're here." Then she took out something like a token from her arms, placed it in a groove in the pile of stones, and twisted it. Then, a piece of flat ground not far from the 3 of them suddenly opened up, revealing a row of downward steps. Song Si had to admit that the ancient's mechanical technology was really powerful. He didn't notice anything unusual in this place. The rest of the journey depends on you, because I don't know what's inside. This is the truth. Ziyu's ancestors only knew that there were poisonous creatures lurking outside. There's a mechanism inside, but she really doesn't know what it is. Chapter 27, Many Tricks. The 3 of them walked down the stairs, and just as they landed, the stairs suddenly closed again with a loud bang. Long and Ziyu immediately took out their fire starters and lit them. There was actually a breeze here, which proved that they didn't have to worry about the air. Long walked in the front, Ziyu was in the middle, and Song Si was at the back. After all, Long was wearing golden armor and was not afraid of hidden weapons. Song Si didn't compete with him. This is an open space, surrounded by smooth stone walls, and there is a stone door not far ahead. The ground is paved with blue stone bricks. After checking that there was no danger, Long walked forward. At first, he did not encounter any danger until he had walked more than 10 steps. Song Si said, "Stop." It was because he felt that the stone walls around them were moving closer to them. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were squeezed so tightly that there was no room for them to stay. Long squatted on the ground and observed the stone bricks carefully. Although he was not very good at the art of mechanisms, his father was a master of mechanisms, and he understood some things through learning from him. Sure enough, after a while he discovered the difference in the blue bricks on the ground. First of all, the patterns on each blue brick were different, but he couldn't tell what they were specifically. "Brother, come and take a look. What do these bricks look like?" It can be said that Song Si knew nothing about mechanical devices. After all, he had never learned it and had rarely seen them in his previous life. But he still went forward to observe. The patterns on the blue bricks are all animals in various shapes. For example, there are snake patterns, some with straight bodies, some with coiled bodies, and some with heads raised high. Some patterns are all scorpions, with claws or tails inserted into the ground, while others have their tails supporting the ground with the entire scorpion body standing up. Song Si was overwhelmed by this. He was really not good at this kind of thing. "Have you found a solution?" He had no choice but to ask Long. Long didn't expect that his elder brother didn't notice it, so he stood up straight immediately and said, "Brother, I found that the distribution of these patterns is completely irregular." "No more. No more." Bang. "Isn't this nonsense? I don't see that there are no rules. How can I pass the question?" Long scratched his head and climbed up from the side. "Brother, how about I just look for snake patterns and try them one by one? If there's any danger, call me." Song Si thought about it and thought that this was the only way. He thought that Long's golden armor was filled with numerous mechanisms, so he must be a master of mechanisms. He didn't expect this. Long stepped 1 foot on a green brick with the snake head facing upwards. Song Si did not feel the stone wall moving. "Oh, try another one." Long then switched to a blue brick with a straight snake body carved on it. But unexpectedly, the stone wall moved. "Stop." At this moment, Song Si seemed to understand something. "Go try scorpion." Bang. "Stop." "That's right." "Centipede." "That's right." "Spider." After half an hour, the 3 of them successfully stood in front of the stone gate. Song Si just wants to complain, who the hell built this place? He must have something seriously wrong with his brain. Is it right for a snake to point its head upward? Is it wrong for it to lower its head? Is it right for a scorpion to stick its tail into the ground? Is it wrong for it to point its head upward? The most outrageous thing is the spider. Okay, it's correct if its belly is facing up, but it's wrong if it's facing down. The person who built this place is completely crazy. Moreover, in some places 2 matching blue bricks are far apart, and you cannot step on the matching one hard because once you step on it, the matching one will become the matching one. If the man who built this place appeared in front of Song Si, Song Si felt that he would probably beat him up. After finally arriving at the stone gate, the three of them were confused again. How do they open the door? You should know that any stone gate you see on TV usually has a protruding stone or an oil lamp next to it. But there was nothing next to the stone door, just a bare patch. The three of them fumbled for a long time, but couldn't find the switch. Song Si sat in front of the stone gate, feeling tired. Let it be destroyed and let them find it. Unexpectedly, when he looked down, he saw a finger-wide crack under the stone gate. Song Si seemed to feel that he had grasped something. Based on the stupidity of the previous level, this wouldn't be about asking people to lift up the stone gate, right? Song Si immediately put his hand in, but he didn't expect that his slender fingers could just reach the opposite corner. He complained, "It's so damn thick." Song Si circulated his internal energy and said, "Rise." The stone gate slowly rose. At this moment, he felt fortunate that he didn't let Ziyu do it. Otherwise, it would be another matter whether he could lift it up or not. Let the two of them go in first. Song Si also slipped in with a quick flash, and then the stone door fell down heavily. What comes into view is a green pool the size of a pond, with bubbles gurgling out of it. There are two pillars standing in the pool, about 100 or 80 meters apart. This level may not be very friendly to Jinjia, and I don't know if he can withstand the green water. After all, he was too clumsy and couldn't jump 100 meters. In desperation, Ying Long took off the golden armor, leaving it where it was. This level seems to test your lightness skill. This time Song Si didn't let Ying Long go up. After all, even without the golden armor, he was just a congenital one. After all, he was still his younger brother, right? So Song Si is the best choice for this task. The protective chi was activated, and he used the Jinghong body technique to instantly reach the first stone pillar. Nothing happened. As for the second pillar, 100 meters was a piece of cake for Song Si. He tapped the stone pillar with both feet, and the whole person flew into the air, landing gracefully towards the second stone pillar. But who knew that something strange would happen suddenly? I saw a hole opening above my head, and yellow sand poured down. Countless small holes appeared on the stone walls on both sides, followed by a series of puff 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 sounds. All kinds of arrows and javelins rushed towards Song Si, but Song Si's Qinggong was too fast. Before these hidden weapons were halfway, Song Si had already climbed onto the second stone pillar. However, these hidden weapons failed to work and fell into the water one after another. Nothing happened next, and Song Si went to the other side easily. The remaining two people stared at each other in surprise. Ying Long was confident that he could get through. After all, he was a congenital master. However, Ziyu was a muggle. If she didn't have any hidden weapons, she could indeed get through, but with hidden weapons, it would be different. Ziyu felt that she would die. Ying Long glanced at Ziyu, turned around, and climbed directly onto the first stone pillar, then imitated Song Si and headed towards the second stone pillar. But he was not Song Si, nor did he have Song Si's speed. He was almost hit by several arrows. Fortunately, he blocked them all and arrived at Song Si's side safely. Only Ziyu is left. Song Si wondered if he should get rid of her. She was useless anyway, and she actually dared to do something to him. Ziyu, just stay over there. My brother, and I will bring out the treasures for you to choose from. At a glance from Song Si, Ying Long spoke. Ziyu snorted coldly and took out a short flute from her sleeve. I'll give you one chance to take me there. Otherwise, no one will get the treasure. Hey, hey. Chapter 28 Treasure. The two looked at each other, and Ying Long chuckled. Hee hee, don't worry, Sister Ziyu. My brother, and I will bring you something when we come out. Seeing this, Ziyu was not angry. She put the flute in her hand directly to her mouth and started playing. Song Si and Ying Long were quite cooperative. When she played the flute for a while, Song Si covered his stomach and broke out in a cold sweat, while Ying Long went even further and rolled around on the ground. He cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts so much, brother, it hurts so much, ah. I'm gonna die. Song Si struggled to speak. Stop. I bring you over here. Ziyu snorted and put down the piccolo. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Is the panacea pill so delicious? This is just a lesson for you. No matter how strong you are, if you take the panacea pill, your life and death will be controlled by me. He talked a lot and didn't even bother to listen to song poetry. After a pause, he used his lightness skills to fly back again. He didn't encounter any hidden weapons on his way back. After a moment, he arrived in front of Ziyu and looked at her coldly. Who knew that Ziyu was not afraid at all and even threatened? This girl advises you not to do anything stupid. I know you are very strong, but so what? Even if you kill me, you will be buried with me in an instant. Song Si laughed. This silly woman. Couldn't she see that the two men were acting with her? Then he raised his hand and stretched out a finger, only to see a cut suddenly appear on Song Si's finger, and then a small insect the size of a rice grain crawled out from it. You mean that? Ziyu was stunned at this moment. How is it possible? How can you force the poisonous insect out of your body? It's impossible. My father clearly told me that even a grandmaster can only suppress this poison, and the grandmaster can be slaughtered by me. Song Si was destined not to give her an answer to all this. With one hand, he instantly suppressed Ziyu's internal force and carried her to the first stone pillar. You know what? I was looking for the treasure out of curiosity, but when the time comes, all the treasure will be yours. You should never, ever poison me, so you brought this upon yourself. After saying this, Song Si ignored Ziyu's cry. Spare my life. I will listen to you and everything. He threw her directly down, and in a moment Ziyu was swallowed up by the green water below. A skeleton floated to the surface of the water, and then the skeleton slowly disappeared. Song Si had no reaction to killing her. That was just how he was as a person, never meddling in other people's business. But if no one offended me, I would not offend anyone. But if someone offended me, I would repay them 100-fold. Then Song Si easily reached the other side, and Yinglong immediately ran over, shouting, "Brother is worthy of being the eldest brother. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. I must learn from him in the future." There were only 2 people left. Song Si chuckled. "Okay, let's go." Next was another stone door, which was similar to the previous one, except that there was no gap at the bottom. The 2 men searched for a long time, but could not find the mechanism. Song Si thought about not destroying it violently. This place should still be the top of a mountain, so there was no need to worry about it collapsing. After all, it would be easy for him to get out with his strength. But unexpectedly, Yinglong leaned directly on the stone gate, and then the stone gate opened. Yes, it opened. It turns out that this door can be opened by pushing it, but when he checked, he didn't find any gap in the middle of the stone door. Unable to figure it out, the 2 stepped inside. After entering, I found that it was relatively bright inside. Looking up, I saw 7 or 8 luminous pearls emitting faint light. This should be a man-made cave. There is a high platform not far in front of them. On the platform, there is a stone table. On the table, there is a sword with a sheath. There are also several large boxes next to the stone table. Song Si observed the surroundings and found no danger, so he asked Yinglong to follow him closely, and the 2 of them walked towards the platform. On the high platform, Song Si was the first to draw out the sword, which was 3.5 feet long, longer than his. The sword has no name, but Song Si knows that it is a good sword. Of course, it is not inferior to his Hanyuan sword. There are 2 other items on the stone table, a bamboo slip and a porcelain bottle. The 3 words Da Huan Dan were written on the top of the porcelain bottle, and the bamboo slips contained a book on internal energy. The Secret of the Astonishing Cloud Dragon. Song Si took a quick look and found it quite good. It was actually possible to cultivate to the level of a grandmaster. As for what the Da Huan Dan is used for, Song Si is not very clear about it. According to his experience of watching TV series, it is probably a healing pill. Yinglong on the side was watching eagerly. He really wanted to find the meteorite, but he didn't dare to do so without his elder brother's permission. "Let's look for it together." Seeing his look, Song Si couldn't bear to tease him. When Yinglong heard this, he immediately ran to several large boxes and started rummaging around. First, when the first box was opened, it was full of golden gold, emitting a dazzling light. After reading this, Song Si exclaimed in his heart, "It's rich, it's rich." It's not his fault. No matter in the past, present, or future life, he deeply understands one thing. Having money doesn't allow you to do whatever you want, but having money means you don't have to worry about anything. The second box was nothing special, just a box of silver ingots, and then the third box also contained silver ingots. There was only 1 box left. To be honest, Yinglong was very anxious and nervous. He had no interest in gold, silver, and jewelry, and his greatest wish in life was to improve the golden armor. He slowly closed his eyes and opened the last box. There was no dazzling light inside, but only a strange-shaped stone, which was as big as a bull's head. Yinglong slowly opened his eyes, looked at the huge rock in front of him, and suddenly his eyes became moist. "After so many years, I finally got my golden armor, wuh. I understand this kind of song poetry, but isn't it just a small piece? Why is it so huge?" Yinglong cried for a while, then raised his head and looked at Song Si embarrassedly. "Brother, I was just excited for a moment." Song Si smiled. Yinglong asked again, "Brother, how do we take it out?" "Don't worry, leave it to me," Song Si said and waved his hand, and only a stone table was left on the spot. At this moment, Yinglong was confused. What the hell? Did the big brother just wave his hand and everything disappeared? Although everyone who practices martial arts in this world knows about the legend of breaking the void, none of them has ever seen it. "And what is this method?" Yinglong stammered. Big brother, are you an immortal? Song Si was actually just showing off one of Yinglong's skills so that he wouldn't have to control him in the future. "Not yet." After answering casually, Song Si walked back the way he came. They had to get out, as there was nothing good here. Even the few night pearls on the top of the head were taken down by him. Yinglong followed closely behind, muttering to himself, "Not now. Then it will be in the future. I didn't expect that I actually have an immortal brother. I'm so rich." Song Si shook his head in amusement. "Okay, get out, and don't leak anything about me." "Brother, I understand. I understand." Then the 2 of them returned the same way. They felt much more relaxed on the way back. At least they didn't have to deal with those stupid mechanisms. Yinglong got into the golden armor, and the two left Yunlong Mountain. No one in the world knows that a skeleton is buried here. Chapter 29, Wudu, settling down. A few days later, Wudu, Eastgate, Song Si and the other two lined up silently. In his previous life, Song Si had never been to the capital, nor had he seen the ancient city with his own eyes. At this moment, he was looking at the more than 10-zhang-long inky black city wall of Wudu. Thousands of words in my heart merged into one sentence. Wow, it's so big. Wow, it's so spectacular. The inspection at the gate of Wudu City is quite strict, so it seems justifiable that the inspection is strict under the emperor's feet. The two of them, Song Si, also attracted too much attention. After all, one of them was covered in golden armor and looked like a monster, while the other was wearing green clothes and had white hair, looking like a handsome young man. This combination is really eye-catching. Soon it was their turn. First, they had to pay an entrance fee of 10 cents each. After paying the entrance fee, they had to go to the side to register. They also had to have their portraits taken for their first time in Beijing. Song Si is actually quite novel, and as long as you cooperate, people won't make things difficult for you. Soon the painter finished painting the portraits of the two people and let them leave. I have to say, the painter is really good. For example, in the case of Song Si, the painter actually painted it 70% accurate. As for the golden armor, it is even more similar. The city of Wudu is divided into 4 streets and 72 blocks. The imperial palace is located in the east, and there is no distinction between the inner and outer cities as in previous lives. Each block is not far from each other, and the streets are lined with shops. The two of them did not go to places like inns. After all, Song Si planned to stay in the capital for a while. Originally, Song Si planned to stay in the capital for 3 to 5 days, and then travel around after finishing his business. But on the way, Yinglong said that in a few months, the Wu Kingdom's martial arts conference, which is held once every 3 years, will begin. The location is just outside Wudu City. The imperial court was not afraid of those gangsters causing trouble, but instead supported them in holding the event. Song Si thought that there were only a few months left, and it was almost autumn, so he might as well settle down in Wudu this year and travel around in the early spring of next year. Mainly, he was curious about how the martial arts conference was held, and he also wanted to experience the feeling of celebrating the new year in ancient times. We can't possibly live out in the wild like we did on the top of the mountain. So as soon as they entered the city, they went straight to Yaxing. Yaxing in this era was equivalent to the intermediary in later generations. Song Si walked into the Yang wearing golden armor, but he didn't expect that there were so many people inside. At this time, the Yang business not only does the business of renting and selling houses, but they also have whatever you need for daily life. There is also slave trading. Although it is not a time of war, slavery is not uncommon. Song Si didn't want to buy slaves, he just wanted to buy a house. Yes, buy, not rent. Anyway, I have the money so I can buy it and not live in it. It would also be nice to leave it to Yinglong when I leave. At least people will call him Big Brother, right? I told the shopkeeper about my requirements, and unexpectedly, many of them were met. He didn't have any requirements, just a decent location, a courtyard with 2 entrances, and something that was clean. There is no need to buy a house that is too big for just the two of them. After discussing it, the shopkeeper found a servant to take the two of them to see the house. Several houses are located in Zuma Street and Ampingfang. Zuma Street is only slightly worse than the main street Qinglong Street, and is the second street in Wudu. There are 18 blocks in Zuma Street, and Amping Block is just one of them. The first house Song Si bought was okay, but it was at the end of an alley. I want to see a few more sets, but they were much worse than the first one. I plan to watch the last set of Song Si. If that doesn't work, I'll choose the first set. The servant led the two of them deeper into the alley, and finally stopped at a black gate, opening it with the key he carried with him. Young man, do you like this yard? Song Si nodded and walked in with Yinglong. First of all, there was a jujube tree in the yard with jujubes on it, which were about to ripen. This second courtyard is much larger than the average second courtyard, with a front hall and 2 guest rooms in the front yard. There is a small courtyard at the back, which is divided into east and west wing rooms, and a reception room. The kitchen is not too far from the west wing, and there is a toilet in each of the front and backyards. There is all sorts of furniture inside, which was brought by the original residents. You can choose to keep it or not. There is nothing particular about song poetry. When the time comes, just clean it up, use what is usable, and throw away what is unusable. The most important thing is that the roof of the reception room is relatively high nearby, so you can lie on the roof and look around. In short, Song Si is quite satisfied with his house. This is it. Thank you very much. Having said this, he handed the servant 10 cents and then took the servant back to the shop to handle the house formalities. After paying the money, a manager from the bank took him to the government office to handle the paperwork, which took most of the day. But in return, he now has a home in the capital. The courtyard is really expensive. It cost me a full 300 taels of silver. This is just a courtyard with 2 entrances. If it had 3 or 4 entrances, it would be even more expensive. I can only say that living in Beijing is not easy. Then Song Si and Ing Long hurried back home. One of them was responsible for cleaning the front yard, and the other was responsible for cleaning the backyard. As for hiring someone, forget it. It's your own home, so it feels better if you clean it yourself, right? Both of them were experts with extremely quick hands and feet. By the time the sun set, they had cleaned the house thoroughly. Then they took all the bad furniture out of the yard and placed them at the door. Anyone who needed it would naturally know that these were things the owner didn't want and would take them away. After cleaning up, Song Si gave Ing Long 100 taels of silver and asked him to buy bedding and other things, and to pick the best ones. He went to a carpenter shop in the town and bought a few pieces of furniture. He didn't ask the shop to make them custom-made. He just bought whatever he thought looked good and left his address for the shop to deliver the furniture to his door. Then he ran out to buy wine and meat and a bunch of various vegetables and food. He still had some seasonings in his space, and he also picked out some that he didn't have. Song Si did not put this pile of things into the system space. Instead, he hired a cart to push them back home. When he returned, Ing Long was already waiting for him at home. He had bought a lot of bedding and made the arrangements for every room. After the two moved their things back home, Song Si went into the kitchen. As it was the first meal in the new home, of course he had to cook it. Fortunately, iron pots have become available in this era. Otherwise, he would have to have them customized, which would have been really troublesome. Ing Long took off his golden armor and gestured with a meteorite in his arms. Smoke rose up from the kitchen as people in each household started to have dinner. Song Si and the other person also sat in the front hall, with 3 dishes and a soup on the table. Braised pork, steamed fish, braised eggplant, tofu soup, but due to the limited ingredients, they are not as delicious as in the previous life. Don't worry about these ingredients. But Ing Long ate with gusto, praising as he ate, "Brother, it's delicious. This is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten." Song Si didn't eat much, and it all went into Ing Long's stomach. After dinner, Ing Long looked at Song Si shyly, which made Song Si wonder if something was wrong with him. "If you have something to say, just say it. Brother, can you give me some money?" Chapter 30, Night Visit to Xianwei Division. Can you give me some money, brother?" Song Si waved his hand and placed 2 gold ingots on the table. "Is that enough?" Ing Long quickly said happily, "Enough is enough." In fact, Song Si could more or less guess what he was going to do. Now that the meteorite was found, it must be integrated into the golden armor. After sending Ing Long away, Song Si returned to his own house. He lived in the East Wing. There were 3 rooms in the East Wing, and he picked one at random. Lying on the bed, Song Si began to have random thoughts. The main purpose of going to the capital this time was to have a discussion with the Grandmaster of the Wu State, the chief of the Xianwei Division. But where should I go to find it? The Imperial Palace? The Xianwei Division? Forget it, I'll go out and find out some news tomorrow. Little did they know that at this moment in a not-too-large hall at the headquarters of the Wu Kingdom Xianwei Division, the division chief Mo Yun was looking at the news sent by the Qingzhou Xianwei Division's commander. The remnants of the fiery cult? How brave! A white-haired boy of 16 or 17. He can actually make that old fellow Tai Kuang feel the danger. Interesting. Someone come here. Just as he finished speaking, 2 guards came in from outside the door. "What do you want, master?" "Order all Xianwei Division branches to capture the remnants of the fiery fire cult throughout the country." "Yes, sir." After his men left, Mo Yun rubbed his brows, then stood up and left Xianwei Division. No words were spoken that night. Song Si got up early as usual, washed up, and went out. At this time, Ing Long had disappeared long ago. As soon as the day broke, he happily went to look for the blacksmith shop with a meteorite in his arms. Of course, he was just renting someone else's blacksmithing space, and he had to do all the specific operations himself. Song Si was walking on the streets of Ampingfang, where various small vendors were already selling breakfast. He randomly picked a shop that sold wontons and buns. He ordered 3 big meat buns and a bowl of wontons. The shop's cooking skills were pretty good. The meat buns had a thin skin and big fillings. He ate happily and went home. Now is not the time to inquire about the news. Song Si stayed at home until noon, but Ing Long still hadn't come back. So he stopped waiting for him and went out to find a restaurant called Kinjianla in Ampingfang. Under the guidance of the waiter, I chose a seat by the window, ordered a few side dishes, and began to observe the restaurant's guests. It was dinner time, and as the #1 restaurant in Ampingfang, Kinjianla had many customers. However, most of them were businessmen, and the few who were skilled in martial arts were just guards for others. They only talked about family matters and interesting things in the capital. As for the news from the Xianwei Division that Song Si wanted to hear, there was none. Come to think of it, how could ordinary people possibly discuss things like the Zuanweizi government office? After finishing his meal, Song Si left without hearing the news he wanted. He originally wanted to ask the waiter about it, but then he thought better of it to avoid causing trouble for others. Walking out of Qingyan Tower and looking at the people coming and going on the street, I thought that since Zuanweizi belonged to the government directly under Emperor Wu, it must be not far from the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Palace was located on Qinglong Street. Forget it, let's go to Qinglong Street. Song Si walked slowly out of Ampingfang, left Zuma Street, and arrived at Qinglong Street. An hour had passed. Qinglong Street is different from Zuma Street. There are no small vendors on Qinglong Street. Instead, there are rows of very large shops or mansions. Various buildings are much more majestic than Zuma Street. Song Xiai also saw several government offices, and there were many more constables and soldiers on the streets. Just as he was observing, several Zanweizi officials wearing black Suanio costumes walked by from behind, and Song Xiai followed them. After all, Qinglong Street is very large, and it would take him an unknown amount of time to find the Zanweizi Yamen by himself. The officers only glanced at Song Xiai when they first passed by him, and then walked forward, not knowing that Song Xiai had already caught up with them. Soon they arrived in front of a huge building. Several officers from the Xinwei division greeted the two people at the door and walked in. Song Xiai looked carefully from a distance and saw the orange-yellow gate was open with two stone lions standing at the door. There is a plaque above with 3 big characters Xinwei Si inscribed on it. There is a couplet pasted on both sides of the door. To deceive others is to deceive God, and not to deceive yourself. To betray the people is to betray the country. How can you bear to betray them? Through the gate, one could see the officials of the Xinwei division busying around in groups of 2 or 3. Song Xiai did not go in during the day. He thought that he would just find a place and come back at night. Late at night, Song Xiai woke up from a beautiful sleep. He heard dong, dong, and dong, dong, mixed with the voice of the night watchman outside, close the doors and windows to prevent theft. After all, it has been a long time since it came out, and Song Xiai has a certain understanding of this era. He knows that this is the second watch, which is 9 o'clock in the evening. Song Xiai quickly stood up and dressed himself up without putting on any night clothes or anything, as his white hair was too conspicuous. He used his Qinggong skills to run towards the Xinwei division. He didn't know whether the director of the Xinwei division was in the Yamen at the moment. It was too late. You should know that Wudu has a curfew. The curfew usually starts when the evening bell rings at 3 a.m., and travel is prohibited. The morning bell rings at 3 a.m., and the curfew ends, allowing travel. That is, after 7 o'clock, no matter whether you are a poor commoner or a high-ranking official, you are not allowed to travel without reason. Otherwise, you will be whipped. Of course, the Wudu Imperial Guards usually turn a blind eye to some people in high positions of power. There are always some special people in every era, aren't there? Song Xiai hurried along the rooftops of the city, and the patrolling Imperial Guards could not find him at all. After a while, he arrived at the Xinwei division. There were still quite a few officers from the Xinwei division at this time, and they were usually there to deal with late-night emergencies. Song Xiai took a closer look on the roof and found that the Xinwei division was really big. The front hall alone was more than 10 times the size of his house, and many rooms were brightly lit. There were no particularly powerful masters in the front hall, and the strongest was only a congenitally perfect one. Song Xiai flew backwards, and in the moonlight, he saw a place with the words Wei Yu written on it. There were 2 acquired masters guarding the door. Along the way, Song Xiai felt that it was worthy of being the Wu State Xinwei division. It was still night, and there were so many masters. Not to mention the innate ones, there were at least 6 or 7 of them, and he even sensed 2 grandmasters. Finally, Song Xiai came to the innermost courtyard and stopped. The other places were brightly lit, and each room was not far apart. There is only this place, there are no other buildings around, and there are 2 gatekeepers who have reached the great perfection of the acquired realm at the door. An oil lamp in the room illuminated a figure reflected on the window, and it was unknown what the figure was looking at. Song Xiai also felt that the person inside was very strong. He was the first person he met who gave him a very strong feeling. As for how strong he is, Song Xiai has no idea since they have never fought. Who? Chapter 31. Master Mo Yun. Who? The person in the house shouted loudly, pushed open the window, put his feet on the windowsill, and instantly flew onto the roof and stood opposite Song Xiai. Song Xiai was not surprised to be discovered. He did not hide his body. It was normal that ordinary people could not find him. If even the Grand Master could not find him, then there must be something fishy. At Mo Yun's loud shout, the entire Xinwei division moved into action, drawing their swords and surrounding the entire yard in an instant, but no one climbed onto the roof. Their master is above and has no need of them. After Mo Yun flew onto the roof, he stared at Song Xiai, looking at the young man in front of him. He was so surprised that he had no confidence at all about the young man opposite him. When did Wu State produce such a talented young man? With green clothes and white hair? Could it be the young man that old man Tai Kwang mentioned? Moreover, he couldn't even see through the young man's depth, but he must be a grandmaster. This was outrageous. Song Xiai was also looking at him. The Mo Yun in front of him looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a bright red official robe and a headband on his head. He had a square jaw, clear eyes, slanted eyebrows, and his whole face looked very handsome, but the whole person gave people a feeling of imposing manner. At first glance, he was a man of great potential and had the demeanor of a leader. Moreover, his internal strength was as deep as the sea, and Song Xiai wanted to fight with him right now. "I wonder what you are doing here, sir?" When Mo Yun said this, everyone below was stunned. Is this their chief? There were people who broke into the Xinwei division before, but the chief always broke their legs. When did you talk to the visitor? Song Ci clasped his fists and said, Song Ci, I have long heard of Master Mo's reputation, and I have come to ask for your advice. Now, unexpectedly, Mo Yun did not refuse and was ready to fight with him right now. Song Ci had already thought about it when he came. If Mo Yun didn't agree to the challenge, he would have to find another way, such as kidnapping the emperor or kidnapping his son. As for the consequences, Song Ci didn't care. At worst, he could just leave. He was confident that if he wanted to leave, no one in the world could stop him. I didn't expect Mo Yun to be eager to try. In fact, this is just because he doesn't understand. Mo Yun has been staying in Wudu since he broke through to the Grandmaster level. Wuwu doesn't have any Grandmasters. There are many Grandmasters, but they are not enough for him to fight. It can be said that since breaking through to the Grandmaster level, Mo Yun has not had a proper fight with anyone. Although he was curious about how Song Ci was so young, yet so powerful, none of that mattered. What mattered was that an opponent had finally appeared who he could fight with all his strength. He was of course excited. If this place was at the headquarters of the Xinwei division and not far from the Imperial Palace, he might have taken action directly. 3 days later, outside the East Gate, we'll call it a day. Song Ci just wants to find someone to compete with. It's not a life-and-death battle. It's better to stop at a certain point. Okay, wait for good news outside the East Gate at noon 3 days later. Goodbye. Goodbye. Song Ci left, and he was the only person who broke into Xinwei division at night and escaped unscathed. All the Xuanweizi officers below, whether they were masters or acquired ones, were shocked. The chief actually agreed? It seems that the young man is a very powerful master. Ergo, how about you do the job for me in 3 days, plus 10 taels of silver? Roll! At this moment, all these people were in a frenzy, but those who had errands 3 days later were in tears, because they also wanted to see the master's full strength with their own eyes. Finally, it was Mo Yun who spoke, and these people dispersed because he said, After 3 days, I will give you half a day off. You can go if you want. It will also be good for you. Everyone was contented and doing their job. Mo Yin was also a little excited. After so many years, he could finally prove his martial arts, but now he had to go to the palace. There will be a competition at the East Gate in 3 days. He has to tell his brother-in-law about it, right? He also has to tell that brat at home. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you are number 1 on the Earth list. Look at young Master Song. He is already a Grandmaster at such a young age, but he can't tell what level of realm he is at. That's right. Mo Yun is the brother-in-law of the current Emperor Wu. Song Ci hurried all the way home, closed the door, and went to sleep. Anyway, he was not worried about the competition in 3 days. The next day, all the martial artists in Wudu were shocked. What? Master Mo is going to duel with a young man outside the East Gate in 3 days. Yes, you heard it right. The child of my second grandmother's third uncle's younger brother is working in the Xinwei division. He said it himself. Then we'll have to go and see it then. The news came from the Xinwei division. When their chief takes action, all martial artists in Wudu must show their support. Not only can it deter villains, but it can also demonstrate the power of their masters. The news spread faster and faster. In just half a day, most people in Wudu had heard about it. Even many ordinary people knew about it. Yinglong was working on his golden armor in the blacksmith shop. After hearing the news, he ran back to greet him. Song Ci had asked him about Xinwei Samoyan, but everyone only knew that he was competing with a young man, but no one knew who it was. At noon, rows of Imperial Guards followed by the Xinwei division appeared outside the East Gate and had begun to plan the venue. Song Ci didn't care about it and lived his own life behind closed doors. Huiyan was living in an inn in Wudu. He had wanted to leave the capital after staying there for 2 days, but he didn't expect to hear the news. And when he was guessing who that young man was, Song Ci's face appeared unconsciously in his mind. He shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? The Imperial Palace. In a magnificent palace, a young girl with hands as smooth as catkins and skin as white as cream had just finished meditating when her maid rushed in. The girl raised her head and looked at the maid with amusement. Chuanxi, you are so old, but you still can't change your impatient temper. The maid named Chuanxi apologized repeatedly. Please forgive me, princess. I have an important matter to report. What's the matter? Did my second brother make father angry again? No, princess, it's about Master Mo. Uncle? Tell me about it. Chuanxi started to talk, and the princess listened with great interest. After Chuanxi finished speaking, the princess lowered her head and thought for a while. My uncle is competing with a young man? I must go and see it then. This princess was none other than Princess Jinla, who ranked second on the list of the top 10 beauties of Wu State. Song Ci walked along the street and discovered that everyone, whether it was peddlers, poor common people, or dignitaries, were basically discussing the martial arts competition that would be held in 3 days. He smiled and thought, it seems like it will be famous all over the world in 3 days. After walking around Ampingfang for a while, Song Ci walked towards home. Unexpectedly, he saw a Chapter 32 little girl. Under the courtyard wall, A child about 3 or 4 years old was staring at the jujube tree in a daze. Song Si only saw the back of the child. The child was wearing a linen shirt that was worn but exceptionally clean. It just seemed unusually large compared to his skinny body. The yellow hair on her head was tied into a bun with a thin willow branch. Seeing the child staring at the jujube tree, Song Si thought that the child wanted to eat the jujubes. Although the jujubes were not fully ripe, they were already edible. With a wave of his hand, his internal force surged out, bringing a breeze that blew the jujube tree, and 4 or 5 large dates fell in front of the child. It's not that Song Si doesn't want to give more, but it's not good for children to eat too much. After finishing everything, he didn't care about anything else and went home. The child looked at the jujubes in front of him, ran over and picked them up, then bowed to the jujube tree and left. The second day, at the same time and the same place, the child was standing under the courtyard wall again. Although his steps were light, Song Si easily found him from inside the house. He jumped onto the roof and saw the same child from yesterday, dressed the same way. The difference was that this child did not stay quietly under the courtyard wall, but was pacing back and forth. He muttered to himself, "Grandpa said that we should not be greedy, and this belongs to someone else. Yes, we can't do this anymore. But Xiaoqi is so hungry. Forget it, let's go back." Gurgle, gurgle. The child touched his rumbling stomach and was about to leave. Song Si on the roof could hear the child's mumbling clearly. Although the child was very young, he spoke very fluently. At this moment, he also saw the child's face clearly. What kind of face is that? You can vaguely see that it is a little girl, but the whole face is very thin. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as pale and thin. Even Song Si felt that the little girl's face didn't have any flesh. But she has a pair of big black eyes that are extremely bright. Song Si heard the rumbling of the little girl's stomach and waved his hand, and a few more dates fell from the jujube tree. The little girl, who was about to leave, stopped again. Looking at the jujubes on the ground, the little girl did not pick them up immediately. Instead, she bowed to the jujube tree across the courtyard wall and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Jujube Tree." The little girl picked up the dates and left. Song Si thought about it and followed her. He was very curious about what was going on with this little girl. I followed the little girl all the way out of Ampingfang and came to the next door of Ampingfang, Gishuafang, also known as Guishui Lane. The little girl had 8 dates in her pocket, but she did not eat them. Instead, she kept walking towards the depths of Guishui Lane. The pedestrians on the street were talking and laughing, forming a sharp contrast with the little girl. Soon the little girl came to a place selling steamed buns. The owner was a man in his 30s. "Uncle, can I exchange these dates for a steamed bun?" she said as she handed the dates in her hand to the man. The man knew the child. She had been hanging around in front of his shop in recent days. Seeing that she looked pale and thin, and her stomach was growling with hunger, he tried to give her food, but unfortunately the little girl refused. Of course. The man put on a happy look, took out 2 big steamed buns from the steamer, wrapped them up, and handed them to the girl. The little girl thought about it, put the dates in her hand on a small table within her reach, and took the steamed bun from the man. A pair of eyes turned into a crescent shape, and he smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Uncle." "Goodbye, Uncle." The little girl skipped away with 2 big steamed buns, and the man sighed, "Oh." Song Si was watching from a distance. He really didn't expect that the child would actually exchange dates for steamed buns, but the man was also a good person. I followed the little girl for a long time until we reached the end of Guishui Lane, where the little girl stopped outside a house. The little girl walked forward and pulled out a small wooden stick that was inserted in the bolt and pushed the door open. Song Si also jumped onto the roof in time. This is a very small yard with only one house. There is nothing else in the yard except some hay placed in the corner. The little girl didn't stay in the yard for long. She pushed open the door and walked in. Song Si stayed on the roof. By lifting a tile, he could see most of the situation inside the house. The little girl entered the room and first took out the steamed buns, 2 buns the size of an adult's fist. The little girl took out one, broke it in 2, took half, and put the remaining 1.5 on the bed. The facilities in the house were also very simple. There was a tablet on a small table, 2 small stools, and the bedding on the bed was very worn. There was a water tank and a small wooden cabinet in the distance. As for other things, there was really nothing. The little girl first stood in front of the tablet and said with a smile, "Grandpa, Xiaoqi has grown up. Don't worry about Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi won't be hungry. Look, Grandpa, I ate a big white steamed bun today." As he spoke, he pointed to the half-steamed bun in his hand. "Grandpa, Xiaoqi misses you so much." After talking to herself for a while, the little girl took half a steamed bun, came to the water tank, stepped on a small stool, and looked. "Is there no water?" Seeing that there was no water, she did nothing else and took a bite of the half-steamed bun. Although she was very hungry, she ate very slowly because her grandfather had said, "Girls should chew their food slowly." Song Si was watching silently on the roof. He felt very uncomfortable at the moment. He always felt that he was not a person of this world, so he always thought that one day he would leave this world, so he didn't want to have any constraints. And he did it. He never meddled in other people's affairs. Even if he met someone he was curious about, like the little monk, he would just look at them. As for Inglong Jinjia, Song Si accepted him as his younger brother out of curiosity, or maybe he liked Jinjia a little. Looking at it always gave him the feeling of looking at a robot from his previous life. But he was just a simple little brother, without any feelings mixed in. Song Si really liked this little girl and suddenly wanted to treat her as his daughter, even though he had never been in love. But so what? This was just a sudden thought in his mind, and he couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Be it a saint or a nice guy, I always feel that such a young girl shouldn't live like this. He didn't understand why there was such a side under the feet of the emperor. At this moment, Song Si felt that he had seen too little. Perhaps every world has its unknown side. He may ignore others, but Song Si feels that he will definitely take care of this little girl. So what if there's a bond between them? If you have a new life to live, why not just do it? Why do you always have to be so timid? No one can predict what the future holds. Just when he was about to go downstairs to see the little girl, she had finished her steamed buns and walked out of the house. Then he walked to the corner, picked up a bundle of hay, tied it up, and carried it out of the yard. Chapter 33, Rejection. Xiaoqi left the yard with a bundle of hay, and Song Si followed closely. He had already decided to take her in as his disciple and teach her martial arts. Even if she eventually left this world, at least she would have a way out. But now Song Si wanted to see where she was going with a bale of hay. Xiaoqi left the yard, locked the gate with a wooden stick, and walked down the street holding a bundle of hay. He looked left and right, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he walked to a door with the word tea house written on it. There were many people drinking tea in the tea house, and a waiter was standing at the door. Seeing the little girl, the waiter immediately stepped forward and said, "Go aside, go aside." But she didn't do anything. The waiter's words made the girl swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. At this time, a fat man wearing a clerk's hat walked out from inside. "What are you doing?" When the waiter saw the person coming, he immediately ran over to him in a flattering manner. "Boss, there is a little girl holding hay at the door. I am afraid that she will affect our business, so I want to chase her away." The shopkeeper looked at the little girl, then squatted down and smiled kindly. "Little girl, what's the matter?" Xiaoqi was being chased away by someone and was thinking about leaving. But unexpectedly a fat man squatted down and talked to her. She looked at the waiter with fear. I mustered up the courage to say, "Uncle, this is the firewood I picked up. I want to exchange it for some copper coins." As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and gestured. When the shopkeeper heard this, he smiled and touched her head. "Okay, put the firewood down, here's a penny." He took out a copper coin and handed it to the little girl, who bowed happily and kept saying, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." He took the copper coin, put the hay on the ground obediently, and kept thanking the shopkeeper. This was the first time she had earned money in a year, so of course she was happy. After leaving the tea house, the girl had to walk very carefully with only a small sum of money in her pocket. Song Si watched and smiled secretly. Just as the little girl was about to reach the door of her house, Song Si came out and called out from behind her, "Hey kid." The little girl was startled, turned her head to look at Song Si, and touched her arms, where her huge sum of money was. Looking at the white-haired man in front of her, the little girl scratched her head and asked embarrassedly, "Uncle, are you calling me?" "Uncle." Song Si didn't expect the little girl to call him that, but when he thought about his own white hair, he could understand it. "Yes, it's you. What's your name?" "Uncle, my name is Xiaoqi. What can I do for you?" Although she was answering, Song Si saw vigilance in her dark eyes. Does this girl think I want to rob her of her penny? Putting aside his inner thoughts, Song Si smiled what he thought was a gentle smile. "Xiaoqi, I see that you have amazing bones and are a good material for learning martial arts. I would like to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing?" "I am." Anyway, it was just a scam, and he was afraid that if he came rashly, others would be unwilling. I didn't expect that the child would say, "Practice martial arts?" "Uncle, what is martial arts? Can I eat it?" "Well, martial arts training means learning martial arts, not eating like this." As he spoke, Song Si performed a Qigong move for him. Xiaoqi may have never seen anyone from the martial arts world. Seeing Song Si jump 2 feet high, he immediately opened his mouth wide. Song Si thought that if he showed his ability, the girl would ask him to be her teacher. But who would have thought? "I'm sorry, uncle. Xiaoqi doesn't want to learn martial arts." "Goodbye, uncle." Having said that, he turned around and went back to his home. Song Si was stunned. How could a great master like him be rejected when he tried to recruit a disciple? Shouldn't she bow down immediately after I said that? Isn't I the protagonist? However, he still saw curiosity in Xiaoqi's eyes, but for some reason she rejected him. Song Si did not go home either, and continued to stay on the roof of Xiaoqi's house. It was getting late, and he was not going to leave today. He wanted to stay here and see what his future apprentice would do. But the little girl was probably tired, so she went home and lay on the tattered quilt, holding a steamed bun and a half in her arms and a copper coin in her hand, and fell asleep. There was no conversation that night. Song Si, who had stayed on the roof all night, watched the little girl get up in the morning, take out half of the steamed bun, and start eating it. It was not even hot, so she just ate it dryly. After eating, She went out with a clay pot in her arms and walked to a well not far from her home. At that time, there were already many people queuing up to draw water from the well. She stood there and watched. Soon it was the turn of a woman in front of her. As soon as the woman came up, the little girl came forward eagerly and said, "Annie, can you pour me some?" There was no way she could fight back. She didn't have the strength, but the people at that time were still good. He muttered, "Oh, what a sin." Then he poured it into a clay jar for the little girl. Most of the people at the end of the alley knew the little girl, and they all sighed inwardly as they watched her leave. The little girl carried the clay pot back home. She didn't mind that the well water was too cold. She picked it up and drank a few sips, then poured out a little and wiped her face. After sitting at home for a while, the little girl walked out again. The girl didn't feel tired at all and walked towards Amping Fang with her short legs. The place we went to was Song Si's home. After walking for half a day, they arrived outside the courtyard wall of Song Si's house. The little girl looked up at the jujube tree in front of her. "Grandpa Jujube Tree, Xiaoqi is not here to ask for dates today. A strange white-haired uncle wants to teach me martial arts. What do you think I should do?" "That's right, you can't speak." "Oh, Xiaoqi doesn't know what to do either." After saying that, he lowered his head, rubbing his clothes with his dry little hands, not knowing what he was thinking. "Hey kid, nice to see you again." Song Si stood on the roof and said to her with a smile. For some reason, Song Si has become more and more fond of the roof recently. Uncle, it's you? Why are you here?" "This is my home. Come in. Uncle will treat you to some dates." Song Si jumped down and opened the door. Xiaoqi might be embarrassed because he picked up dates twice, but she walked in obediently. Maybe her grandfather, the date tree, was here, so she was relieved. Song Si did not lie to him. He took her into the front hall and picked a few jujubes and handed them to her. "Eat." "Thank you, uncle." Just then, Jin Jiao walked in. He came back yesterday, but did not see Song Si. When the little girl saw the golden armor, she was obviously frightened and immediately hid behind Song Si. She felt that those dressed like this must be local soldiers. She had seen local soldiers in the city, and they were very scary. Song Si patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. This is Ing Long Jinjia. You can just call him Uncle Ing Long. You are my younger brother." Ing Long was also very curious. Why did his elder brother bring back a child? He pulled open the golden armor on the spot and walked out. Xiaoqi had never seen such things before, and he fainted with a scream. Only Song Si and Ing Long were left staring at each other. Chapter 34. Recruiting a Disciple. The little girl fainted. Song Si hurriedly used his internal energy to check her and found that she had just fainted from fright. So he felt relieved, but still glared at Ing Long. Ing Long could only laugh dryly. He didn't expect it. Why did he faint? Little did she know that all Xiaoqi had seen since she was a child were ordinary people. She had only seen the local soldiers in the city from a distance a few times. Moreover, those local soldiers were very scary, so she didn't dare to look at them. Who knew that a man would crawl out from inside? She fainted out of shock. In her mind, this man was no longer a soldier, but a monster. Song Si carried the little girl to a room in the west wing of the backyard, covered her with a quilt, and went straight to the kitchen. He wanted to cook something delicious. After all, judging from the little girl's condition, she hadn't had a good meal for a long time. As for Ing Long, he was sent out to buy meat. Fortunately, there were still a lot of ingredients at home. Song Si thought about it and decided to make some porridge. As for the dishes, he just stir-fried some vegetables. There was no meat at home, so he could only wait for Ing Long to buy some. Ing Long was also very quick and soon bought a chicken and a plate of pork. Pork was already popular in the 6 countries. "I didn't buy any beef. It is not illegal to eat beef in this world, but most people just can't bear to eat it." Song Si made another chicken soup, but he didn't touch the pork for the time being, waiting to make it in the evening. The girl's current condition can only be repaired slowly. Time flies. Perhaps smelling the fragrance from the kitchen, the little girl slowly opened her eyes and climbed out of bed. "I felt a little nervous looking at the unfamiliar environment, but when I touched the quilt in my hand, I felt the smooth fabric was very comfortable." She had never slept in such a comfortable quilt before. She quickly got up, folded the quilt, cleaned the place where she had slept, and even lay down to blow on it. Pushing the door open and walking out, Song Si and Ing Long were sitting on the stone bench in the backyard. "Are you awake? Come over here, wash your hands, and get ready for dinner." Ing Long had already placed the golden armor in his house, and now he hurried to fetch water with his short legs. Wash hands before eating? What old words! No one had ever told her these words since her grandfather passed away a year ago. At first, neighbors would give her some food, but over time, some people looked at her with disgust, and she could of course feel it, so she never went to other people's homes for meals after that. Song Si didn't think too much about it. Ing Long put down the water and ran directly to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Song Si took her hand, washed her hands personally, wiped her face with a hot towel, and then put her on a stone bench, which was covered with several layers of thick cotton cloth. The little girl sat on the stool in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. At this time, Ing Long brought out the food. Song Si scooped her a bowl of porridge, a bowl of chicken soup, and a chicken leg in it and placed them in front of her. "Eat." Uncle will treat you. The little girl turned her head and wiped her tears, then turned back to smile. Thank you, Uncle. The little girl ate very slowly. She finished the porridge first, and then continued to drink the chicken soup. As for the chicken leg, she did not touch it. Song Si and Ing Long just looked at her. Neither of them picked up their chopsticks. Both of them worried that she would not like the food. Ing Long already knew why his elder brother brought a child back. He felt sorry for the child from the bottom of his heart. Even though the child was over 30 years old, he had been loved by his parents since he was young, which was completely different from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi finished drinking the chicken soup, left the chicken leg, and jumped off the stool. He knelt directly on the ground, and Song Si did not stop him. He had already made up his mind that as long as he knelt, he would be his disciple. Even if you are just expressing your gratitude, I will think that you are becoming his disciple. He is so willful. Thank you, Uncle. He bowed his head after saying that. Song Si pulled her up with a smile. Hey, dear disciple, get up quickly, the ground is cold. It didn't make any sense at all that Ing Long's mouth twitched. Without giving Xiaoqi a chance to speak, he said, Xiaoqi, you have kowtowed. From now on, you will be my disciple, understand? Remember my name, which is Song Si. When I have healed you, I will teach you martial arts. Xiaoqi stared with her big black eyes. Ah. What? Call me master. Oh, master. Good. Although accepting a disciple is a bit dramatic, as long as the result is good, that's enough. At this time, Ing Long also hurriedly said, Xiaoqi, I am your uncle Ing Long. Xiaoqi looked at the little old man in front of her, who was not much taller than her, and subconsciously dodged. But she remembered that she was frightened by him and fainted. But since he had just eaten at the same table, he was not so scared anymore, so he whispered, Uncle Ing Long. Hey, good girl. As he said that, he felt around his body, trying to find a gift, but he found nothing after searching for a long time, except for that set of golden armor. Embarrassed, he gave a dry laugh. Uncle Ing Long doesn't have any good stuff on him. I owe you some first, and I'll make it up to you later. Song Si rolled his eyes at him and looked at the little girl in front of him. Come on, master will take you shopping. Master, what is shopping? And what is a master? Song Si was stunned by this sentence. What? The apprentice he finally accepted didn't know what a master was. But he thought that this kid might not know. So he patiently explained it to her. From the time the master talked about martial arts, an afternoon had passed by unknowingly. It was no longer realistic to go out and buy things at this time. After all, it was almost curfew. However, this afternoon finally made Xiaoqi understand what a master was and what martial arts was. The two also got to know Xiaoqi's life experience. The child lost his parents when he was young and lived with his grandfather. Unexpectedly, his grandfather also passed away a year ago. She is left to live alone. She is 4 years old now. It is conceivable that for a 3-year-old child to live alone for a whole year, it would be a miracle if he did not starve to death. If it weren't for the help of her neighbors at the beginning, it is hard to say whether she could survive. Listening to her telling her own story, not only was her thinking clear, she even remembered things that happened 2 years ago, and her speech was fluent. She didn't sound like a 4-year-old child at all. When Song Si asked, he found out that the child had been like this since he was 2 years old. Song Si is satisfied with his apprentice, but whether a person is suitable for martial arts depends on his physique. To be honest, Song Si really doesn't understand what physique is. Even though he is a grandmaster now, no one has ever told him what root bone is. It was Ing Long who explained it to him. It turns out that root bone is a general term, which includes comprehension, tendons, and veins in the body, as well as the strength and flexibility of bones and so on. Looking at the child in front of him, he should be smart and have good understanding, but his tendons and veins are unusually broad. Although he is not as good as Song Si, he is much better than Ing Long. There are just some problems with the bones, but it's not a big problem. As for the chicken leg, he let her eat it when Song Si told him what a master was. Chapter 35 before the competition. Late at night, after dinner, Song Si let Xiaoqi live in the West Wing as his master. It's not that I don't allow her to go home, but there is nothing in that house. I didn't mention it before, but in the future, I must let my apprentice stay with me. And he didn't do it on his own initiative. He also got Xiaoqi's consent and agreed to move some things from her house over the next morning. After dinner, Xiaoqi touched her bulging belly and went to rest. Today was the most sumptuous meal she had ever eaten. Xiaoqi fell asleep, but most people in the capital, including Song Si, suffered from insomnia tonight. After Song Si accepted a disciple, his thoughts became different. Before, he just wanted to have a good look around this world, but now he feels that life is incomplete without ties. What's the difference between not caring about anything and being a wandering ghost? The reason why other people couldn't sleep was because tomorrow at noon was the day when Song Si and Mo Yin would compete, and they were just excited. The next day, Song Si did not sleep all night and got up early and went into the kitchen. His apprentice was in the growing period and needed to be given adequate nutrition. The three of them quickly finished a hearty breakfast and sent Ing Long to the Beijing pharmacy to buy some blood and qi replenishing medicine. Xiaoqi had lost a lot of blood and qi over the years and needed to replenish it. He could not practice martial arts for the time being. He brought his apprentice back to Xiaoqi's home and put all her belongings, including the water tank, into the system space. Xiaoqi held her grandfather's tablet and locked the door. The two of them hurried back home, and then Song Si took her shopping all the way in Ampingfang, buying a lot of clothes and jewelry. What? What jewelry do children buy? Don't ask, the answer is that they have money. After all, there are 3 big boxes in the Song Si system space. After buying Song Si, he rushed home with his apprentice, gave her a wash, and changed her into beautiful clothes. Although her complexion remained the same, she looked much more energetic overall. The 3 of them finished lunch early and rushed to the East Gate. After all, it was he who wanted to spar with them, so they couldn't let others wait, right? At this moment, the East Gate of Wudu was not crowded with people, but there were still several thousand people, and there were teams of Imperial Guards and the Xinwei Division maintaining order. Song Si also saw a few familiar faces, such as Hui Yun and his companions, but he didn't recognize any of the others. Song Si put Xiaoqi on Ing Long Jin Jia's arm and let her sit. Now Xiaoqi was no longer afraid of Ing Long Jin Jia. After all, he was her uncle master. Their arrival also attracted the attention of people around them, not because of Song Si, but because of Ing Long golden armor. After all, the golden armor is still very famous. Hey, is that Ing Long golden armor? It looks like it. Didn't they say that Ing Long golden armor has been destroyed? Who knows? Just then, there was a commotion from behind. I saw a few eunuchs dressed up and carrying a sedan chair, followed by a few maids, and there was also an old eunuch next to the sedan chair. The sedan chair did not move forward but stopped directly at the back. Then a woman in palace dress walked down. Her face could not be seen clearly because she was wearing a veil. While Princess Jinla, who ranks second on the beauty list. Fuck, she's wearing a veil. How do you know who she is? Look at you. You don't believe me when I say you are ignorant. Didn't you see the word Jin engraved on the jade pendant on his waist? Oh, I see. Thank you for your advice. The person who came was Princess Jinla, who was ranked second on the Wu Kingdom's beauty list. Song Si also looked over. She was about 1.6 meters tall, and her face was not clear, but looking at her, Song Si couldn't help but think of a poem, which was skin like solidified fat, flesh like snow, soft and tender, moist and clean. The old eunuch next to him was the strongest person Song Si had met since he came down the mountain, except for Mo Yun. Grandmaster Great Perfection. Princess Jinla only brought an old eunuch and a maid with her, and walked lightly to the front row. Everyone consciously made way for the other. At this moment, another young man walked out of the East Gate. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extraordinarily handsome. He held a fan in his slender white hands, and his lips were slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. Mo Chanlu is number 1 on the Earth ranking. Is this the demeanor of the number 1 young master on the Earth ranking, Chanlu? 20 years old, in the middle stage of Xiantian, worthy of being the son of Master Mo. Yes, he is worthy of being the number 1 prodigy of Wu country. Mo Chanlu smiled at everyone and slowly walked to Princess Jinla. Meet the princess. My cousin is still as charming as ever. Then he bowed to the old eunuch, who clasped his fists repeatedly and said, I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Then Mo Chanlu turned his gaze to Song Si. Of course, Song Si also noticed that someone was paying attention to him, so he turned around and stared at Mo Chanlu. There were too many emotions in Mo Chanlu's eyes, including curiosity, admiration, shame, and so on. Others may not know who Mo Yun is fighting with. But how could he not know? When Mo Yun returned home that day, he had a good scolding with him. It was in vain that he always thought of himself as the number 1 prodigy in Wu State. After all, at the age of 20, he was in the middle stage of the innate realm. Not to mention Wu State, he was also the best among the 6 states. But who would have thought that there would be a boy who looked even younger than him, and his first battle would be to challenge his father to a duel? Looking back at his own number 1 ranking on the local list, it was simply ridiculous. Song Si looked at him twice, and then looked away, holding Han Yuan and walking slowly to the front. That was the place where he and Mo Yun were fighting. There was no arena. There was no need for an arena for a fight between 2 grandmasters. It was a flat area with a radius of 1,000 meters cordoned off by the Imperial Guards. To be honest, Song Si initially thought about whether he should follow Shimin Chushiwe and Yi Guqing's example and have a final battle on the top of the Forbidden City. But in the end, he thought about it and decided not to do it. After all, in ancient times, it was better to give the emperor some face. The crowd watched a young man in green clothes, with white hair and holding a sword, walk towards the center of the field without saying anything to ask him to leave or saying that he was causing trouble. After all, no one is a fool, and no one dares to cause trouble where grandmasters compete. Then it can only be one of the people participating in the competition. Fuck, so young. Too young. Who is this person? Why is there no news about this person in the martial arts world? Hey, look at others who are already competing with grandmasters at the age of 17 or 18, and then look at me, I've been living like a big dog all these years. What a handsome boy. He looks like a fairy from a painting. Hui Yun and the others on the side widened their eyes. Is it really him? But isn't he a congenital one? Hiding his strength? Hui Yun was so ashamed that he dared not look directly at Song Si. He thought that his innate ability was enough to hit him, but he did not expect that the other party could actually fight against a grandmaster. Regardless of winning or losing in this competition, Song Si would be someone he needed to look up to. Princess Jinla asked, "Eunuch Li, is he the grandmaster?" "Princess, I don't know, but this young man gives our family a dangerous aura. I think he should be a grandmaster, right?" The old eunuch on the side answered respectfully. Before Jean Lu could continue to ask questions, a person suddenly flew out from the East Gate. Chapter 36, Martial Arts Competition. At the East Gate, Mo Yun was still dressed the same as usual, except that he had a sword in his hand. With a light tap of the toes, he flew towards the center of the field and finally landed steadily 2 meters in front of Song Si. "Master Mo is here. The exciting moment is here. Please stop talking and just watch quietly." Mo Yun looked at the young man in front of him and clasped his fists. "Xianwei Si Mo Yun." Song Si also clasped his fists. "Song Si." Then the two of them stood there without moving at all, but the air suddenly became oppressive, and the air flow and the field blew their hair flying. In the end, it was Mo Yun who took the initiative. He had no choice but to take the initiative, otherwise he would lose before the competition even started. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he pulled the handle of the knife, and a stream of sword energy flew towards Song Si. Song Si sensed his strength the moment he made his move. Middle stage grandmaster? Han Yuan drew his sword in an instant. He did not dodge at this moment and swung his sword as well. A stream of sword energy came from behind, but arrived first and directly split Mo Yun's sword energy into two. The crowd watched quietly with their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. Mo Yun was not discouraged when his sword energy was broken. He directly rushed forward and chose close combat. Mo Yun was a man who would not attack unless he did. Once he attacked, he would use all his strength. Use your own unique skill, the blood-swiping sword technique. The precious sword in his hand swung and closed vigorously, and the sound of it breaking through the air was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Either sweep, chop, cut, or scrape. Song Si also gave up his physical skills and went forward with the sword in hand. At this moment, the only thing the two of them were competing in was moves and internal strength. Song Si used the word kill for the first time, but he only used the first move, beheading the soul. Moreover, he did not use his full strength, but only used 80% of his internal strength. He was confident that he could defeat Mo Yun with 80% of his internal strength. If he used his full strength, Mo Yun would not last more than 20 moves in his hands. Song Si had finally met such an opponent, so of course he couldn't win quickly. It was just a sparring match. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would definitely not hold back. The killing sword technique appeared in this world for the first time. Song Si's Han Yuan sword cut through the sky and pierced the black cloud. Fast, extremely fast. The crowd watching could no longer see the two figures clearly. Although the two did not use any body skills, only a few masters could barely see them. All the crowd could hear was the sound of ding, ding, ding swords clashing. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged more than 30 moves. Mo Yun was in a state of distress now. He was completely following Song Si's rhythm. His sword was too fast, so he could only defend passively. Song Si's sword was not only extremely fast, but also full of trickery. It was impossible to guess where his next sword would come from. Otherwise, Mo Yun, who had been through hundreds of battles, might have been injured by now. Although Song Si was rewarded with martial arts by the system, he had basically never practiced other skills except for light skills, but at this moment, he was able to use them as easily as using one's own arm. He just had no practical experience. After fighting with Mo Yun for more than 30 moves, he had become more and more adept at it. However, he didn't dare to use the last 2 moves of killing, for fear that Mo Yun would die on the spot if he was not careful. After forcing Mo Yun back with a sword, Song Si spoke up, "Master Mo, please fight with all your strength." Mo Yun nodded. The two of them instantly fought again, but this time they had already used their body skills. At this moment, even the masters watching could only see 2 shadows. Only when Mo Yun went all out did he realize how much worse he was than the other person. His lightness skills weren't the best in the world, but at least he thought they were pretty good. But he couldn't even touch the other person's shadow. If Song Si had not shown mercy, he felt that he would have been seriously injured. Song Si used Jinghong at full strength for the first time, and the speed even shocked himself. It was really too fast, wasn't it? One sword was thrust out and instantly reached the other side, and then another sword was thrust out, and the 2 swords arrived almost at the same time. If he hadn't held back, and if Mo Yun hadn't had the protective chi of a grandmaster, he might have fallen. Mo Yun knew that this was not a solution, so he used his body's protective chi to withstand Song Si's sword attack. He stepped on the 9 palaces, soared into the sky, and used all his strength to condense his sword energy, and slashed at Song Si from top to bottom. This knife of Mo Yun condensed all the strength of his body, and coupled with the momentum that came down from the sky, it took the lead. For a moment, the powerful pressure seemed like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. Song Si's expression suddenly became extremely serious when he saw this sword. Tiance's internal force was attached to the sword body. In an instant, a sword aura longer than Mo Yun's sword aura came out through Han Yuan's sword body and went backwards. The sword and knife energies collided. The strong wind blew up Song Si's white hair. Song Si stood there motionless, holding Han Yuan in his hand, like an immortal descending to the earth. Mo Yun in the air flew backwards, and after landing, he took 7 steps back. Looking closely, he saw that the chest of his red official uniform had been cut by the sword. Mo Yun knew that he had lost, and lost completely. He could feel that Song Si had been holding back and had not used his full strength. It can be said that he used up all his life skills in his last strike, but even so he still lost. He was not disappointed. Talented people emerge in every generation, and the old are replaced by the new. Thank you, young Master Song, for showing mercy. Young Master Song's skills are as good as those of God. Mo Yun was defeated. After saying that, he put away the knife. Song Si cupped his hands and said, Master Mo's swordsmanship is something I have never seen before. Thank you for your praise. The onlookers around were shocked. What did they hear? Wu State's #1 expert, Xinwei Division Chief Mo Yun, was actually defeated, and was defeated so quickly, and even the opponent showed mercy. When everyone first knew that Song Si was going to the competition, they just thought he was very strong, but no one ever thought he would win. Unexpectedly, he not only won, but won so thoroughly. Shouldn't your Grandmaster competition last for 3 days and 3 nights? It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to go through a few thousand moves, right? It's only been a short time. It seems like less than 100 moves. Even if it's a competition between 2 acquired masters, it would take at least 100 moves, right? Little do people know that for true masters, victory or defeat depends on a single thought. Compared to fighting with thousands of moves, they care more about winning with just 1 move. Mo Yun ignored everyone and bowed to Song Si. Xinwei Division welcomes young Master Song to be our guest. Of course. The underworld is never about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships and worldly wisdom. More friends, more paths. Mo Yun left, taking everyone from Xinwei Division with him. Mo Chonglun never expected that his invincible father would actually be defeated. He sighed and slipped away immediately. He did not return to Beijing, but went to Qingzhou. It was obviously not the right time to return to Beijing. Who knew if the old man would take revenge on him because of his loss? Princess Jinla stared at Song Si with shining eyes for a long time before leaving with the old eunuch. Yinglong Jinjia brought Xiaoqi and ran to Song Si. Brother, you are awesome. The little girl also followed suit. Master is awesome. Song Si? Yinglong. Chapter 37 Matchmaking? Amping Fang. Song Si dozed off while sitting on a stone bench. In the front yard, Yinglong and Xiaoqi were picking jujubes, which were ripe at this time. 10 days have passed since the competition. During these 10 days, Song Si did not go anywhere. He stayed at home and took care of his apprentice. Xiaoqi is no longer the same as before. Her complexion is rosy and her face has become fatter, but her hair is still a little sparse and yellow. No one came to disturb him these days. Every day, when Yinglong came back from buying groceries, he would say that people in the restaurants and tea houses in Wudu were talking about him and gave him a nickname, Sword Immortal Song Si. During these 10 days, news about him quickly spread to other states. Due to transportation reasons, the news was not transmitted quickly, but I believe that one day, the name of Sword Immortal Song Si will spread throughout the 6 countries. However, the martial arts world in Qing and Wu states was shaken, and martial artists could be seen everywhere talking about the word Sword Immortal. In the blink of an eye, autumn arrived. Song Si took Xiaoqi out of Wudu City. This trip was only to take Xiaoqi to visit her grandfather's grave. The autumn wind is blowing, and the forest is dyed golden. Under the sunshine, Song Si and his companion walked in the dense forest. Not far ahead was a row of graves. They were all ordinary people. It was nice to have a place to bury them. As for the Feng Shui treasure land, it was all created by the dignitaries. The 2 men walked to the tomb, and Song Si helped his apprentice take out the food in yellow paper. There are 3 earthen graves here, where Xiaoqi's parents and grandfather are buried. Xiaoqi kowtowed obediently and put the food in order. Song Si took out a brazier, lit a pile of yellow paper, and put it in, and Xiaoqi followed suit. Watching his apprentice sobbing quietly in front of the grave, Song Si slowly stepped back to give his apprentice some private space. I walked to the side, looked up at the sky, and my thoughts drifted far away without me noticing. After a long while, Song Si came back to his senses. Alas, being under the moon and flowers is only a moment. Being apart is forever. At dusk, the 2 returned to Amping Fang and saw an unexpected visitor standing outside the door. Master Mo is here? The person who came was Mo Yun. As for how he found this place, Song Si was not surprised at all. Mo Yun smiled. looked at the young man in front of him, and then glanced at the little girl next to him. I have nothing to do, so I'll go sit with young Master Song. Song Si didn't even believe the punctuation marks in his words. As the chief of the Xinwei division, how could he possibly have some free time? No one comes to the temple for no reason. Master Mo, please. Pushing the door open, Ying Long was standing at the door in golden armor. Ying Long, take Xiaoqi to wash up. After Ying Long left with Xiaoqi in his arms, Song Si invited Mo Yin into the backyard, and they sat in front of the stone table. I hope you will forgive me for coming to your house, young Master Song. Master Mo, you are too polite. Mo Yin chatted with him about family matters for a while, and also cursed Mo Chonglu a few times. Suddenly the topic changed. I wonder if young Master Song is married? Why did he ask that out of the blue? Was Mo Yin trying to be a matchmaker? But he still said, no. And Mo Yun's next words also confirmed Song Si's guess. Oh, I wonder if young Master Song has a girl he likes? I'd like to be your matchmaker. This guy directly calls himself brother. Song Si really has no idea about getting married and having children. Thank you for your kindness, Master Mo, but I don't have any at the moment. Song Si really doesn't want to find one now. Not everyone desires to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He has always had a dream in his heart, and he will not consider getting married and having children until it is realized. Then why don't I introduce you to— Stop! Thank you for your kindness. Master Mo. Song Si appreciates it, but let's forget about it. After thanking him twice in a row, Mo Yun was helpless, as he came here with a mission. You have to know that Song Si is the youngest grandmaster in history, and his martial arts skills are far superior to his. Of course, Emperor Wu wants to tie Song Si to his body. Why can Qian State become the most powerful country, while Wu State can only rank second? Military force is one aspect, but the more important thing is that they have 2 grandmasters. Although one is in the government and the other is in the opposition, if something big really happens, the 2 grandmasters will unite to face the outside world. You know, although warriors cannot turn the tide when facing a large army, it is still very easy for masters above the grandmaster level to carry out an assassination from time to time, let alone a grandmaster. If a master can defeat 10,000 enemies, then a grandmaster can come and go freely among an army of 100,000. At this level, human power is no longer enough to defeat the enemy. After all, if you can't kill them all, you can just run away and continue to kill them after a while. Unless someone of the same level takes action, there is really no way you can do anything. In addition, Princess Jinla seemed to be interested in Song Si, so Emperor Wu sent him. I didn't expect that Song Si had no intention at all. Aren't young people full of vigor and unable to extricate themselves from beauty? Why was it different here? However, he didn't continue. He just chatted for a while and then left. After all, he still had to rush to the palace to report. In fact, if Emperor Wu had not been kind to him when he was young, he really didn't want to take on the job of matchmaker. Song Si didn't say anything about his departure. She went into the kitchen and started busying herself with work. He still has to nourish his apprentice's body. Mo Yun hurried all the way to the palace and met Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was busy in the Lijiang Hall at the time, and he immediately met Mo Yun. Mo Yun just put his hands together and bowed, but did not perform any formal ceremony. Not to mention the relationship between the two. Even with his status as a grandmaster, there is no need to perform grand ceremony. It was Mo Yun who insisted on this. Otherwise, there would not even be any need to bow. Emperor Wu was very dignified in front of other people, but in front of Mo Yun he walked up to him and pulled him to sit aside. Brother-in-law, how is it? Mo Yun smiled bitterly. No hope. Brother-in-law, didn't you tell me that I want to marry Jean Lu to him? My Jean Lu is the second most beautiful woman in Wu State. Your Majesty, young Master Song has no plans to marry at the moment, and has rejected my proposal. Oh, is that so? I guess he is only obsessed with martial arts, which is why he has achieved what he has today. He is still young and has never tasted the beauty of a woman. How about this? You bring Jean Lu to visit him some other day, and we'll see then. Your Majesty, why don't you just forget it and stop making things worse? I think young Master Song is not the type to cause trouble. Just keep the status quo. Emperor Wu thought for a moment and said, okay, then I'll listen to my brother-in-law. The two chatted about family matters for a while, and then Mo Yun left the palace. After he left, Princess Jinla went to pay a visit to Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was helpless with regard to his most beloved daughter. She was a nice princess, but she liked to wield swords and guns and yearned for the martial arts world. A few years ago, she was introduced to several children of princes and ministers, but who would have thought that she would bring people to beat them up in the middle of the night? Apart from brandishing swords and guns, he seems quite quiet at other times. How could he do such a thing? I rub my forehead. Oh, I have a headache. Chapter 38, Fame. Autumn goes and winter comes, and March has passed in the blink of an eye. Since the last time Mo Yun left, Song Si returned to his previous life. Tell stories to apprentices every day and cook for them. After 3 months of nourishment, Xiaoqi's hair is no longer yellow. With pigtails, big black eyes, curved eyebrows, a chubby little face, and 2 dimples, she is adorable no matter how you look at her. Sometimes Song Si couldn't help pinching her cheeks, but the little girl didn't get angry. She just looked at him with her big, watery eyes. Song Si also knew Xiao Qi's real name, Luo Qiqi. The surname Luo is relatively rare. The little girl has grown a little taller in these 3 months. More and more martial artists have come to the capital recently. After all, the martial arts conference will start in 2 months. Some people come here to find a good place to live as soon as possible, and also to see the sword immortal Song Si in the capital. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Song Si had not left the house for 3 months, and even the purchase of groceries was done by Ying Long. It's a pity that the famous Ying Long golden armor has become a tool for buying vegetables. Song Si has been thinking about what skills to teach his apprentice. First of all, he must practice the internal skill Tian Suju. The body movement Jinghong must also be learned, but the moves stumped him. After all, the sword technique sure is not suitable for girls to practice. I pondered for 3 months and decided to create a technique of my own. After all, I was already a grandmaster, so it shouldn't be difficult. But reality slapped him in the face. Anyone who creates his own martial arts must be extremely talented. He really couldn't do it on his own. Of course, it can be simple, but it is not too profound, just ordinary stuff. At this moment, Song Si also deeply understood that if he did not have a system, he would really be nothing. Maybe he could create it after seeing more martial arts in the future, but it is obviously not something he can do now. I was originally thinking about asking Mo Yun for help, but after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Favors are the hardest to repay, and the martial arts conference is coming soon anyway. You can take a closer look at it when the time comes. Maybe, in Wudu City, outside the South Gate, the Imperial Court organized the people to build a venue for the martial arts conference. This place will charge money, so the court will not lose money. Little did people know that within 3 months, the name of Song Si's Sword Immortal had spread throughout the 4 states and 3 regions of the Wu Kingdom. It has already spread to other countries. Qingzhou, Yushu Mountain. This place is home to Qingzhou's #1 sect, the Yushu Temple. As the #1 sect in Qingzhou, the strength of Yushu Temple should not be underestimated. This is a martial arts holy place that is as famous as the Shanhai Temple, which is known as the leader of the righteous martial arts world. At this time, in the Yushu Hall on the top of the mountain, several old men dressed as Taoists were sitting on cushions with Buddhist whisks in their hands and talking animatedly. The old Taoist priest with a red face in the lead looked at the people below and said, "This time, I and Qingyin will lead our disciples to the martial arts conference. You will stay at the mountain gate. Taoist priests, may you be blessed with infinite blessings." Then the old Taoist took out a portrait, which was exactly Song Si. "This is the sword immortal Song Si. Let all of you disciples remember him. Although my Yushu temple emphasizes tranquility and inaction, it is inevitable that some disciples are impetuous and bring disaster to the mountain sect." The Taoist priest below also understood this. After all, the previous Grand Masters had done the same. Then the entire Yushu temple became busy. The same is true for other sects in Qingzhou. Lizhou, Linglong Pavilion. This is a sect composed entirely of women, and similar things are happening there. Western border, Shanhai Temple. In the northern border, Wenjian Villa and Luyin Sword Sect. Southland, Gi Sect, Ghost Island. Yunzhou, Tangxingdang. Hall Master Mu Changxing looked at the crowd below and said, "Yunzhou has always been ranked at the bottom in the martial arts conference, and it is even more incomparable to other sections. We are all responsible for this. I hope there will be a good result this time. Also, look carefully at the person in the portrait, the sword immortal Song Si. If anyone offends him, I advise you to end your own life." Mu Changxing was also quite helpless. Originally, Changxingtang was a demonic sect, but it was located in Yunzhou. Although the imperial court would not suppress it, other sects would not tolerate it either. Even though he can cover the sky with one hand in the Yunzhou martial arts world, but when he goes to the other 3 states, the 3 realms are obviously not enough. He is the only master in the entire Changxing Hall, and among the others, only Mu Shaosan is capable. As for the others, haha. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his traitor again, and without waiting for his men to say anything, he said, "Okay, get out of here." Mu Changxing then walked all the way towards the depths of Changxing Hall. He walked to a rockery, stopped, and pressed a certain part of it, revealing a door. In front of me was a long staircase, lit by 2 rows of torches, so it didn't seem dim. After walking along the way, we soon arrived at a cell. Imprisoned inside were 2 disheveled, bruised women. They were the vicious Su Feihua and her apprentice, Su Qingyu, who was ranked 7th among the top 10 beauties. But now the 2 of them are in low spirits, covered with injuries, and look so miserable. Mu Changxing didn't say anything. There was no one else here except the 3 of them. He walked forward, pulled out a whip, and opened the prison door. The master and the disciple looked at the man in front of them with horror. Snap, snap. 2 sounds were heard, and it was Mu Changxing whipping the master and his disciple with a whip. Blood splattered everywhere, but Mu Changxing didn't care. "Bitch, didn't your master treat you well? How dare you betray me?" As he spoke, he whipped him a few more times, and the master and disciple fell to the ground helplessly. Mu Changxing fought for a while until the two were covered in blood. Then he walked forward and violently tore there. There were screams in the cell, and Su Qingyu's face was filled with despair. Yunzhou City. As the capital of Yunzhou, this place is much larger than other cities. And this place is the palace of Prince Yun, the only prince of Wu State and the emperor's younger brother. Prince Yun's fiefdom is the entire Yunzhou, but he generally doesn't care about matters in the martial arts world. At this time, in the backyard of the palace, there was the crown prince Wu Zhong, the one whose life was saved by Song Si. At this moment, he was holding Song Si's portrait and looking at it with great interest. I didn't expect that the one who saved me was actually a great master. I must go to this martial arts conference to see it. Maybe I can meet him. When he sneaked away from Yunzhou, he was severely beaten by his father when he came back. However, he was also able to lure out the remnants of the fiery fire cult thanks to him. And seeing that he was still of some use, his father did not use any harsh measures. The prince took the portrait and decided to go to his father to discuss it. After all, he didn't dare to run away secretly. He didn't know whether his father would allow him to go to the capital this time. In a forest in Qingzhou, the young monk Wu Nian was still as usual, eating a roasted sweet potato and talking to himself. Amiba, is this the donor the swordsman who has become famous all over the world? Chapter 39, Believers. In Wudu City, Ampingfang, Song Si originally wanted his disciple to have sufficient qi and blood in his body, so he set about preparing to teach her to practice Tian Suju. After writing out the first level, he called Xiaoqi to his side. Xiaoqi, can you try to understand it? Xiaoqi picked up the papers and started reading them, then looked up at Song Si with her big eyes. Master, Xiaoqi doesn't know? Song Si slapped his forehead. How could he forget the most important thing? Xiaoqi is still a child who can't read. What is he thinking? It was my first time teaching an apprentice, so I was a little anxious. This is a difficult problem. It won't be effective in the short term if I teach her to read. Xiaoqi, sit cross-legged, clear your mind and feel it carefully. After thinking about it, Song Si decided to let his inner strength guide her. Xiaoqi was very well behaved and quickly sat cross-legged, but what happened next made Song Si collapse. She is just a 4-year-old child. It is really impossible for her to have no distractions and empty her mind. She had no way to practice martial arts and had to put it on hold, but from then on Song Si required her to meditate for an hour every day, and she would stop when she could free of distracting thoughts. At first, after the little girl sat down, she could only stay quiet for a while, but after a while she would start to move around. Of course, it was only small movements, and she couldn't control it at all. After all, children prefer quietness to movement, even the smartest ones. There is no way. Song Si can only play the role of a strict teacher. In this way, time passed day by day. In addition to meditating for an hour every day, Xiaoqi also had to spare an hour to learn to read. Fortunately, he had Ying Long to help him learn to read. On the 5th day, Xiaoqi could already meditate normally for half an hour, but it was still a little difficult to have no distracting thoughts. Song Si could only guide slowly. Xiaoqi, don't think about anything when you meditate. Empty your mind. This way you can better feel the changes in your body. Understand? Yes, master. A few days later, do you understand? Understood. Compared to meditation, it is obvious that Xiaoqi finds learning to read much easier. This made Song Si doubt whether he was capable of teaching his apprentice. Until the 19th day, Xiaoqi meditated for an hour straight and slowly learned how to have no distracting thoughts. Song Si was extremely happy to see the effects. After more than half a month, he finally saw the results. The 2nd day, Xiaoqi, carefully feel the path of my inner strength flowing through your body. Don't be stubborn. The protagonist will definitely let her feel it. Tian Siju is different from other internal skills. Most of the ordinary internal skills are about Du Sheng and Ren Jiang. What this means is that the internal force rises from the Du meridian and goes down through the Ren meridian. This is a big circulation. The Tian Siju is just the opposite. The internal force of the Tian Siju is to Ren descend and Du rise. It is completely different from the general internal energy techniques. Song Si transferred his internal force into his disciple's body, starting from the Tsugu point on her abdomen, and going up along the center of the front of the body to the Chengjiang point under the lip. This meridian is the Ren meridian. The Du meridian runs from the Tsugu point backward along the back of the human body, reaches the top of the head, and then goes forward through the space between the eyes to reach the Yin Jiao point on the upper palate of the mouth. The Ren meridian controls blood. The Du meridian controls qi, and they're the main meridians of the human body. If the Ren and Du meridians are open, then the 8 meridians will be open. If the 8 meridians are open, then all the meridians will be open. The sign of a congenital master is the opening of the Ren and Du meridians. Although the usual internal skills circulate around the Ren and Du meridians, the 2 meridians are actually not connected. Xiaoqi couldn't remember it completely in one go, but Song Si didn't get angry. He let her feel it over and over again until she remembered it. Another day passed, and Xiao Qi finally remembered the route of practicing the skills. Song Xiai transferred a bit of internal energy to Xiao Qi and slowly guided her to use it for her own benefit. Day after day, until more than 10 days later, Xiao Qi finally put Song Xi's internal force to use and could operate it according to the route of Tian Suju. But she moved very slowly and could not complete a full cycle in a day. Song Xiai also knew that this matter could not be rushed. As for internal strength, it could only be honed slowly. More haste, less speed. Otherwise, it is easy to go astray. After teaching Xiao Qi internal skills for a month, Song Xiai felt it was pretty good, although it was much worse than he expected. In this way, Xiao Qi either practiced martial arts or learned to read every day. She would meditate for several hours, which had long exceeded the 1 hour set for her by Song Xiai. The child never went out to play and stayed in the house every day, either learning to read or practicing internal strength. Finally, Song Xiai couldn't stand it anymore and dragged her out. Studying hard is a good thing, but she is still too young, and Song Xiai doesn't want her childhood to spend like this. The master didn't allow her to continue practicing, but Xiao Qi didn't force it. She felt that the master was so good to her, so what the master said must be right. Just like that, a family of three, a group of three walked out of the house and prepared to go out for a walk. Song Xiai walked in front, and his apprentice followed beside him. As for Yinglong, he stayed behind Xiao Qi the whole time, looking around from time to time, fearing that someone would run out and harm the child. To be honest, Yinglong has no plans to get married and have children in this life. On the one hand, it's because of his own situation, and on the other hand, he doesn't seem to be interested in women. In the past, all he could see was his golden armor, but now he just wants to follow his big brother and protect Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi is a very sensible child, and even after she became Song Xi's apprentice, the two of them still love her. For example, after dinner, she would always rush to wash the dishes with Yinglong. They didn't have to worry about her bed and quilt every day, and the house was always clean. In her words, Uncle Yinglong, Xiao Qi is not tired at all. So after more than a month of getting along, Yinglong completely treated her as his daughter. Moreover, since Xiao Qi started learning martial arts, he has directly jumped from the middle-class level to become a third-rate master. The sign of a third-rate master is the birth of internal force in the body. When walking on the street, he is different from other children. He doesn't run around at all and doesn't need to be carried. He just follows quietly with his own short legs. The three of them walked out of Ampingfang and walked along Zuma Street. As they got closer to the martial arts conference, there were more and more warriors on the road. It was already winter, but Song Xiai was still wearing a green robe, which was not very thick. After all, his internal strength was so strong that the cold and heat had basically no effect on him. Xiaoqi was wearing a thick cotton jacket. It has been a long time since I last went to a restaurant. Song Xiai decided to take the two of them to a restaurant for a good meal today. In the past, in order to replenish Xiaoqi's blood, he had to cook by himself. Now, of course, I have to go out for a big meal. After all, I have money. There are quite a few restaurants on Zuma Street, much more than in Ampingfang where he lives. Song Xiai chose a restaurant called Futai, which has 3 floors. Gentlemen, please come in. The waiter at the door immediately made a gesture of invitation when he saw the 3 people. As soon as Song Xiai stepped into the restaurant, the originally bustling restaurant suddenly became silent. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the restaurant. It seemed inappropriate to come over anyway, so most of them lowered their heads and only dared to glance at it out of the corner of their eyes. You could hear a pin drop in the entire restaurant. Chapter 40 Jianbei Min. There were 7 or 8 tables of people from the underworld on the first floor of Futai restaurant. When Song Xiai entered the restaurant, several tables immediately stood up and bowed to Song Xiai. Greetings to the Sword Immortal. Song Xiai knew about the title of Sword Immortal, and he understood why everyone saluted him. In the martial arts world, it never hurts to make familiar faces. Is it just because I am so famous? Why do so many people know me? Please do as you please. After saying a line of song poetry, he led the 2 of them to the second floor. At this moment, there were only 2 tables of guests on the second floor of the restaurant. There was a handsome young man in white clothes sitting at one table, and a few businessmen at the other side. When the young man saw Song Xiai stepping onto the second floor, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. As for the businessmen, he didn't know what they were discussing and didn't notice Song Xiai and his companions. Song Xiai nodded, and under the guidance of the waiter, he sat not far from the young man. Sir, what would you like to eat? Bring some of their signature dishes, a pot of wine, and some desserts. Yinglong gave the order, and the waiter left. Yinglong did not bring his golden armor when he went out this time. The young man on the side looked at the 3 people, struggled for a while, and walked up to Song Xiai and the other 2 with a sword in hand. I am Jian Beimin from Luyan Sword Sect. Nice to meet you, Sword Immortal Song. He always felt that his salute just now was not thoughtful enough. Now, if he introduced himself and saluted solemnly, it should make the Sword Immortal remember him, right? Looking at the boy in front of him who was younger than himself and now was the best swordsman in the world, he was not jealous, but just a little envious and curious. Because his goal since childhood was to be a chivalrous swordsman. He has been working hard like this, but suddenly Song Si appeared and became a sword immortal in one battle. We are all the same age. How did you practice? Song Si really didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said, young man, you're different from me. If we talk about the previous Song Si, when others greeted him, at most he would nod his head, but since he accepted a disciple, his heart has opened up and he has become more talkative. Number 2 on the Earth ranking, Jin Beimin, I've heard of you. You chased the demon Ku Muchuin in the Northern Territory for 3 days and 3 nights and killed him with your sword. You're in the early Xintian stage? You're not bad. I didn't expect Beimin to be worthy of the Sword Immortal's attention. Thank you, Sword Immortal Song, for your praise. When he was about to continue speaking, the waiter came up with drinks and food. He could only say goodbye and return to his table. At this time, the news that Song Si was having dinner at Futai restaurant spread, and those martial artists nearby who wanted to catch a glimpse of Song Si rushed over in droves. Just as Song Si and the other two were having dinner, more and more people came into the restaurant. Soon, the first and second floors were full, and even the private rooms on the third floor were full. Those who failed to grab a seat did not leave, but lined up, not caring about the freezing cold weather. The young grandmaster is still very attractive. The martial arts conference is approaching, and those who come to Wudu at this moment are all wealthy people in the martial arts world. As for those who have no money, most of them come only at the right time. Song Si didn't expect that the restaurant would be packed in an instant, but he didn't care. If they wanted to watch, just let them watch. It didn't matter whether they had to eat or not. As for someone disturbing him, that didn't exist at all. However, every guest who went up to the second and third floors would bow to him, and Song Si would nod at first, but in the end he simply ignored them because it was too much trouble and started eating his meal. Xiao Qi, try this piece of fish. Master has already picked out the bones. Thank you, Master. Xiao Qi showed off her food, and Song Si drank while picking up food for her. The little girl's cheeks were bulging from eating so much. The people around him ordered food while secretly looking at him, and when he looked over, they lowered their heads in panic. Even Jin Beimin's table was occupied by several young men dressed in the same clothes as him. Song Si also took a look and saw that most of the people sitting at the tables were fellow students wearing the same uniform, and there were very few people who were alone. These people include both men and women, young and old, but their martial arts skills are not very high. The strongest one is just an old man in the late innate stage. The atmosphere in the restaurant was very strange. Everyone was from a different society, and they all ate slowly and chewed their food carefully. It is totally different from what Song Si imagined, eating big chunks of meat and drinking big bowls of wine. Is it because of myself? This place can't be stayed any longer. Everyone is secretly staring at you while you're eating. He could bear it first, but after a while he felt a little uncomfortable. After Xiaoqi had eaten his fill, Song Si asked the waiter to pay the bill and left. Walking out of the restaurant and looking at the long line outside, Song Si's mouth twitched. This was outrageous. He was not a big star, he just had good martial arts skills. Was it that serious? After Song Si left, the whole restaurant was in an uproar, and everyone was beating their feet and stamping their chests in frustration. Damn it, I was so focused on looking at Song Jianxian that I forgot to pay the bill for him. That's right, I actually lost an opportunity to make friends with the Sword Immortal. That's right, but Song Jianxian is really young. He looks like he is only about 17 or 18 years old. He is much better looking than the portrait. Is that little girl next to you the Sword Immortal's disciple? I wonder if the Sword Immortal still accepts disciples. Jin Beimin listened to the wailing of the people in the restaurant and smiled. Oh, you guys will regret it now. I've talked to the Sword Immortal, and he has actually heard of my name, ha ha ha. However, he could only think about this in his heart and dared not say it out loud, for fear of causing public outrage. After Song Si took the two of them out of the restaurant, they strolled on the street. But as time went by, a group of people followed behind me, which was outrageous. Is being famous so scary? At this moment, he somewhat understood the stars in his previous life. At first, he thought that others would not lose weight just by looking at them. You may not think it's a big deal when one person looks at you, but the feeling when a group of people look at you is indescribable. Song Si picked up his disciple and left in a few flashes, telling him to wait until the martial arts conference to leave. This kind of thing is more terrifying than fighting a big battle with someone. After returning home and letting Xiaoqi go out to play, he turned around and said, Ying Long. Damn, where's Ying Long? Little did he know that at this moment Ying Long was being surrounded by a crowd of people on the street, who were all asking questions. Everyone was very polite and just held his hand to prevent him from leaving. Senior, may I ask, what is your relationship with the Sword Immortal? Senior, is the Sword Immortal married? Senior, could you please tell me in detail about the duel between Song Jianxian and Mo Siju that day? Ying Long did not wear the golden armor when he went out this time, and no one recognized him. After all, he always appeared in the Ying Long golden armor, and few people had seen him in person. Maybe the only person alive now who had seen him was Nangong Jiao, an outsider? But Ying Long was not panicked. After all, he was also a great master in the late innate stage. Stop. As for the battle between my elder brother and Master Mo, I saw it with my own eyes. The sky was dark that day, and the decisive battle took place outside the East Gate. The two exchanged more than 70 moves until the sun and moon were dimmed. Chapter 41, Fiery Cult. Southern Border. Compared to the lonely smoke in the desert in the north, the scenery in the south is quite different. The southern border is surrounded by the sea, and the only land is just a few isolated islands in the sea. Most of the famous people in the magic world like to hide here. As for Changshengtang, it is just an outlier. The world-famous Gi sect and Guidao are located in the southern border. On an unknown, isolated island, a middle-aged man with red hair stood on a reef, looking out at the sea. The sea was sparkling, and occasionally a few seagulls flew down, dipping their mouths into the sea to catch fish. Why? Several people not far behind him immediately lowered their heads. By Gui, this time you will go to Qingzhou and kill that creature who is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Remember, don't act rashly. Wait until I break through to the Grandmaster level before you go out into the martial arts world. Follow the Master's order. A man with a pale face, wearing a fortune teller's hat and holding a judge's pen in his hand, came out from behind him and soon got on a small boat and headed east. Black Dragon, gather your men and horses. Wait quietly for me to break through to the Grandmaster level. A bald man in black stood up and answered, yes. Hongluan, send a message to the Wudu branch and have your men secretly contact the Sword Immortal Song Ci. No matter what means you use, whether it's money or beauty, what I want is for him to lean towards the Fiery Fire sect. Hongluan obeys the order. A woman in red stepped forward and said that Hongluan's appearance was not very beautiful, but her figure was simply amazing. The people around stared at the cleavage and swallowed their saliva secretly. Everyone get off. After everyone left, the red-haired man looked towards the east. He would never forget what happened 20 years ago. The red-haired man was none other than the leader of the Fiery Fire cult, Ji Kuan. At that time, the Fiery Flame sect was at its peak in the martial arts world, and he was as famous as the Xianwei Si Mo Yun. In that era, except for Mo Yun, no one could rival him. Mo Yun was affiliated with the Imperial Court. He thought that the Imperial Court would not interfere in the affairs of the Fiery Fire cult. But just when he wanted to unify the world, everything changed. The Imperial Court allows you to stir up trouble as long as it does not harm the common people, but it does not necessarily allow the martial arts world to be unified. So Mo Yun brought Xian Weisi with him. At that time, both of them were great masters, and they fought for a whole day and night. He thought that with him holding Mo Yun back and without the intervention of the army, he could easily capture the people of Xianwei Division with so many people under his command. After all, more than half of the martial arts world was under his control at that time. But the result was unexpected. Several of his men directly betrayed him, but that was not the worst. Worse was yet to come. The righteous people in the martial arts world, under the leadership of Shanhai Temple and Yushi Temple, launched a general attack on the Liuwa sect. At that moment, he knew he was defeated, and he forced Mo Yun back with one palm and thought about leading his men to retreat first. However, when he returned to the camp, the apprentice he raised as a son actually stabbed him in the back. Seeing the bloody sword on his chest, he couldn't believe it. He could understand others betraying him. But why would he be his disciple? You know, he has always treated him as his son, and even the fiery cult will be handed over to him in the future. At that moment, he became angry, and he grabbed his apprentice's neck and crushed him to death with a crack. But when he was cleaning the house, he found that he was surrounded. He only had 18 elders left under his command. These people were all loyal to him, and each of them was a master. However, facing the encirclement and suppression led by Mo Yun from the entire martial arts world, although they were all masters, they seemed insignificant. Ji Kuan will never forget that scene. Master, hurry up! Kill! 18 people rushed forward. Although the 18 masters were very powerful, there were more than 20 of them on the opposite side, not to mention Mo Yun. Watching his brothers who had been through thick and thin with him being beaten to death one by one, he wanted to save them, but was entangled by Mo Yun. Master, let's go! Let's go! After an elder finished speaking, he began to exchange his life for another's, completely unconcerned about his own injuries. You stabbed me with a sword. I chopped you with a knife, until we fell in a pool of blood. At that moment, Ji Kuan shed tears. His disciple, who was as close as a son to him, actually betrayed him. However, those brothers were willing to die for him. That was the first time he cried, and the only time. His brothers cannot die in vain. He has to live, but before leaving, he must kill a few more masters to commemorate his brothers. At that time, he didn't care about anything and directly activated the secret method to reverse the flow of his meridians, gaining the strength of a half-step grandmaster. He didn't fight Mo Yun head-on because he knew he couldn't kill him. He turned around and rushed into the crowd, rescued the surviving brothers, and used his internal energy to throw them out. Let's go! Meet up at the old place. Watching the only 2 remaining elders leave, he felt extremely regretful at this moment. Why didn't he use the secret method earlier? Maybe he is just selfish and is reluctant to give up all his cultivation. That's right, although reversing the tendons and veins can make one approach the strength of a grandmaster. But once the time is up, his tendons and veins will be broken, and he will be like a useless person. The two people rescued were White Ghost and Black Dragon. Feeling the tearing sensation in his own tendons, Ji Kuin turned around and left. Although he didn't know if he could survive, he had to give it a try. He deliberately exposed a flaw, turned around, used light skills, and planned to leave. Mo Yun just happened to place a palm on his back, and with the help of the recoil force and his lightness skill, he quickly left. Mo Yun did not chase him, because his meridians were broken and he was disabled. This is indeed the case. After dodging those people from the martial arts world, Ji Kuin has become unable to carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands. Fortunately, there were White Ghost and Black Dragon. They found him and took him to the southern border, where they lived on this isolated island. Seeing their former leader become like this, the two did not give up and kept looking for a way to restore his meridians. In the first few years, the two dared not show up in Wu State for fear of attracting enemies and bringing harm to the leader. So they traveled far away to another country, and finally their hard work paid off. It took them 10 years to find the medicine they needed in Den country, and they even slaughtered an entire sect for it. It took Ji Kuin another 10 years to restore his meridians and reach his former level of great master perfection, and he was almost on the verge of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. In the past 10 years, White Ghost and Black Dragon have also been quietly developing the fiery cult, and it has now begun to take shape. But what's the use? Mo Yun is already a Grandmaster, and they would only be seeking death if they go out now. But that idiot in Qingzhou actually went to assassinate the prince, and was directly exposed. Ji Kuin really wanted to shout to the sky at this moment. See? He asked himself that what the fiery fire cult did was not excessive. They had never bullied ordinary people, nor had they killed an ordinary person. Was there anything wrong with unifying the martial arts world? Hoo-hoo. After exhaling twice, Ji Kuin gathered his thoughts and walked towards the distance, where were the graves of his brothers who had been with him through thick and thin, although they were empty graves. Chapter 42, A Young Man. Wudu, Amping Fang. Song Si sat on a stone bench and drank some wine. Xiao Qi could now practice the Tian Suju on his own. He meditated and practiced martial arts every day and learned to read with Ying Long, but Song Si also set a time limit. He didn't care about the reading and writing, but the maximum time for meditation was 2 hours. After all, she was still too young, and meditating for a long time was not good for her. Song Si even arranged for her to go out and play for a while every day. Song Si stayed in the courtyard every day, either drinking or daydreaming, completely unaware that the Liehua cult had already set its sights on him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Master. Two people walked in from outside the door. They were Ying Long and Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was holding a candied haws in her hand and was running while calling him. Are you back? What did you do outside today? I'm here to help Grandma Li sell candied haws today. These are for Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi hasn't eaten them yet. Master, you eat first. As he said that, he handed the candied haws in his hand to Song Si's mouth. Song Si could only smile bitterly. You can eat it. Master doesn't like sweet food. Oh, Uncle Ying Long, you take a bite first. Then he handed it to Ying Long. But how could Ying Long eat it? To be honest, Song Si had no idea what to do with this apprentice. He originally wanted to let her go out to play, but there were many children in Amping Fang, and those children would run around on the streets and fight with each other every day. But what about his own apprentice? Every day when they went out, Song Si would give her money, and Ying Long also carried a lot of money on him for her to spend. But not only did she not buy anything, every day when she went out to play, she would help Grandma Li sell candied haws, help Grandpa who collect firewood, and so on. As for playing with children, don't even think about it. Song Si really has no way to deal with this matter. Ying Long also looked helpless. Every day, he followed her out to do the work of fetching water and collecting firewood. Song Si was really afraid that she would grow up to be a nice-to-have person, which would cause her harm in the future. Education must educate. But when he saw her big, watery eyes, Song Si couldn't bear to let her go. The child was still young, and it was good that she was kind-hearted. It would not be too late to educate her when she grew up. Song Si turned to look at Ying Long. Ying Long, isn't it time for you to practice hard? If not a grandmaster, you should at least become a master, right? You're still in the late Xintian stage. How can you protect Xiaoqi? Ying Long smiled awkwardly. Brother, don't I have golden armor? Go away. Don't you need to practice if you have golden armor? Brother, don't be angry. I'm going to practice and meditate now. After saying that, he ran back to his room. The master and disciple were left staring at each other. Master, I'll go sweep the floor. Stop and eat your candied haws. Oh. Wudu, outside the east gate. A young monk holding a black bowl and wearing a gray monk's robe walked forward. It was Wu Nian, but when I got to the city gate, I was in trouble. The martial law was no different from other places. If you didn't pay the entrance fee, you wouldn't be allowed in. Rules are rules. Poor Wu Nian was stopped outside the city gate. He was originally a monk in a dilapidated temple, and there was no one else except his master. He didn't have a single penny, so he had to beg for food and find a deserted place to rest. The people in other cities might not make things difficult for him because he was a monk and would just let him in after a few words. Looking at the city wall in front of him, Wu Yin shook his head and left. Wu Yin's practice is different from that of the monks in Shanghai Temple. He doesn't knock fish and chant Buddha's name. Apart from practicing martial arts, he usually just walks around on his feet. If he saw people in need, he would go up to help them. If others gave him food, he would accept it, but if it was money, he would not accept a penny. A bit like an ascetic, Wu Yin's departure did not affect the East Gate, where people of all kinds were still queuing up to enter the city. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, there are only 5 days left before the start of the martial arts conference, and more martial artists are coming to the capital. Even outside the North Gate, there are quite a few people in the mountains and forests, such as Wu Yin. There were more and more local soldiers patrolling every street in Wudu, including many officials from the Xinwei division. After a few days, Song Xiai also wanted to go out and take a look. Unexpectedly, after going out, he found that although those people would still greet him from a distance, they were not as crazy as at the beginning. So he walked out of the house. After all, there were too many martial arts sects and various lone rangers in the city now, and he wanted to go and see them. Walking on the street, there are no people wearing strange clothes on both sides of the street. Most of the martial artists I meet are wearing the clothes of their sex. Song Xiai found it boring. In fact, what he wanted to meet most were people from the magic world. After all, as he knew in his previous life, only people from the magic world had such a few interesting people, whether it's the way you dress or the way you talk. Just like those disciples of Chang Xingtang who carried the coffin in Baiyin Mountain last time. Unfortunately, I didn't see any. Don't the demons dare to enter the city? In fact, he guessed it right. Now most of the people in the mountains and forests outside the North Gate are from the evil sect. They would not be afraid to enter other cities, but this was Wudu City, where there was a man who had suppressed the Wu Kingdom and made the world look down upon him for 20 years. However, Song Xiai also saw many people wearing conical hats or covering their faces with veils in the city. There were monks, Taoists, and even a few nuns. Song Xiai was actually quite curious about those women with veils covering their faces. What do they look like? Why were they afraid to see people? We are all people of the world, so why should we be so shy? This is the same as Princess Jinla, who also wore a veil and was regarded as the second most beautiful woman in Wu State. I don't know who made that comment. However, since they met last time outside the East Gate, he still remembered the way the girl looked at him. I haven't seen him since. In fact, Princess Jinla thought about secretly running out of the palace to get to know Song Xiai, but after what Song Xiai said to Mo Yun last time, she buried some things deep in her heart and stayed in the palace to practice martial arts, thinking of making a big splash at this martial arts conference. At this time, a man and a woman not far away caught Song Xi's attention. The man and woman were both about 17 or 18 years old. The woman was a first-rate master, but the man had no internal strength. Moreover, the girl was wearing a pink brocade dress, while the man was wearing a thick cotton coat. However, the boy looks good, and Song Xiai would like to name him the third most handsome. As for the first and second, they must be Song Xiai and the little monk. Although the boy was wearing an ordinary cotton-padded jacket, it could not hide his face, which was half as handsome as yours. Yi Sun, are you willing? The girl asked, blocking his way. The young man raised his head and looked forward. Xiaoqing, there is nothing to be unwilling about. I'm living a good life now. Very good? Do you mean very good in the sense that your martial arts skills are wasted and you live a life worse than pigs and dogs? Think about your past self. That's enough, Xiaoqing. Don't mention the past anymore. Yi Sun, don't you hate it? Hey, I've been through 2 or 3 years of hardships, so I don't have any complaints in my heart anymore, haha. Chapter 43 Visitors. Hey, I've been through 2 or 3 years of hardships, so I don't have any complaints in my heart anymore, haha. When Xiaoqing heard this, she looked at him in disbelief. Yi Sun, you have changed. You wouldn't give up so easily before? Xiaoqing, you also said that was in the past. Okay, you go now. It's time for me to leave too. Yi Sun walked out of the city step by step. Who knows that I have no resentment in my heart? Who has ever seen me go through the hardships? But my martial arts have been abolished, and I can only be a useless person in this life. Haha, haha. Xiaoqing, who stayed where she was, stared at the boy's back in a daze. Song Xiai shook his head when he saw this. The young man's dantian had been destroyed. Unless his dantian was reassembled, this would be the end of his life. But then I thought his last name is Yi? His martial arts skills are abolished? Why does he look so much like the protagonist? Master, what are you looking at? Xiaoqi, who was standing aside, saw her master standing there motionless, so she had to stay aside as well. However, her master had been standing there motionless for a long time, so she had to open her mouth and ask. It's okay. Master is just thinking about what to eat in the evening. After hearing what the little girl said, Song Xiai stopped having wild thoughts. He didn't care whether he was the protagonist or not. He was not the villain, so there was no need to think too much about it. As long as it's made by Master, Xiaoqi thinks it's delicious. Silly child, let's go buy some groceries and go home. Song Si led his apprentice away without attracting the girl's attention. Xiao Qing stood there for a long time, and suddenly her face turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Ye family." Song Si and his apprentice went straight back home after buying groceries. As for other things, why bother with so much? Master, Xiaoqi is making a fire. Be careful. Yes, master. The two, one big and one small, began to work in the kitchen, and soon the smoke from the cooking started to rise. Xiaoqi, do you have any dreams? Dream. Just what do you want to do when you grow up? Follow master when you grow up. What else? Anything else? Buy some old hens for Grandma Li. Why? Because the old hens at Grandma Li's house can still lay eggs. Xiaoqi has eaten them before. Silly child. Oh. Song Si suddenly felt that this kind of life was not bad, and it was worth having this disciple. He lived a comfortable life, but others might not. For example, in a small inn, two people from the martial arts world who have a grudge against each other met each other. Although they did not dare to cause trouble in Wudu, they could still curse at each other. Song Si also knew these two people. They were Bai Wuya from Baiyun Villa and Wu Qinshui from the Tieshue gang. The two of them had a deep grudge against each other, and coupled with what Wu Qinshui said at his son's wedding last time and the gift she gave, Bai Wuya hated Wu Qinshui to the core. The two started quarreling when Bai Wuya and his son Bai Yunfei checked into the inn and happened to meet Wu Qinshui, who then ridiculed Bai Yunfei. Wu Qinshui, don't go too far. Why? Bai Wuya, what kind of moral conduct do you want me to avoid talking about your son? That's better than having no son at all. You say one more word? What's wrong with you? Chicken feather stuck on a bat. What kind of bird are you? Bai Wuya, you are looking for death. A mad dog barks at the sun, the sky barks. I am so angry. Bai Wuya deserves death. At this time, the men behind him hurriedly grabbed him and said, Boss, this is Wudu. Be patient, be patient. Wu Qinshui thought, damn, I almost fell for this old guy's trick. Bai Wuya, if you dare, come out of the city and have a fight. I'll beat you to a pulp. If I don't go, what can you do to me? Oh, really? Then you'd better tell your son to be careful when he goes out next time. After all, you don't want anything to happen to your son, right? Bai Wuya was furious. This bastard. If we fight again at the Wulian conference, I will put all the businesses of Qiyun City on the line. I wonder if gang leader Wu dares to do that. Okay, it's a deal. Imperial Palace, Lijing Hall. Brother-in-law, how are the arrangements for the martial arts conference going? Mo Yun sat below and bowed. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. That's good. As long as we let these gangsters fight for their so-called interests, they will be like a pile of loose sand. Emperor Wu said with a smile. Why did the imperial court support them in holding a martial arts conference? It was to let the people in the martial arts world fight each other. As long as there is conflict, hatred will arise. Once there is hatred, it will be difficult to unite. This is what the court hopes to see. This is not an election for the leader of a martial arts sect. So, why would people from the martial arts world participate? One reason is that it provides an opportunity to see other people's martial arts and better verify what I have learned. The most important thing is that you can take advantage of this opportunity to legitimately seize the interests in the hands of others. People who practice martial arts are also human beings. They also need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. Especially those large and powerful sects with a large number of people. Although they have many industries, they also have a lot of people. Besides, who doesn't want to have more money? Except for those special people. Do the people in the underworld know the imperial court's plan? Of course they do. After all, no one is a fool. But they had to do it. It can be said that the underworld of Wu State is the most difficult to survive in. Compared with the other 5 countries, they don't even seem like people in the underworld, but more like workers begging for food. Who made the imperial court so powerful? A dark cloud is like a mountain pressing down on the world of martial arts. Ever since Mo Yun broke through to become a grandmaster more than 10 years ago, life has been difficult for people in the martial arts world. Amping Fang. Song Si was watching Xiao Qi riding when suddenly there were several knocks on the door. Ying Long went out to open the door, and soon ran back and whispered something to Song Si. Song Si nodded and went to sit in the front hall, while Ying Long went to open the door to welcome the guests. To be honest, after he became famous, no one except Mo Yun has visited him, so I'm quite curious. Not long after, Ying Long came in with a charming woman, followed by several maids and servants carrying a few boxes. Song Si had never seen this woman before. She was in her 30s with a pair of peach blossom eyes, a graceful figure, and those surging breasts, which gave her a unique charm. My slave Qinglian has met immortal Song Jianxian. What is it? Song Si didn't waste any words with him. This man came with a few boxes for no reason, and Ying Long next to him didn't even serve him tea. Qinglian has long admired the sword immortal's demeanor, so I came to pay a special visit. Song Si looked at the woman in front of him. She was at the same level as Ying Long in the late innate realm. The maids and servants behind her were all martial artists. Song Si showed an impatient look and said, "Speak to the point." Qinglian quickly spoke up. "It's like this, Qinglian is no one to rely on, so I came to seek refuge with Song Jianxian." As he said this, he shook his peak. Huh? You're not telling the truth? Go away. Song Si was very angry. Not only did this woman not tell the truth, she also seduced him? Is Song Si the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are older? Chapter 44 Qing Lian. Song Si's line, go away, made Qing Lian break out in a cold sweat. But when she thought about the instructions from her superiors, she couldn't just leave. We just want to make friends with Song Jianxian. We also came with generous gifts. Bring them up. The servants carried the box to the front hall, and Qing Lian walked over and slowly opened it. There were 5 boxes, 4 of which were filled with 10 liang of silver ingots, and the remaining box was filled with various kinds of jewelry. Although Song Si likes money, he doesn't take all the money. For example, if Ziyu hadn't played tricks on him when he found the treasure map last time, he would never have thought of taking a single cent from it. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Who are you? This. Qing Lian really didn't dare to say it. After all, everyone hated the Liuhua sect, and she didn't know what would happen if she said it. Moreover, their original intention was only to give gold, silver, jewelry, and their maids to Song Si. Even she was included in the gift list, just to win Song Si's favor. This way, when a conflict arises between the Liuhua sect and the Xinwei division, Song Si at least won't add insult to injury. After all, how could he have the nerve to turn around and attack them after taking their money? However, he was told by his superiors not to tell anyone about their origins, so Song Si had no choice but to accept them and then whisper some words to them when he had the chance, and then slowly reveal the secrets. Qing Lian was very confident before coming here. With her figure and beauty, which young man full of vigor and vitality would not be envious. But after meeting Song Si, she realized she was wrong. Song Si didn't look at her seriously at all. Otherwise, how could he be the young grandmaster? Not to mention Song Si. Even Ying Long beside her didn't even look at her. Can't tell. Please forgive me, Sword Immortal. I will explain it to you later. Oh, kill him. As soon as Song Si finished speaking, although Ying Long's golden armor was not beside him, he rushed forward without thinking and punched Qing Lian. Qing Lian could only cross his hands in front of his chest in a hurry and took Ying Long's punch head on. Although they were at the same level, the other person attacked with all his strength, and she only responded hastily, so she still suffered some minor injuries and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ying Long was about to continue when Song Si spoke up. Okay. Then he immediately stood back in his original position. Go back and tell the people behind you not to disturb me, or you will die. Get lost. Thank you, Sword Immortal, for not killing me. Qing Lian said this and then led everyone away in shame. As for the silver, they also carried it away. Song Si didn't care. He was just curious about who was trying to seduce him with beauty. Ying Long, go and follow him and find out who he is. Okay, big brother. Ying Long returned to his house, put on his golden armor, and left. The golden armor now is very different from before. It not only makes up for the problem on his feet, but also uses the remaining meteorites to make a stick. Song Si feels that the stick is much better than the sword he got from the treasure map. Therefore, the current Ying Long golden armor is not afraid of anyone unless a grandmaster takes action. He feels at ease with Ying Long following him. After Qing Lian led everyone out, they turned left and right, and it took nearly an hour to reach the 3rd street in Wudu City, Yinshui Street. This street is most famous for its red light district. Whether it is the main street or the 18 lanes below, brothels are everywhere. The group walked into Yinshui Street and arrived at Yanhua Lane, also known as Yanhuafeng. We came to a place called Fengshui Tower and entered the house from the backyard. Ying Long followed closely. Not only had his feet been repaired, but they had become more flexible and the sound of his walking had also become much quieter. But even so, he, a big guy, couldn't follow in because he was too conspicuous. Just when he was thinking about how to get in, suddenly a bird the size of a sparrow flew out from inside, and it was too late when he tried to chase it. No matter how agile he was, martial arts was not his strong point, and he really couldn't catch up with the flying bird. There was no choice but to rush back home dejected and explained everything to Song Si. Song Si didn't care. He was just curious about who the person was. It would be better if he knew, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't know. At least you know the base, right? And first of all, the forces in the capital were excluded. As for the Song Si outside the capital, it really didn't matter. They were just small fish and shrimps. As soon as Ying Long got home and reported to Song Yu, he went back to his room and started practicing martial arts. It was so embarrassing. On the other side, Qing Lian returned to Fengshui Tower and immediately reported the situation to his boss. As for how her superiors punish her, she can only face it. After all, she messed up, right? But it's also the fault of the higher-ups. They're hiding the truth from the Grandmaster, and it's good enough that he's not dead. I don't know what those people above are thinking. I feel so sorry for myself, who is as beautiful as a flower. Imperial Palace, garden behind Jiahua Hall. Princess Jinla danced with her short sword impenetrably, while Eunuch Li gave her instructions. With the guidance of the Grandmaster, Jinla made rapid progress and is now a master of the late acquired realm. When Jinle finished his sword moves, Eunuch immediately came over with a glass of water. Princess, drink some water. Your falling leaf sword skill has already been mastered. Jinle took the teacup and drank it all. Eunuch, is there anything interesting happening in the city recently? That's not the case, but there are many more people in the martial arts world. What about him? I haven't been seen much lately. Oh, come on. Take this princess out for a walk. Princess, where is His Majesty? Don't worry, my father has given this princess a token to leave the palace. Then I will prepare it. Wudu, outside the north gate, in a dense forest. Mu Changxing and his men had just arrived. They did not choose to go into the city, nor did they go to the nearby villages. After all, they were people of the evil sect. If they accidentally scared the people, they would bring disaster upon themselves. Speaking of the top sects in Wu State that are led by great masters, no matter whether they are righteous or evil, if you ask which sect is doing the worst, it is undoubtedly Changshengtang. Other sects in other states may not be extremely wealthy, but at least they have surplus every year. Only Changshengtang earns just enough money every year to cover expenses. It is said that his is the only top sect in Yunzhou. In fact, it is not only Changshengtang that is like this in Yunzhou, even other small sects are not doing well. Take the wedding at Baiyun Villa, for example. The most gifts received were a few thousand taels, but the expenses for so many people were still very high. The reason for all this is that Yunzhou has the only prince of Wu State, Prince Yun. Most of the profitable businesses in Yunzhou belong either to the royal palace or the government. Even those businessmen are backed by various government offices, including Mr. Liu, who was escorted by Song Ci. These martial arts sects can only eat the leftovers of others, so the martial arts people in Yunzhou are very miserable. As for robbing other sects, forget it. We can't wipe out all the sects in Yunzhou, right? Hey, aren't these the people from Changshengtang? Chapter 45, Joining the Gang. Hey, aren't these the people from Changshengtang? Mu Changsheng was taking his men to choose a place to stay for the next few days when suddenly a frivolous voice was heard. Mu Changsheng knew who it was without even looking up. Why? Is this place your ghost island? The person who came was the deputy island owner of Ghost Island, Yuan Yi. Even though he is only the deputy island master, his kung fu is much stronger than Mu Changsheng's. After all, Mu Changsheng is only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, while he is already in the late stage of the Grandmaster. Let's leave this place to Home Master Mu. Ghost Island should at least give some face to the last placed one of the top sects, right? Home Master Mu, don't worry. No one will try to seize your Changxing Hall's territory at this martial arts conference. After saying this, Yuan Yi laughed and left. Mu Changsheng could only watch them leave. The situation was stronger than he was. What else could he do? Just bear with it. Unexpectedly, just as Yuan Yi left, another group of people came. Mu Changsheng looked at the person coming and shouted in his heart, "Is this going to end?" The person who came was the great elder of Gi's sect, the great master who had reached the great perfection, Mad Blade Song Kuang. Master Mu, how are you? Mu Changsheng could only step forward and salute. This guy was much more terrifying than the previous one. Meet Elder Song. This elder heard that Yunzhou is in trouble and was worried that everyone in Changxing Hall was living in poverty, so he came to give some food. Bring it up. As soon as Song Kuang finished speaking, two people came up behind him carrying two bamboo baskets wrapped in cloth and handed them to Mu Changxing. Mu Changxing felt that based on his understanding of this guy, he was definitely not a good person, but he had to take it. He took the bamboo basket and handed it to Mu Shaosen beside him. Thank you, Elder Song. I want to stir Master Mu from having a meal. See you later. After Song Kuang left, Mu Shaosen opened the bamboo basket and saw that it was full of hard steamed buns. At this moment, Mu Changxing's face turned pale. He also knew why the two sects humiliated him. It was simply because they felt that Changshengtang called itself a demon sect, and it was embarrassing for them. But he had no choice. The fact that he had developed to this point in Yunzhou proved that he was very strong. It's not like he hasn't thought about moving, but aren't all the other good places already occupied? Besides, although Yunzhou's life was a bit hard, at least he was not afraid of anyone except the government. The business of the coffin shops under his control has also improved recently. I'm used to it. I'll just go back and vent my anger on those two masters and apprentices when I get angry outside. Mu Changsheng could only comfort himself in this way. On the other side, Song Kuang and Yuan Yi came together. Deputy Master Yuan. Great Elder Song. The two were already very familiar with each other. After all, the top sects in the Southern Territory were only Gi's sect and Guidao, and both of them were demonic sects. Although the southern border is surrounded by the sea, it has a large population and extremely rich resources. I wonder where Guidao is going to fight for this time. Outsiders don't know that the two demonic sects, Gi's sect and Guidao, actually have a very good relationship in private, and have even reached an offensive and defensive alliance. Ghost Island will not participate in the competition this time. I believe that your Gi's sect is also the same. Otherwise, you would not have sent you and me here. That's right. Our southern territory is already extremely wealthy. If we continue to fight for it, it will only make people jealous. So this time, you and I will just wait for the show to begin. Yeah? On the other side, the people from Changxing Hall were clearing the ground and preparing to set up camp. Mu Changxing stood alone, not far away, watching quietly. This time, he had made up his mind. He was not planning on competing in this martial arts conference. When he came here, he was thinking about spreading it towards Qingzhou or Lizhou. But now he had figured it out. As a master himself, what the hell could he use to compete with others? So, what if I'm at the bottom? It doesn't matter. I'm used to it, right? At this moment, a round bead with a piece of paper shot towards him. Mu Changxing instantly poured his internal energy into his legs and disappeared with a whoosh. The next time he looked, he had already climbed to the top of the tree. After carefully observing the surroundings and not finding any figure, Mu Changxing landed and looked towards the round bead. At this time, the beads have been embedded in the tree, leaving only the paper strip outside. The note only read, "Go 1 mile east and wait for good news." Mu Changxing held the note and looked at it for a long time, wondering whether he should go or not. He really didn't know who the person was, but judging from his previous move, he was at least a master. After thinking for a while, he put the note in his arms and called Mu Xiaosan. "Xiaosan, you stay here. I'm leaving for a while." "Yes, master." Mu Changxing used his Qinggong skills to head eastward and soon arrived at his destination. This is a mass grave with graves everywhere. Fortunately, it is not night. In front of him, a man in Taoist clothes had his back to him. "Who are you? Why did you ask me to come here?" The man didn't even turn around and smiled sinisterly. "A nickname? 20 years ago, everyone called me Bai Gui, which means a daytime ghost." After saying that, he turned around and stared at Mu Changxing. "What? Are you the white ghost elder of the fiery cult?" Mu Changxing couldn't help but be surprised. This was Bai Gui, who was a master in the late Grandmaster stage 20 years ago. It was rumored that he didn't like killing people at night. Anyone who provoked him would become a ghost during the day, so he got the nickname Bai Gui. "I didn't expect that someone still remembered my fiery cult. Greetings, Senior Bai Gui. I wonder why you called me." In front of this person, all those from Gi's sect and Gui Dao are his younger brothers. Mu Changxing, the head of the Changxing Hall, a mid-stage grandmaster. "I wonder if you are willing to come to my Liu's sect to be a Dharma protector?" Of course, you are only a Dharma protector in secret. In public, you are still the head of the Changxing Hall. When Mu Changxing heard this, he knew it was not a good thing. The fiery sect, is it easy to join this sect? You have to know that the entire Wu Kingdom's fiery fire sect is an existence that everyone wants to kill. Although they are under pressure from the Xianwei division, the fiery fire sect does not dare to show up in the Wu Kingdom. But he couldn't refuse. Who was in front of him? It was a white ghost. If he refused him, there might be a new grave in this mass grave. Moreover, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to, and there were several auras watching him in secret. "Master Mu, our leader will soon become a grandmaster." "Excuse me, who is the leader?" He wanted to confirm whether it was that person. "It's what you think in your heart." Bai Gui's answer completely shattered the last line of defense in his heart. Ji Kuan, that's Ji Kuan, a top existence of the same period as Mo Yun, and he will soon break through to the grandmaster level. Even if he can't beat Mo Yun by then, he won't lose too badly, right? And when the white ghost came to him, he couldn't refuse. Junior Mu Changxing is willing to join the fiery fire sect. "Okay, come out." As soon as Bai Gui finished speaking, 3 men who looked exactly the same suddenly appeared in the forest. The white ghost took out a pill and said, "Eat it, and you will be the Mu protector of my fiery fire sect." Mu Changxing also knew that people would not believe you just because you said so he was not surprised and just took it and swallowed it. Anyway, he joined the fiery cult sincerely and had no intention of betraying it. "These 3 people will follow you from now on and be at your disposal. Don't worry, they have never been seen in the martial arts world." It's sent. Chapter 46, Fierce. "These 3 will follow you and obey your orders from now on." Bai Gui's words made Mu Changxing excited. Although he could not rule out the possibility that the 3 people were monitoring him, it did not prevent him from having 3 more masters in Changxing Hall. "I'm feeling better now." Mu Changxing shouted in his heart. You know, Changxing Tang has only had him as the grandmaster all along. Which other top sect doesn't have 3 or 4? There are 2 worse ones, right? Only Changxing Tang has been at the bottom since its establishment. At this moment, Mu Changxing is thinking, should he also compete in this martial arts conference? After all, enough of the tight life. But what Bai Gui said next calmed him down. Although the 3 of them are only at the early stage of grandmaster, they are brothers from the same mother and therefore have a common mind. They have also learned a combined attack technique that can rival a grandmaster at the late stage. But it's not the time for them to show up yet, so you need to be careful to avoid being tracked down by someone with ulterior motives, understand? Don't worry, Elder Bai. Mu Changxing still understands this principle. Mu Changxing must understand that it is not the right time for the Liu's sect to come out yet, and his Changxing Hall suddenly has 3 more masters. People with ulterior motives will definitely investigate. Wouldn't that be a disaster? Even though the Grandmaster is very powerful, he is nothing in front of the Grandmaster. As for who is the person with ulterior motives, those who understand will understand. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll contact you if there's anything. After the white ghost finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. The four of them clasped their fists and said, "Farewell, Elder Bai." After Bai Gue left, Mu Chongsheng looked at the three people in front of him, and he became more and more satisfied. Although they could not be used for the time being, one day, he, Mu Chongsheng, would let the world know that there was more than one master in Chongsheng Hall. By air, by San, meet the Guardian Mu. Okay, then I'll have to ask the three of you to hide in the dark for the time being. The three of them nodded, performed Qinggong, and left. As for where they went, no one knew. Humph, Gi sect? Ghost Island? Just wait. When the sect leader breaks through, that will be the time for you to die. By then, all the things that happened before will be repaid 100-fold. Ha 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 ha. Amping Fang. Mo Yin came to visit again. Mo really envies young Master Song's carefree life. Song Si didn't believe what he said. Oh, then why don't you unload the burden, Master Mo? Who will dare to stop you from living whatever life you want? Ha ha. Mo Yin smiled awkwardly, then took out an invitation from his arms and placed it on the stone table. Young Master Song will surely go to watch the martial arts conference this time, right? I came here to invite young Master Song to watch the competition. I didn't postpone this Song Ci event as I was going to go anyway. This time he didn't have to spend any money because he knew clearly that the temporary arenas built outside the North Gate had already been surrounded by several fences. Except for the top sects that are invited, everyone else has to pay to enter. Then Song will be disrespectful to refuse. Okay, now that the invitation has been delivered, I won't bother young Master Song anymore. Goodbye. Master Mo, take care. After Mo Yun left, Song Ci held the bright red invitation in his hand and smiled slightly. I wonder if this martial arts conference will be exciting? Will there be some interesting people? I'm really looking forward to it. After putting away the invitation, Song Ci flew directly to the roof with a wine jug in his arms, lay on the eaves, and started drinking. It has been half a year since he came out of seclusion, and he has a relatively good understanding of Wu Guo and Song Ci. Although it is similar to the ancient times in his previous life, there are not many festivals. As far as he knows, apart from the Spring Festival, which is called Sui Dan here, there is only the Lantern Festival left. There is no such thing as Mid-Autumn Festival or Dragon Boat Festival. Moreover, there were very few entertainment facilities. It seemed that there was only a brothel besides the gambling house. So he had nothing to do and could only lie on the roof and drink. Xiaoqi was taken out to play by Ying Long. Song Ci took a few sips of wine and looked towards the west. Hey, I've been down the mountain for half a year, and I suddenly miss the days in the mountains. I wonder if weeds have grown on Xiaobai's grave? After nagging for a while, Song Ci stood up and said, "Forget it, let's go out for a walk." "Where should we go?" Then his eyes lit up. "I got it." Without landing, he flew up in the city using his lightness skills. With a wine jug in his hand, he touched the eaves with his toes and appeared several feet away. Soon Song Ci arrived at his destination, Fireworks Lane. As for where Fengshua Tower was, it was easy to find. After a while, Song Ci stood on the roof of Fengshua Tower. Fengshua Tower is not too big, with only 2 floors in total. The first floor is the hall, and the second floor is where the girls stay. He casually lifted up a piece of green tile and looked down. The location he chose was right in the center, and he could still see the lobby on the first floor. Although it was daytime, there were still many guests in Fengshua Tower. Several girls were dancing a dance that Song Ci could not understand. It was not that they danced badly, but that Song Ci had never seen this kind of dance before. The guests enjoyed the dancing and drank, and from time to time, they put their hands under the skirts of the girls in their arms, doing no one knew what they were doing. At this time, Qinglian hurried up to the second floor and walked toward the house. Song Ci looked at the location of the house, ran over, and removed the tiles in one go. As soon as Qinglian entered the room, she knelt down on the ground. In front of her, at the end of the bed, sat a woman in red. "Protector, I admit my guilt." Song Ci also looked at the woman in red. The first thing he saw was her face, which was extremely mediocre and ordinary. Then Song Ci was stunned, and he cried out in his heart, "What the hell? What the hell? I thought the Blue Lotus was already surging and about to burst, but I didn't expect that I was still inexperienced. Can this be used to smash watermelons? What on earth have you been eating since childhood?" The woman in red is a master in the early stage of Grandmaster level. If you can't even handle a small matter, what use are you? Come here. As soon as the red-dressed woman finished speaking, Qinglian immediately rolled and crawled to her knees in front of her. "Protector, spare my life." Qinglian is willing to be punished. It was only because Song Ci was not good at beauty and asked my subordinates to tell me the way out that led to the failure. "Oh, you mean to blame it?" "I dare not." "I don't think you dare, but I hope you won't let this protector down next time. I will try my best to get close to Song Ci." That's not what I am talking about?" The woman in red chuckled, raised her pair of jade feet without stockings, and looked at Qinglian. The next scene, completely shattered Song sees 3 views. Fuck, were they so fierce in ancient times? Damn, I can't watch this anymore. It's going to give me sty. Song Si did not go down to disturb them. Although he did not know what purpose these people had in approaching him, it was obviously not the right time. He was not a saint, he just wanted to help others. At this moment, Song Si just wanted to go home and clean his eyes. This was the first time Song Si had encountered such a thing in his past and present lives. One could only say that the ancients knew how to have fun. Chapter 47, The First Beauty. 2 days later. Song Si has never left the house since he returned home last time, and those people did not come to disturb him. He originally thought that if those people continued to come to his house, he would definitely let them know how dangerous society is. Then I will throw everything to Mo Yun. That day, Song Si was lying on the roof when Ying Long suddenly ran in hurriedly with Xiaoqi. Brother, are you home? Song Si thought something had happened and jumped off the roof instantly. What's up? Brother, we've arrived at Linglong Pavilion. It's just at the north gate. Do you want to go take a look? What are we going to see at Linglong Pavilion? See the most beautiful woman in the world? Ying Long, don't you dislike women? Well, I saw a lot of people went there, and I thought it would be boring for my brother to stay at home, so... Before Ying Long could finish his words, Song Si had already walked out of the courtyard carrying Xiaoqi. He was very curious about what one must look like to be voted the most beautiful woman. You know, even though I'm extremely handsome, I'm not voted the most handsome man in the world. Song Si had never really known about the 10 beauties, but he had seen 2 of them, Su Qingyu and Princess Jinle. Su Qingyu is indeed beautiful, but as for Jinle, Song Si has never seen her true appearance, so it is hard to comment. I rushed to the north gate at lightning speed and was shocked by the scene in front of me. There were so many people, so noisy, so crowded, and so clear. It seemed like something had sneaked in, but it didn't matter, there were so many people anyway. And 90% of them were men, from the old 99 to the youngest who could just walk. It was an amazing scene. Song Si felt that compared to this, what he had experienced was simply child's play. There are people who practice martial arts, common people, and high-ranking officials. A team of guards cooperated with the Xinwei division to maintain order. Song Si also saw a familiar face, Mo Yun. This guy was actually standing on the roof of the tallest restaurant nearby, staring at the north gate. Song Si just wanted to say one thing. She's just a woman, is that so bad? And Mo Yun, you're over 50, right? An old cow, eating young grass. Then he held Xiaoqi, stepped on his left foot, and stepped on his right foot, spiraling up into the sky, and came to Mo Yun's side. Mo Yun smiled at him, and without saying anything, he turned his head and stared at the city gate. Song Si smacked his lips. Is he crazy? But he didn't say anything, and looked towards the entrance of the north gate. The people below shouted, Ah, Chu Lioli, you do, you do, you do, you do. The celebrity pickup at the airport in front of that scene was nothing compared to it. At this time, a group of people finally came in from the north gate, a group of beautiful women. Leading the group was an old woman, followed closely by a carriage. On each side of the carriage were 10 women, the oldest of whom was probably in her 40s, but most of them were young girls. Song Si took a look and said, That's it? They're all in the carriage, are you guys really that crazy? However, the old woman in front has a very high level of cultivation. She is a master in the late grandmaster stage. The women surrounding the carriage ranged from first-rate to innate great perfection. Song Si turned around and glanced at Mo Yun. There was so much tenderness and sweetness in his eyes that it was almost drawing lines. A chill in a carriage, do you care? The group of people walked quietly, and the group of men in front unconsciously made way for them. In fact, most of these people came here because they were attracted by her reputation. After all, they have never seen what the most beautiful woman in the world looks like. At this time, someone who was not afraid of death on the streets suddenly said, The most beautiful lady, come out and let everyone see her. Soon after, the shouting became louder and louder. Yes, come out and show yourself to everyone. Come out and see. Look, look. Normally, no one would be so bold. After all, Linglong Pavilion is not easy to mess with, and Linglong Pavilion has some unclear relationship with Xinwei Division. But there were too many people at this moment from all walks of life, and everyone became bolder, so they started shouting loudly. After all, they were just watching and didn't do anything. Stop! Suddenly a voice came from inside the carriage. Her voice is as beautiful as spring water, touching people's heart. In an instant, the noisy north gate became quiet. A black shadow flashed before Song Si's eyes, and Mo Yun instantly jumped down from the roof and came to a place not far in front of the carriage. At this time, the carriage door opened and a woman walked out. Wow, so beautiful. The moment the woman appeared, the sky and the earth seemed to lose their color, and the onlookers gasped. It is so beautiful that even Song Si took a few more glances at it. The woman was wearing a blue and white gauze dress. Even though it was winter, she showed off her jade arms. She had a white shawl with jade on her shoulders and a gauze scarf as wide as a finger with a bell tied around her neck. Her waist-length, shiny black hair was tied with a green headband. A few strands of hair fell loosely on her shoulders, making her already delicate white skin look even whiter than snow. Her face was without any makeup, but she was as fresh and unworldly as an orchid in a valley, as if she was a fairy who had descended to earth from this world. Her skin is whiter than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When she looks around, she has an elegant and noble temperament that makes people captivated, ashamed of themselves, and dare not blaspheme. But there is something enchanting and charming about her cold, arrogant, and agile appearance that makes people unable to help but be obsessed with her. The bare feet and the straight and smooth long legs stepped out the car door. I wanted to post a picture, but it didn't meet the requirements. I will post it later when I have a chance. Chu Yoli stood on the carriage and bowed to everyone, then looked at the man in front of her. When the onlookers saw Mo Yun appear, they didn't dare to say anything. Mo Yun was wearing an official uniform, and there were not many people who didn't recognize him standing there. Master Chu, you've been traveling all the way. I have prepared a banquet. Would you be so kind as to honor me? Song Si didn't expect that Mo Yun was such a person, so he just invited him directly. You are in your 50s or 60s, and you still flirt with young girls? Does the princess in your family know about this? That's right, Song Si felt that Chu Lioli was really a little girl, and her face looked like she was only about 20 years old. However, Song Si was shocked by her inner strength. Grandmaster? Such a monstrous one? Why wasn't she on the Earth ranking? Chu Lioli looked at the man in front of her. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Mo, for your kindness. But Lioli has already prepared a house in Wudu, so I will go back to rest first." After saying that, he bowed to Mo Yun again. Mo Yun was not surprised by this. It seemed like he was used to being rejected. In that case, I will not disturb Pavilion Master Chu's rest. Please. As he said that, he made way for the carriage. Chu Lioli nodded and got back into the carriage. The carriage continued to move forward, and Mo Yun watched it leave silently, with tenderness in his eyes. As for others? Chapter 48 Ancient Times are really chaotic. Voodoo City, Baiman Street. Everyone watched the carriage slowly leave and did not chase after it. After all, there is that man ahead. Let's all go. Mo Yun left after saying this. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, everyone left in twos and threes. Song Si wanted to take Xiaoqi with him, but he suddenly saw a young man and stopped immediately. Mo Chonglu was hiding in the crowd, secretly watching the most beautiful lady, but his father popped out again. It happens once every 3 years. Isn't it annoying? Seeing the crowd dispersed, he was about to leave. Suddenly, Song Si appeared in front of him holding Xiaoqi, and Mo Chonglu hurriedly saluted. Meet immortal Song Jianxian. Okay, come and talk with me? Let's go. Song Si held his apprentice in one hand and Mo Chonglu in the other, and went to a nearby tea house and sat down. At this moment, the gossip fire in his heart was burning fiercely. I wonder what Song Jianxian wants to see me about? In the underworld, the more experienced ones come first, and there is nothing wrong in calling yourself a junior. Song Si looked at him and suddenly didn't know how to ask. You can't just say, your father came out to see Chu Lioli. Does your mother know? That seems like looking for trouble. Xiaoqi sat obediently aside, drinking hot water. She really didn't know what her master was going to do, but her master's eyes were so bright, as if he saw fine wine and delicious food. Song Si thought for a moment and said, have you made any progress in martial arts recently? Just a little bit. Mo Chonglu was confused. What on earth was this swordsman going to do? Could it be? He raised his head and stared at Song Si. Senior, are you going to take Chonglu as your disciple? Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask you, what happened between your father and Pavilion Master Chu? It's better to say it directly. Song Si is really afraid that the child will bow down and kowtow. Oh, so that's what happened. The entire Wu Kingdom knows that my father likes Pavilion Master Chu. Your mother knows too? Yes. You don't mind? Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in ancient times, Mo Yin was different because his wife was a princess and the emperor's sister. A prince consort is not allowed to take a concubine, but with Mo Yun's ability, the Emperor Wu should not stop him from taking a concubine, right? You don't mind, right? My father has loved her for 20 years, but he still didn't marry her. Mo Changliu's words shocked Song Si. First there were Qinglian and those 2 women, and now there was Mo Yun. What a beast! How old were you 20 years ago? After complaining about Mo Yun in his heart, Song Si continued to ask, your father's teeth are very good. How old was he 20 years ago? This is no longer an old cow eating young grass, but more like an old cow eating young sprouts. Mo Chonglu stood up excitedly upon hearing this. Senior Song's idea is exactly the same as mine. At that time, the old man was already in his early 30s, and she was still a young girl of 15 or 16. It was simply an old cow eating young grass. And I told my seniors that the old man is simply not a human being. Not only does he like my mother and Pavilion Master Chu at the same time, he even wouldn't let me like Pavilion Master Chu when I grew up. Moreover, Pavilion Master Chu rejected him many times, but he still didn't give up. Senior Song, I am suffering. Song Si nodded at Mo Changliu's words and said that the ancient times were really chaotic. Father and son like the same person? Mo Yin likes both of them at the same time? But you are the prince consort. Can you still take her back? Wouldn't the princess cry, make a scene, and even commit suicide for you? Or does it mean that if you have the power, you can really do whatever you want? And Chu Lioli, was she 15 or 16 20 years ago? Then wouldn't she be over 30 now? It turns out that you can't determine a woman's age based on her appearance. Looking at Mo Chonglu crying in front of him, Song Si really didn't know how to comfort him. Could it be that he said, "Don't worry and fight with your father. I'll support you. You cry first. I remember that I still have a goose stew at home, so I'll go first." After Song Si finished speaking, he hugged Xiao Qi and jumped out of the window and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mo Chonglu stood there in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. Why did Senior Song suddenly leave? He couldn't figure it out, so he asked the waiter to pay the bill and left. He had to rush home to watch the show. I wonder if the old man will be beaten when he gets home? Song Si carried his apprentice in his arms and hurried through the city. When they passed by Ruyafang, they happened to see the women from Linglong Pavilion unloading the carriage. As for Chu Lioli, she had already run away to who knows where. Song Si didn't stop and headed straight home. Ruyafang is not too far from Ampingfang, only separated by 3 or 4 alleys. After returning home, Inglong went somewhere unknown and left Xiaoqi behind. Song Si recalled what had happened in the past 2 days, each one more exciting than the last. "Master, that sister is so beautiful today." Xiaoqi also saw Chu Lioli, but there were many people on the street, so she didn't say anything. She is pretty, but Xiaoqi will also be very beautiful when she grows up. Song Si really didn't have the confidence to say this. After all, he had never met Xiaoqi's parents. But then he thought that since they were commoners, they might not necessarily be pretty. After all, in ancient times, ordinary people could not afford to marry beautiful women. But Xiaoqi is still very pretty now, pretty and cute. As for the fact that girls change a lot when they grow up, who cares? Xiaoqi had no idea that her master was thinking so much. She smiled sweetly and ran back to her room. She hadn't written anything today. What Song Si didn't know was that the Mo mansion was bustling with activity at this moment. Originally, when Mo Yun returned home to see his wife, nothing happened, and the eldest princess was not an unreasonable person. It is understandable that a hero loves a beautiful woman. She is satisfied with Mo Yun. Over the years, as the #1 master of Wu State, he has worked diligently in the court, and he is even more loving to her after returning home. And he never looked for other women. Although he would go to see that vixen during the martial arts conference every 3 years, nothing happened after all, right? And even if it happened, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he could just marry her as a concubine. It's a pity that she doesn't like him. So after Mo Yun came back, although he felt a little guilty towards his wife, the two of them still talked and laughed. But at this moment, Mo Chonglu came back, and at this moment, the eldest princess immediately burst into tears. She cried and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Mo Yun, who was standing by, also stood up and started to make a noise. As soon as Mo Chonglu entered the door, he saw his mother crying and his father coaxing her. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" But as soon as the words fell, Mo Yun and the eldest princess said in unison, "Kneel down." Upon hearing this, Mo Chonglu immediately knelt down obediently. He had no choice but to kneel down. He couldn't resist in this family. "Did you go to the North Gate today?" "Well, I did." "Don't you know what your father is thinking? How dare you look at the woman your father likes?" "Ah, Mom, did you make a mistake?" "Husband, it seems that you and I have to educate the child well today." "Ah." Chapter 49, Martial Arts Conference I. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the day for the martial arts conference to begin. The person that people in the city talked about the most these days was Chu Lioli. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and she was also recognized as the most beautiful woman in the 6 countries. Just like Princess Jinla, although she ranked second on the Wu Kingdom's beauty list, there were women in the 6 kingdoms who were prettier than her. Song Si was wearing a white robe today, with his white hair casually tied behind his head with a jade belt. He had a gourd tied around his waist, which he bought from an ordinary citizen these 2 days. It was used to store wine. He did not hold the Hanyuan sword in his hand, but placed it in the system space. When he went out, Inglong Jinjia had been put on, and Xiaoqi was sitting on his arm. "Brother Master, let's go." Ampingfang was still far from the North Gate, and Song Si was too lazy to ride a horse, so he galloped all the way with the Inglong golden armor and soon arrived at the North Gate. The 3 of them walked out of the city gate and headed towards the venue of the martial arts conference. It is called a venue, but in fact it is just an open space as big as a football field, with a fence more than 1 person high and surrounded by cloth. Inside, there is only 1 high platform besides 3 arenas. This place is open air, with 2 chairs and a table on the top of the platform. There are 10 chairs at the bottom. As for other places, there are rows of wooden benches forming a circle. It was still early at this time, and there were not many people except the Xianwei division and the Imperial Guards guarding outside. Song Si took the 2 of them, took out the invitation, and handed it to Xianwei Si at the door. The man at the door also knew him, and quickly let a few people into the venue, let him sit on the highest chair, and then left. As for Yinglong Jinjia, he just stood behind Song Si. Song Si sat on the chair and took Xiaoqi. There were various fruits, pastries, and tea on the table at this time. He took an apple and handed it to Xiaoqi. Eat it. Thank you, master. About half an hour later, the sun had risen. Although it was winter, it didn't feel too cold. A man walked in from the door. It was Mo Changlu. Mo Changlu saw Song Si's eyes light up and walked towards the platform, but stood behind another chair. Meet Senior Song, Senior Yinglong, and Miss Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi and Yinglong returned the gifts one by one. Song Si looked at Mo Changlu and asked, "Huh? What happened to you? Are you injured?" Although Mo Changlu concealed it well, Song Si discovered it easily. Mo Changlu's face turned bitter. It's just a minor injury, a minor injury. I want to cry when I mention Mo Changlu. He is already 20 years old. Have you ever seen parents and children who are 20 years old still playing mixed doubles? Didn't he just go to see Chu Lioli? Is that so important? Moreover, it turned out that his parents were just pretending every time they had a big fight. He remembered very clearly what his parents said to him that day. "Son, I just want to tell you through my actions that with your status, no matter how many women you have in the future, you should always love your wife. Just like me, when I get home, I never say anything back to your mother. So do you understand now? Son, let me tell you, the first thing a man should do is not to let his woman suffer any injustice. Of course, the premise is that your future wife is understanding." At that moment, Mo Changlu felt like a clown. He rushed home to watch his mother beat up his father, but who knew that the result was a mixed doubles match for him. Oh, what a miserable life. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Song Si didn't force it and continued to look outside the door. At this time, many martial artists were already sitting on those benches. When these people came in and saw Song Si, they bowed respectfully and then returned to their seats obediently. Master Jueming of Shanhai Temple has arrived with his disciples. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door, and then an old monk walked in with a group of monks. After observing for a while, he walked towards the platform, and when he got to the stage, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Song Si. Amitba, the abbot of Shanhai Temple, Jueming, and his disciples greet Donor Song. Song Si also exchanged some polite words and took a seat. However, the strength of Shanhai Temple was still very strong. The old monk Jueming was in the late stage of the Grandmaster stage, but the other old monk following behind him was in the Great Perfection stage of the Grandmaster stage. As for the young monks, they were much worse, and the strongest one was only in the Acquired Perfection stage. Yushu Temple Taoist Master Qingwei has arrived with his disciples. Then there was another round of pleasantries. The strength of Yushu Temple was not much different from that of Shanhai Temple, but Taoist Qingwei was a great master. Lu Jingfeng from Wenjian Villa has arrived with his disciples. Song Si had heard of this sect, but had never seen it. It was a group of people wearing scholars' hats and uniform green robes, each carrying a sword behind their back. Their appearance was pretty good, but their strength was a bit lacking. Lu Jingfeng is a late-stage grandmaster, and he is followed by a middle-stage grandmaster. His disciples are in an even worse state, and there isn't even one who has reached perfection. He bowed, found a chair, and sat down. Song Kuang of the Gi sect has arrived with his disciples. After hearing this Song Si's spirit, a demon cult finally came and had the same surname as him. After Song Kuang brought his people in, he first glanced around casually, and when he saw Song Si, he hurriedly saluted. Then he found a chair at the edge and sat down, without saying a word to anyone the whole time. Song Si was a little depressed. He didn't expect that people in the evil world would be like this. Shouldn't they be unruly? It's boring. Song Si also knows that it's because of his own ability. But isn't this just hoping to meet a stubborn person? Yuan Yi from Guidao has arrived with his disciples. Here he comes again. Song Si's eyes lit up when he saw the person coming. The way he walked and the look in his eyes, there was no doubt that he was a villain. As soon as Yuan Yi entered the room, he looked down on everyone. Finally, he looked towards the platform. His eyes bulged instantly, and he immediately showed a kind smile and ran over. "I am Yuan Yi, the Deputy Island Master of Ghost Island. Nice to meet Song Jianxian." "Okay, sit down." I thought he was stubborn, but he changed in the blink of an eye. It seems that the magic way is like that. It's very boring. Everyone sat down without talking to each other, and they all sat upright, looking straight ahead. Linglong Pavilion's Chu Liuli has arrived with his disciples. Now Song Si felt that except for the Taoist Qingwei, everyone's eyes had changed, especially Yuan Yi from Ghost Island. The look in his eyes was like that of a wild boar in heat. Chu Liuli walked in slowly with a few people. This woman finally wore shoes today, and even her clothes were wrapped much thicker. Compared to the last time we met at the North Gate, today has a different flavor and seems a lot more mature. "Meet immortal Song Jianxian." Song Si nodded, and Chu Liuli didn't say much, then sat next to Taoist Qingwei. She smiled at everyone around her, and everyone quickly calmed down. Even though everyone wanted to get this woman, she was really not easy to mess with. Apart from Mo Yin, who was behind him, his own strength was also very strong. At least they were not sure they could defeat him. Although they are at the same level, there are still differences in strength. Chapter 50, Martial Arts Conference, Part 2. Chu Liuli's arrival caused a commotion among the crowd, but it soon subsided because another top sect had arrived. Jian Qinshin of Luyun's sword sect has arrived with his disciples. A man with a resolute face walked in with a group of people. Behind him was Jian Beimin, who was ranked second on the Earth list. After some more politeness, Song Xiai nodded to a few people and glanced at Jian Beimin. Jian Qinshin walked up to Lu Jingfeng and snorted heavily before sitting down. Both of them are from the north, and both are sword practitioners, so it is normal for them to be at odds with each other. Lu Jingfeng also responded with a sneer. I thought the next person to come would be the last top sect of Wu Kingdom. But unexpectedly, it was the young monk Wu Nian who came in. It had been a long time since he last saw the young monk Song Xiai, and Wu Nian still remembered the young man who had given him food. He did not expect that when he saw him again, he had become a world-famous grandmaster of swordsmanship. As for the fact that Wu Nian was able to come in without paying, it was all thanks to his reputation. After all, he was ranked third on the Earth list, and Xin Weixi knew him. Wu Nian just bowed to Song Xiai from a distance and did not go forward to get close to him. That was not his style. Song Xiai also smiled at him from the bottom of his heart. Mu Chongxing from Chongqing Hall has arrived with his disciples. Song Xiai was no stranger to Chongqing Hall, but it was the first time he saw Mu Chongxing. Looking at Mu Chongxing, Song Xiai always felt that this man had a lot of things hidden in his heart, which made people unpredictable. Mu Chongxing didn't care at all about how others looked at him and bowed to everyone one by one. As a top sect at the bottom, he did the same at every martial arts conference. Although things are different now, he still has to keep up appearances. As for whether others pay attention to him or not, that is not something he should consider. He just needs to remember that face. By then, At this point, most people have arrived, and the martial arts conference will begin as soon as Mo Yun arrives. And Song Xiai also saw many familiar characters. For example, the father and son of Baiyun Villa and Wu Qinshui from the Iron Blood Gang. There is another person. That is the young man I saw by chance last time. His name seems to be Yi Sun. Moreover, this young man actually repaired his dantian and reached the second-rate level. Next to him was a slovenly old man with a restrained aura, and it was obvious that he would soon break through to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, the relationship between the two seemed unusual, which made Song Xiai interested. Could it be that the young man named Yi Sun is really the protagonist? The son of destiny? He complained in his heart. However, there were still a few people he wanted to meet but did not come, such as Nangong Jiao. I wonder how he and his father are doing? And the two fierce women from Fengshua Tower did not come. To be honest, Song Xiai was very surprised to see so many grandmasters who had reached the great perfection. He thought that even if there were grandmasters, there would not be too many, but he did not expect there were so many, and there were also those who were secretly there. There were at least 20 grandmasters who had reached the great perfection in the Wu Kingdom. But why can't I break through to the grandmaster level? I don't understand this Song Xiai. Anyway, his cultivation is given by the system, and he doesn't have any bottleneck, so I can't understand it. Princess Jinla has arrived, Prince Yun has arrived, and Sima Si, the head of Xianwei, has arrived. 5 people came in from outside the door. They were Mo Yun, Princess Jinlu, and Prince Yun. The other two were uniquely beside Jinlu, and the other was the guard of Prince Yun. And everyone present, regardless of whether they were speaking from the heart or not, stood up and saluted. As for Song Xiai, of course he didn't move. At most he nodded. This is the power of the Grandmaster. Princess Jinlu and her partner didn't dare to ask him to salute them. If they offended them, they would assassinate them and then run away to another country to live a carefree life. Then they wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Jinlu was still wearing the veil. I didn't know what was so good about it. Even the most beautiful woman in the world was wearing a bare face. Of course, these were just Song Xi's inner thoughts. Princess Jinla looked at Song Xiai deeply, then sat aside. This was a martial arts conference, so she did not sit at the top. Instead, he sat next to Chu Lioli. But it was different for Prince Yun. Wu Zhong had finally persuaded his father to come to Beijing just to meet Song Xiai. Wu Zhong would like to thank immortal Song Jianxian for saving his life. You already thanked me. I thought it was over. But he walked to Song Xi's side and looked at Shao Qi in his arms and asked, are you still accepting disciples? Shao Qi also looked at her master. Song Xiai peeled an orange and fed it to her mouth, saying 2 words, no. Wu Zhong wanted to say something, but Mo Yun pulled him aside. After settling Wu Zhong down, Mo Yun stood beside his chair at the top. Everyone, it's time for the martial arts conference that takes place every 3 years. I'm sure this is not your first time participating. You all know the rules. So now I declare the martial arts conference open. Although everyone felt a little aggrieved that an official appointed by the imperial court was presiding over the martial arts conference, there was nothing they could do as the situation was stronger than them, and they could only endure it silently. Song Xiai had already known the rules of the martial arts conference. It was nothing more than a competition among different martial arts masters, and those with grudges would make a bet, a big gamble witnessed by many fellow martial artists. And no matter what you bet on, once you accept it, you cannot regret it. Otherwise, you will face the pursuit of the court and the entire martial arts world. As Mo Yun finished speaking, the martial arts conference began. The 8 top sects above did not move. At the beginning, there was no need for them to go. The first day of every martial arts conference was filled with fights among the little karami. Look, someone immediately came up on the stage below. He was not even the day after tomorrow, but just a first-class man with a knife. My fellow heroes, I am Lu Meng from the Northern Territory. Would you mind a duel of equal rank? The stakes are 30 taels? I'll do it. Then an old man holding a nunchaku jumped onto the stage. The two of them hammered at each other wildly, and Song Si fell asleep. In his opinion, it was nothing more than a fight between children, and the moves were disorganized and had nothing to recommend them. In the end, the old man won the first victory. The man was straightforward and directly took out 30 taels and handed it to the old man. The next ones to go up were all mediocre kalami, which made not only Song Si, but everyone on the stage feel sleepy. Only the onlookers were watching with great interest. Wu Qinshui of the Iron Blood Gang, by Wu Ya, come up and fight. I will come to meet you. Do you dare to bet all your wealth at Baiyun Villa? To be honest, Bai Wuya didn't want to accept Wu Qinshui's proposal, but if he didn't accept it now, how could he gain a foothold in the world? And their Yunzhou was already a laughingstock in the martial arts world. Even if they did not accept it now, at most Baiyun Villa would be embarrassed. But it would be different if they returned to Yunzhou. Other sects might gang up on them and attack them. Why not? There was no other choice. Bai Wuya gritted his teeth and agreed. Fortunately, his martial arts skills had improved recently, so he might not necessarily lose. Song Si took a look and thought, wow, it's an acquaintance. Besides, didn't Wu Qinshui go to give gifts at the last wedding at Baiyun Villa? Why did they fight? But it's finally something worth seeing. After all, he is a congenital master, right? Chapter 51, Martial Arts Conference, Part 3. Wu Qinshui and the other person stopped and didn't say any more nonsense. Bai Wuya came out with a long sword, stepped on the ground, and rushed straight to Wu Qinshui's face. His first move was a killing move. Wu Qinshui was not flustered. He swept the long sword in his hand, knocking away Bai Wuya's long sword. Then he rose from the ground, attached his internal force to the blade, and with one move, he split Huashan Mountain and attacked Bai Wuya from top to bottom. The two men fought each other instantly. Wu Qinshui's swordsmanship is powerful and straightforward. In contrast, Bai Wuya's swordsmanship was much more beautiful, sometimes light and agile, sometimes tricky. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged more than 20 moves. Song Si was also watching with great interest on the stage. Although the two's movements and techniques were not mediocre, they were not much better either. In addition to observing their techniques, Song Si also wanted to see how their fights differed from his own. At this moment, the two people on the stage separated immediately and stood on both sides of the ring. They each slapped out with their palms, and their internal force instantly swept across the ring with a loud bang. I don't know what material the ring is made of, but it can withstand the internal strength of a master. The palms collided, but Bai Wuya did not move at all, while Wu Qinshui's body was shaking. Good opportunity, Bai Wuya said secretly, and rushed forward, his sword piercing Wu Qinshui's waist like a poisonous snake. Just when he was about to succeed, Wu Qinshui suddenly laughed grimly. Hey, this is what you've been waiting for. He reached down with his left hand and grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Holding the knife in his right hand, he swept it towards Bai Wuya's head with a mixture of internal force. You bastard, you're actually cheating? But the situation was too critical at the moment, and he didn't have time to think too much. He let go of the sword, turned his feet lightly, and dodged to the side. But how could he dodge Wu Qinshui's fatal blow so easily? Although his head was fine, the sword energy left a bloody mark on his back, deep enough to reach the bone. He glanced at Wu Qinshui with hatred. Bai Wuya admits defeat. Then he walked off the stage without looking back, without even picking up his sword. Thank you. This sword is not bad, haha. Picking up Bai Wuya's sword, Wu Qinshui said a few words and went down. Song Si didn't expect that Wu Qinshui would cheat, but of course he saw through it at that moment. I can only say that you can only know a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. He may look tough on the outside, but he has a lot of little thoughts on the inside. The other top sects didn't even say a word. They didn't care at all about the life and death fights among the smaller sects. Yunzhou Lu Sandow, Qingzhou Overlord Spear, Liz Ho Hua Ernyang. The next people who came up were all little Kalami, who did not attract much attention from Song Si. During this period, Huyan also went up to compete, but his opponent was a very strong mid-stage acquired realm, so he unfortunately lost. Wuzhou Li family. Li Ziqing challenges Yi Shan of the Yi family. Suddenly a girl came onto the stage and caught Song Si's attention because he had seen this girl before. She was the girl who talked to Yi Sun that day. When the girl came on stage, the people below became confused, starting with the head of the Li family. The Li family and the Yi family are old friends. Although they are not like brothers, they are not much different. But now his daughter wants to challenge the Yi family? Isn't this a slap in the face? How can I interact with the Yi family in the future? But since he was already on the ring, he had no choice but to curse inwardly. Damn girl. The Yi family was also confused. They were just a small family, and the strongest person in the family was only at the postnatal perfection stage. They participated in the martial arts conference this time because it was close and wanted to let their family members see the world. But no one expected that the girl from the Li family would actually challenge their young master Yishan. Is this completely disregarding the friendship between the two families? But Yishan still came out. There was no other way. He couldn't just be a coward, right? Both of them are first-rate, not much different from each other. Yishan, if I win, your Yi family will apologize to brother Yi Sun. When Li Ziqing stopped talking, Yishan on the opposite side also laughed. Oh, I can apologize, but I can't be the master of the Yi family. So that's how it is. Is it all for that loser Yi Sun? Yi Sun's arrival was not discovered by the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Sun was feeling very angry. He had finally found a great master, who not only restored his Dantian, but also broke through to the second rate. This time, he followed his master to participate in the martial arts conference just to see the world. I don't have any plans for the Yi family for the time being. I will just wait for myself to break through to the innate realm. Then I will go home and see the faces of those people. As for revenge, I will definitely feel relieved when I take revenge myself. But Li Ziqing's words at this moment undoubtedly made the Yi family pay attention to him again, and his master would soon need to go into seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster level. By then, he might be hunted down by the Yi family. How about taking revenge with your own hands? It seems that he can only ask his master to help him deal with the Yi family in advance. At this moment, Yi Sun is speechless about Li Ziqing. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Didn't I make it very clear last time? Li Ziqing on the stage had no idea that what she was doing was a thankless task. The fight between the two was nothing special, just a fight between children. Unexpectedly, Li Ziqing lost in the end. If it weren't for Yi Shan's consideration for the two families' face, he would have beaten her up. Li Ziqing walked off the stage in a daze, sighing inwardly. Hey, brother Yi Sun, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. After reaching the Li family's location, the head of the Li family glared at her and said, I'll deal with you when I get back. Then he started talking with the Yi family. As for Li Ziqing, who cares? And Song Si could see Yi Sun's expression clearly from above. But he definitely didn't bother to care about these things. It was only because Yi Sun seemed to be the son of luck that he paid more attention to him. Otherwise, and Mo Yun, who was standing beside him, didn't pay any attention to what was happening on the ring at all. His eyes were fixed on Chu Lioli. Song Si has never been in love. Chu Lioli is pretty, but you wouldn't be like this, right? In his view, beautiful and ugly appearance are all bones under the skin and appearance of voice and color. Instead of indulging in beauty, it is better to drink a pot of sake and travel the world with a sword. He couldn't understand the saying that when you like someone, all you see is that person. As for Xiaoqi, he stayed in Song Si's arms, feeling sleepy while watching everyone fighting. She is still young and cannot understand things like fame and fortune. The masters from the top sex also took a look at the arena and then looked away, either talking to each other or closing their eyes to rest. Only Crown Prince Wu Zhong and Princess Jean looked up from time to glance at Song Si. Of course, Wu Zhong was looking at Xiaoqi in Song Si's arms. He was envious, and he also wanted to be the disciple of the Sword Immortal. At this time, there was an arena below where the winner had been decided, and it was now empty. Seeing that no one was stepping forward to the empty arena, Jin Beimin from the Luyan Sword School walked down the platform, kicked off with his feet, and landed lightly. Master Chonglu, can we have a sparring match? Mo Chonglu watched him go on stage and knew that he would call him. After all, it was the same in every martial arts competition, and he was used to it. He bowed to Song Si and his father, then walked towards the arena step by step. Chapter 52, Martial Arts Conference Part 4. Master Chonglu, can we have a sparring match? Mo Chonglu took out a folding fan from his sleeve and walked towards the arena while fanning himself. Song Si was speechless about the father and son. It was as if his father's eyes were fixed on Chu Lioli. Where's my son? He is fanning himself with a broken fan in the middle of winter. I don't know what he is thinking. But Song Si was interested in the fan. After all, he had bought a fan before, but it was too expensive. The folding fan that Mo Chonglu had was made entirely of fine iron ribs, and even the fan surface was woven with silver threads. There were 3 words on it, and Song Si took a look and saw that it was Little Young Master. What the hell? So shameless. The moment Mo Chonglu stepped onto the ring, everyone on the platform also looked towards the ring. After all, this is a battle for first and second place on the Earth list. The people in the audience also shouted, Master Chonglu will win. No matter what the purpose is, just wave the flag and cheer. As for those who shouted Jian Beimin, there were some, but they were very few. You're still as showy as ever. You're still as persistent as ever. I wonder how these 3 years have been? Not bad. I just broke through a small realm. Jian Beimin. Mo Chonglu. Hurry up and start. You do this every year. If someone doesn't know, they would think you two are having an affair. I don't know who shouted. The two of them smiled awkwardly and got into position. Be careful. the flowing cloud sword technique, the falling leaves, and flying flowers. Jian Beimin swung his sword, and 3 plum blossoms made of sword energy appeared on the tip of the sword and shot towards Mo Changlu. It's still the same old routine. Although he was complaining, Mo Changliu's reaction was not slow. He waved his folding fan, and 2 streams of energy instantly pierced the plum blossom. Then Mo Changlu turned into a spinning top and drilled towards Jian Beimin, with the folding fan in his hand shining with a cold light. Who wouldn't point the sword at Changsha? At the same time, it turned into a gyroscope and crashed towards Mo Changlu. The long sword in his hand directly touched Mo Changliu's folding fan. The collision of the 2 internal forces brought a breeze to the onlookers. These 2 people are much stronger than Wu Qianshui, both in terms of internal strength and martial arts skills. Song Ci was stunned on the stage. What was Jian Beimin doing? You just abandoned the moves and started to compete with each other in internal strength? He is 1 level higher than you. That's right, the moment the 2 gyroscopes collided, the 2 of them simply abandoned their moves, attached their internal forces to their weapons, and began a competition of internal strength. The onlookers also widened their eyes. Was this a mistake? This was only the second move? Perhaps the only person who didn't care was Mo Yun, and Xiao Qi. After all, he was staring at someone with an Annie's smile. Even if the person on the stage was his son, so what? He didn't even look at him. Song Ci just wants to say, love-brained? I feel sorry for Mo Changlu for 2 seconds. At this time, changes occurred on the ring again. After all, Mo Changliu's internal strength was a little stronger than Jian Beimin, and Jian Beimin was the first to be unable to hold on. But they had to hold on even if they couldn't. Now neither of them could let go. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured. At this moment, the 2 people on the ring were like sticky candies stuck together. Song Ci discovered it, and so did other masters. They really couldn't understand why these 2 kids were in such a state with just 2 moves. But no one went forward to rescue him. After all, he was only seriously injured, not disabled, so it would be good to learn a lesson. Mad, let's fight. Jian Beimin instantly mobilized all his internal strength and pushed it towards the sword, only to see that the sword was directly shattered into pieces. The internal strength had no outlet, and all of it hit Mo Changliu's folding fan. The 2 took this opportunity to escape from the crisis. Mo Changlu took 3 steps back, but Jian Beimin was in a miserable situation. After all, his internal strength was weaker than others. Although he mobilized his whole body, the recoil force directly shook him towards the crowd of onlookers. A figure flashed on the platform, and Jian Shinshin instantly came behind him, pulled him around with one hand, and spun him around, removing the recoil force, and landed on the ground. Then he took out a pill and fed it to Jian Beimin's mouth, but did not scold him. He nodded towards Mo Changlu and returned to the platform with his apprentice. Mo Changlu also looked towards the platform, wishing his father could be like them. But after this martial arts conference is over, I have to run away from home. This place is boring. He sighed, walked down the stage silently, and returned behind Mo Yun. Song Ci stared at Jian Shinshin because he really couldn't understand how those elixirs were made. He could understand that there were elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation, but where did the elixirs in the world of martial arts come from? After all, he has a bottle of Dawandin in his space. It seems I will have to find out more about it in the future. There was no particularly outstanding person next, only Jean Lu was okay. She went up and fought a few times, and the person on the opposite side immediately admitted defeat and did not dare to really fight with her. As for the young monk Wu Yin, he just sat in the corner and watched quietly. No one competed with him, and he did not go up to the ring. It was getting late, and today's martial arts conference came to an end. At the end, Mo Yun came back to his senses. Although he was looking at Chu Lioli, as a grandmaster, he was still clear about what had happened. Although I am reluctant to end it early, there is no other way. After all, there is always tomorrow, right? A group of people left in an orderly manner, and Song Ci also left with his apprentice in his arms and wearing golden armor. Not long after, they returned to Amping Feng and asked Long to buy some wine and food, and the 3 of them quickly finished their business. After settling his apprentice, Song Ci climbed onto the roof again. It was already the second watch. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky. Song Ci held a gourd in his hand and took a sip of wine from time to time. To be honest, Song Ci was quite disappointed with the martial arts world of Wu State. Along the way, there is neither the heroic spirit of knights nor the lawlessness of demons. The world of Wu Kingdom seems very peaceful. Everyone is busy struggling for life, and both the good and evil forces are submissive. It was totally different from the world of martial arts in his imagination. Well, after the new year, let's go to other countries, but forget about the countries with great masters. I think they won't make much difference. But where should I go? Forget it. Why think so much? When the time comes, go take a look at the yellow sands of the northern border, and then leave. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, I unconsciously thought of my parents in my previous life. After all, no matter where you are or how great your achievements are, family ties are always hard to give up. I wonder if the moon in my hometown is as bright as this one, and whether my parents are thinking of me. Oh, forget it. We are both missing each other, but now we are looking at the moon together. We are reunited at this moment. Go back to bed. Song Si was emo for a while and quickly adjusted his mood. After 10 years, he's gotten used to it. He couldn't forget his relatives in his previous life just because he traveled to another world. No wonder most of the protagonists in novels about time travel from previous lives are orphans without parents. At this moment, he suddenly understood that having concerns is really torturous, haha. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Conference V. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the martial arts conference started as normal and everyone returned to their respective positions. Song Si held Xiaoqi and looked at the stage below. Today, everyone consciously did not go up to the stage. The second day of every martial arts conference is where the top martial arts schools hold their parade. But this year is different. It is understandable that Shang Xingtang is not on the list. After all, it is the weakest. However, Guidao and Gui's sect did not take the stage either. You have to know that their southern and western borders are adjacent to each other, and they have fought with Shanghai Temple in every martial arts conference. But this time he just sat there quietly. As for Ling Long Pavilion, forget it. They never go on stage every time, and no one has any intention of taking over Liz Ho. It has to be Shanghai Temple. Master Jueming stood up. Umapa, how about Deputy Island Master Yuan? Have a discussion with me? Yuan Yi, the Deputy Island Lord of Ghost Island, had not originally thought about fighting for territory this time, but this battle had to be fought. And every time, it was Yushu Temple and Shanghai Temple that caused trouble for their Ghost Island and Gi sect. Master Jueming, please. Both of them are in the late stage of Grandmaster, and have fought each other no less than 10 times, so they know each other well. Master Jueming stepped onto the stage and pounded the ground with a Zen staff in his hand, instantly piercing the stage that even the innate masters could not break. Umipa. I saw Jueming's monk robe fluttering without wind, and his solemn face became sad. He pinched his fingers and pointed at Yuan Yi, with his internal force emanating from his index finger. Then he rushed towards Yuan Yi with a Zen stick in hand, using the 8 dharmas of Bodhidharma. I really don't know how to use monk's kung fu, so I'll just use the 72 Shaolin kung fu skills. At the same time, Yuan Yi swung out a palm to slap Jueming's energy and took out his weapon. Meteor hammer. A hammer was swung out, and the iron chain broke straight and hit Jueming's door. The 8 dharmas of Bodhidharma were performed, and the shadows of the staff instantly enveloped the meteor hammer. Yuan Yi grabbed the iron chain, and a small hammer flew out from behind him and attacked Jueming from 3 directions. Unfortunately, Jueming had already been prepared. He flicked the sleeve of his monk's robe, used the iron sleeve attack, and threw the hammer directly into the distance. The two men fought more and more fiercely, but fortunately they controlled their strength and did not cause any harm to the onlookers. I also enjoyed reading song poetry, and finally I found a way to read it. The two men fought back and forth in the ring, and even after 300 rounds, there was still no winner. The fight lasted for more than an hour, and except for the first few moves, the rest of the fight was all about skills. Seeing that the time was almost up, the people took a step back. Master Jueming, take my move. Then Yuan Yi summoned his inner strength, and his palms instantly froze. Heavenly Ice Frost Palm. Everyone saw a palm of ice suddenly appear in the air and press down on Jueming. Jueming's eyes were full of caution. The left hand is downward, and the right hand is pushed forward. Save all living beings. Mahavarakana destroy. The golden one came out of the body and hit the icy palm. Boom, the energy dissipated. The people around were blown to the ground, and those with lower realms even had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. As for the person on the high platform, Song Si waved his hand to block the energy. Of course, it was only the one coming towards him, and the same went for the others. Master Jueming, I appreciate your kindness. Umipa. The two were evenly matched, but from Song Si's perspective, Jueming was actually better. He just stopped. As for the injured onlookers, no one cared. They were just injured by the strong energy, and it was nothing serious. This is the world of martial arts. The strong dominate life and death. The weak are submissive. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. The next to come on stage were the Yushu Temple's Abbot Qingwei Taoist and the Gi sect's Grand Elder Song Kuang. Both of them are grandmasters who have reached the great perfection and are the most powerful among all. Elder Song, please. Master, please. Song Kuang was aware of Qingwei's strength. He was much stronger than his own leader. Although both of them are grandmasters, they are no match for the other person. But since it's a competition, they just have to do their best. Qingwei actually didn't want to get involved in all this, but he had to. Although Yushu Temple emphasized tranquility and inaction, since he lived in this world, some things were unavoidable. If your superiors tell you to fight, you really have no choice but to fight. Song Kuang took the first step. He did not use any weapons. All the skills he had learned were in his hands. Nirfa na baum. Song Kuang's palms turned black, and a black gas attacked Taoist Qingwei. Qingwei held the whisk in his hand and poured his internal energy into it. The 3,000 strands of the whisk instantly became straight, all made of heavenly silk. Just a light tap on the black energy, made Song Kuang's attack disappear into thin air. Then the whisk stabbed or swept, and Song Kuang relied on his bare hands to block. The two fought for more than 20 moves, and in order to end it as quickly as possible, they used their ultimate moves. Song Kuang pressed down with his left palm and chopped with his right palm. The rolling black air surrounded Qingwei in the blink of an eye. Then he made another move with his left palm and shouted splitting prison in a low voice. A skull flew out and bit Qingwei in the black air. At this moment, Qingwei also exploded. The 3,000 strands of the whisk instantly became longer and tied towards Song Kuang. At the same time, the index and middle fingers of the right hand were put together, and the jade void finger broke through the black air and pointed to the skull. After a stalemate, the skull shattered, and Qingwei came in front of Song Kuang, with two fingers only an inch away from Song Kuang's throat. Master, you are very capable. I admit defeat. It was not difficult for Song Kuang to dodge, but he wanted to end it quickly, so he just admitted defeat. Besides, he really couldn't beat Qingwei. What's more, the competition is just an interlude, and the important things are still to come. Qingwei nodded, and the two left the ring. The next two are definitely ruthless guys. Lu Jingfeng from Wenjian Villa and Jian Qinshin from Luyan Sword Sect. The two came on stage without saying a word. They were both in the late stage of Grandmaster, and they both practiced swordsmanship. Their sects were still in the northern border. Therefore, their relationship is simply that of mortal enemies. Even if there is no martial arts conference, the disciples will still have a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. However, most of the winners belonged to Luyan Sword Sect. After all, they had Jian Beimin, who was ranked second on the Earth list. Once on the stage, he drew his sword and started fighting without any nonsense. Lu Jingfeng's sword focuses on momentum, using the force of the sword to overwhelm people, making people move unconsciously along with the momentum of his sword. Jian Qinshin's sword focuses more on sword moves, one move after another, making it impossible to defend against. In this respect, the two of them are much worse than Song Xiai. Song Xiai also practiced swordsmanship, but his swordsmanship combined sword and intention and momentum. His sword moves included intention and momentum, and the three were combined into one. But what they both learned was good. The swords in the hands of the two men are also famous swords in the world, and they fight back and forth with each move to kill. Jian Qinshin's sword moves are gorgeous, but they reveal murderous intent everywhere. Every time the sword is drawn, a few flowing clouds or a few plum blossoms will be thrown out. Don't underestimate these things. If you are not strong enough, you will die if you touch them. Lu Jingfeng's sword just stabbed at Jian Qinshin again and again. Each stab could accurately shatter a plum blossom or flowing cloud, but the speed was getting faster and faster. Lu Jingfeng himself was building up his own momentum by waving the sword in his hand, and when the momentum reached its peak, it was time to launch his strongest attack. The same was true for Jian Qinshin. The flowing clouds and plum blossoms became more and more, and the sword was swung faster and faster. At some point, they both moved at the same time. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Conference End. At some point, they both moved at the same time. Lu Jingfeng's sword turned into a stream of light, instantly penetrating the obstruction and stabbing into Jian Qinshin's shoulder. Jian Qinshin's flowing clouds and plum blossoms also formed a sword of energy, which pierced through Lu Jingfeng's arm. In fact, the two of them could have avoided it, but if they dodged, then the other party wouldn't be hurt, so why not exchange injuries? Even so, the two of them did not intend to stop. They simply applied pressure to the injured parts, sealed the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, and raised their swords to prepare for another round of competition. All right. In the end, it was Mo Yun who spoke. Whenever these two dueled, regardless of the occasion, they would not stop until both were seriously injured and unable to move. It would take at least a day and a night for them to fight. Although Mo Yun also wanted the martial arts conference to last a little longer, nothing could happen to these two people, so he reluctantly called a halt. Upon hearing this, the two snorted at each other and returned to their seats. Well, this martial arts conference is over. Let's all go. The crowd slowly left the venue, because what happened next was not something they were qualified to hear. In fact, the most important part of every martial arts conference is the last part, because it is the time to decide how much each top sect will get. Or it could be said that the imperial court took back some things, and various sects were fighting for some things. Song Xiai originally wanted to leave, but was kept by Mo Yun. Young Master Song, please wait a moment. Although Song Xiai didn't know what was going to happen next, he still sat down. At this time, there were only 10 people left, 8 top sect leaders and him and Mo Yun. Everyone, the imperial court will no longer interfere with the resources of the states this time, but there is one request. Mo Yun spoke. The others looked at each other and nodded silently. Master Mo, please speak. The speaker was Qingwei. Their Yushu Temple did not need too many resources. As the only top sect in Qingzhou, they were basically self-sufficient and self-reliant, not to mention the incense and offerings from the people. But sometimes there are things you can't just choose not to take. You can distribute the resources among yourselves, but you must each take out 10%. This 10% is for Song Jianxian. This time, Mo Yin did not call him young knight, but directly called him sword immortal. Song Xiai remained calm on the surface, but was pouting inwardly. Buying people's hearts? Using other people's things to profit yourself? And even targeting him? Song Xiai would not want this thing. He has no shortage of money now, so why would he want so much? And taking food from other people's mouths? What's more, it is impossible for him to stay in Wu state forever. His goal is to see the prosperity of the world. How could he be bribed for a little profit? Although this is not a small profit. Everyone said nothing and turned to look at Song Xiai. Is there anyone willing to give Song Xiai that 10%? Maybe no one is willing to give it except Qingwei, but it has to be given. Who knows? If you don't give it to them, they might just visit your sect and be expelled from the sect the next day. Song Xiai looked at everyone with a smile and stood up. Forget about my share. A gentleman does not take away what others like. Goodbye. After saying that, he picked up Xiaoqi and left without even looking at Mo Yun. He used to think Mo Yun was an okay person, but this time, Song Xiai was too lazy to pay attention to him. Regardless of whether this was planned by him or someone behind him, the means used made him feel hypocritical. You can win him over, and Song Xiai won't mind if you take his own things, but how can you take other people's things and pretend to be a good person? Song Xiai feels disgusting. I was originally thinking of spending the new year in Beijing, but now forget it. I'm going back to pack up and say goodbye. After Song Xiai left, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Mo Yun could only smile bitterly. This was really not his intention, but the Emperor Wu's. Doing so can not only win over Song Xiai, but also suppress people in the martial arts world. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? Okay, stay where you are. He left after saying a few words. Everyone was smart, and they guessed what Song Xiai was thinking after a quick thought. To be honest, everyone was happy. After all, they didn't have to pay for their own share. If you say they are unhappy, they are actually a little unhappy. It's not easy to survive in the Wu Kingdom. Of course, the happiest person is Mu Changsheng. He has to inform Bai Gui of the news immediately. After Song Xiai returned home, the three of them sat on the stone bench in the backyard. Yinglong, Xiaoqi, I'm leaving the capital. Are you going to follow me? He didn't want to stay in the capital any longer, for fear that someone would provoke him and force him to go on a killing spree. Yinglong and Xiaoqi spoke without thinking. Wherever Big Brother goes, I go. Master me too. Okay, let's get ready. He had guessed this result a long time ago. Then he ordered Yinglong to prepare more food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He went there himself and bought all kinds of seasonings and fine wines. As for the rest, Yinglong will prepare it. After dinner, the three of them sat on a stone bench and chatted. Master, where are we going? Let me take you back to Master's home first. Okay, Master. Yinglong, have you packed your things? Brother, everything is ready. It's in the front hall. In the palace, Missouri Yun reported what had happened to Emperor Wu. I didn't think it through, but now that it has happened, I'll find a way to make amends. I don't want my country to become like the three kingdoms of Jin, Li, and Feng. Thank you for your hard work, brother-in-law. Mo Yin didn't have any good ideas. Just do your best. The two discussed for a long time before Mo Yin left the palace. Of those top sects, only Linglong Pavilion was left in Wudu at this time. Of course, Chang Shengtang did not leave, but continued to stay outside the city. Chu Liuli sat barefoot in front of the incense table, frowning, not knowing what she was thinking about. Squeak! A person walked in from outside the door. It was the old woman under her command. Master, when shall we leave the capital? Tomorrow. Chu Liuli stretched lazily and said casually. Just now she was thinking about Song Xiai in her heart. But of course she didn't fall in love with Song Xiai. I just think he's interesting. After all, she was aware of her own charm. But the young man Song Xiai would only look at her a few more times at most. And that look was something no one else had. What an interesting person. If I were younger, in my 20s, I might really like you. Ah, Pavilion Master. What did you say? Nothing. Go down. And tonight, there's a big city next to Wudu, Wujin City. The Yi family and the Li family are located here. Because it was not too far from Wudu, everyone in the Yi family rushed back after the martial arts conference ended. Just as he fell asleep, two figures suddenly fell into the Yi mansion. Starting from the gatehouse, he killed his way into the backyard with his sword. The Yi family, the strongest family only acquired through the natural process, had no reaction at all. In just an incense stick of time, the entire Yi mansion was wiped out and blood flowed like a river. And it didn't alarm anyone. It was not until the night watchman smelled blood and reported to the police that everyone realized that there was no one alive in the Yi mansion. At the same time, a red-haired man sailed south. Chapter 55, The Road Back. At noon, a carriage slowly drove out of the capital, and the driver was Yinglong Jinjia. In the carriage, Song Xiai closed his eyes and rested, while Xiaoqi beside him was meditating peacefully. Song Xiai had nothing to miss about Wudu. As for his and Xiaoqi's house, Song Xiai did not sell it. He just left it there. He did not believe that anyone would dare to occupy it. If there really was someone, then I'm sorry, I'll send you to reincarnation. On the city wall, Mo Yin originally planned to see Chu Liuli off as she left the capital, but he did not expect that before Chu Liuli arrived, he saw Inglong's golden armor. Why? With a long sigh, he decided to leave. Otherwise, some people would always feel uneasy sleeping in Wudu with a grandmaster who was no match for him. Although Song Si was in the carriage, he easily spotted Mo Yun, but he did not speak to him, and the carriage did not stop. Drive! Inglong shouted, and the carriage sped away. As I walked along the road I came from, my worries were gone. When Song Si came, his face was full of curiosity. Although his mission was to escort Mr. Liu, he wanted to look around every place he went to. At this moment, he no longer had that idea. However, after Xiaoqi finished meditating every day, he would open the car window and look outside. This was her first time leaving Wudu, and she seemed extremely curious about everything. However, she only used her big black eyes to observe and did not disturb Song Si's nap at all. Every time we arrive at a city, we will stop for a while. Song Si would take Xiaoqi around everywhere and buy them nice food and clothes. Although the journey of the three of them was dull, they lived an extremely comfortable life. After more than 10 days, the three of them had already moved away from Wudu and stood on the land of Qingzhou. Passing by Qingzhou City, they took a short rest. As for Qingzhou's famous fireworks place, Song Si did not go to appreciate it. Recently, there are more and more people in the martial arts world, and even officials from the Xinwei division can be seen everywhere. Song Si didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that maybe the new year was approaching and everyone was just out for fun. Besides, even if something happens, it has nothing to do with him. If you're curious, you can go and take a look. If you're not interested, just live your own life. Anyway, the world of Wu Kingdom is just like that. When passing through Qingzhou and Baiduku, you can still see bloodstains everywhere. The people who assassinated the Crown Prince Wu Zhong here seem to be from the Fiery Sect. I have learned a lot about Song Si of the Fiery Fire Sect during this period of time. I think the sect leader's name is Ji Kun. It reminded him of another person. At the border of Qingzhou, we also saw the legendary Green Forest people for the first time. It was a sunny noon and the weather was not so cold. Suddenly, a bearded man appeared with a machete in his hand. Hey, stop the car. Whoa, the carriage stopped, only half a meter away from the man. If Song Si hadn't spoken up, Inglong would have dealt with him directly. After all, he was just a second-rate thug. Song Si had never seen these highway robbers, so he stopped to take a look. The man weighed the machete in his hand and said, I think your armor is nice. Would you like to keep it and use it as money for me? Inglong was about to say something when suddenly another person ran out from the forest, panting and shouting. Dainyu, you are a shithead, a blockhead, Dainyu. Upon closer inspection, the visitor found that he actually looked not much different from Dainyu, except that he did not have a full beard. He came to the carriage, knelt down, and pulled the ox as well. Senior Inglong, please spare my life. My brain is not working well. After saying that, he pulled Dainyu and was about to kowtow. However, Dainyu was confused at the moment. He was wondering what happened to his elder brother today, but suddenly he heard his elder brother calling him Senior Inglong, and his head started buzzing instantly. Damn, I hit a brick wall. Song Si didn't expect this to happen, so he got out of the carriage. After all, he was quite curious about this industry. After the two men saw Song Si, the one called Dainyu fainted on the spot. Brother, you showed him the portrait, and Inglong's armor was so obvious. How could he not see it? Thinking of that, he instantly fainted in his eldest brother's arms. Don't play dead. Lift your head. As soon as Song Si finished speaking, Dainyu climbed up instantly. The two brothers looked up at Song Si, then quickly lowered their heads. Okay, get up. Sword Immortal, please spare my life. Sword Immortal, please spare my life. Sword Immortal, little. The big brother begged for mercy quickly, and Dainyu could not even stammer out a complete sentence. As for standing up, forget it. I'd better kneel down and answer with peace of mind. Seeing the two of them like this, Song Si did not force it. Tell me about your origins. How many people are there in total? Song Si could clearly see the struggle in the two people's eyes. The man named Dainyu seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Sword Immortal, Dainyu is alone. One person does. One person takes responsibility for the work. After saying that, he picked up the machete in his hand and slashed it directly towards his neck. Big bolt! With a whoosh sound, a machete appeared in Song Si's hand, which was sucked over by Song Si using his internal force. You're overthinking. Lead the way. I'm just curious. The two had no choice but to take Song Si and the other man towards the forest, while Inglong stayed behind to watch the carriage. I walked cautiously all the way and soon arrived at the top of a small hill. Song Si also saw the village ahead, but unfortunately, it didn't even have a name. A skinny dog with his chest and breasts exposed stood at the door. Brother Dainyu. Ah! Seeing Song Si, the little dog screamed, this. I didn't expect that the man next to Dainyu is the boss. When we walked into the village, there weren't many people. Including the thin dog at the door, there were 5 men in total, and some elderly, weak women and children. I don't know how this village of theirs survives. Boring, let's go. Thank you, sort immortal, for not killing me. Thank you, sort immortal. Thank you, sort immortal. After a stroll, there was really nothing to see. I thought there would be a group of good guys, eating and drinking and putting righteousness first. Unexpectedly, there were only a few old, weak, and sick people. As for why people do this job, Song Si did not ask. Everyone has their own choice. As for killing these people, if it were in the past, Song Si might have taken action long ago, but when Dania stood up and chose to take it on alone, Song Si gave up. Of course, the most important thing was that Dania did not have any murderous intent at the beginning. Having witnessed with his own eyes the father abandoning his son and running away, Song Si still has a good impression of people like Dania. When they arrived in Yunzhou and passed by Baiyun Mountain, Song Si also went up to take a look. After all, this was the first time he encountered a martial arts master in a fight. But there was no one in Baiyun Mountain, and even Baiyun Villa had become a ruin, with broken tiles and scorched earth everywhere. Did Bai Weiyao retreat and burn everything down? I wonder what Wu Qinshui's expression was at that time. Then Song Si went to the treetop where he had been and stood there for a long time. Chapter 56. The Wind Rises. After leaving Baiyun Mountain, they arrived at Qian City in half a day. After the three entered the city, Song Si saw Shuiwa Tower again. It is worth mentioning that Shuiwa Tower has reopened. It is a pity that their courtesan stayed in Yunlong Mountain forever. Song Si was no stranger to Qian City, and he stayed in the same inn, Yingsong. At this place, it was not too far from his mountain range. It was at this time that he heard a piece of news. Inside the Yingsong Inn. Have you heard? What? Song Si had just asked the waiter to take him upstairs. Since his apprentice was present, Song Si still chose to book 3 rooms upstairs. The voice coming from next door made Song Si think that some secret would be told next, but unexpectedly, the big things that happened in the martial arts world recently. Brother Liu, please tell me. I've been spending a lot of time in the flowers lately, and have been out of touch with the news. You were such a good fellow, Wang Dado. You lingered in the flowers and didn't even call me. Ahem, next time. Now let's talk about the big things that happened in Jianghu. It's like this. Although the two people's voices were not loud, they could not withstand the profound internal strength of Song Si. It turns out that something big really happened in the martial arts world, and the fiery fire cult made a comeback. The leader Ji Kuan is the Grandmaster of Broken Mirror. During the martial arts conference, Ji Kuan, the leader of the fiery fire sect, sailed south and first destroyed the Gi sect, and then destroyed the Ghost Island. Only a few small gangs were let go. Fortunately, the Gi sect's Grand Elder Song Kuang and Ghost Island's Deputy Island Master Yuan Yi came to participate in the martial arts conference, so they escaped the disaster. Song Si expressed his understanding of Ji Kuan's destruction of the two evil sects, as it was the two sects that betrayed Ji Kuan in the first place. Immediately afterwards, Ji Kuan went to the mountains and seas alone. The 1,000-year-old Shanhai temple was wiped out overnight. Not a single person was left alive. It is said that 2 great masters appeared in the temple and besieged Ji Kuan, but were killed with 1 finger. Shanhai Temple, the leader of the martial arts world for thousands of years, now only has the abbot Jueming and a great monk who has reached the state of great perfection. Ji Kuan even cruelly hung the heads of the monks in the temple all over the Shanhai Temple. As for Gi sect and Ghost Island, since they are located on an isolated island in the southern border, people in the martial arts world can only hear rumors about the specific situation there. After this incident, Ji Kuan spoke out. At the beginning of the year, he will destroy the northern border. Immediately afterwards, Mo Yun, the head of the Xinwei division, called on his fellow martial artists to head to the northern border to destroy the demons. That was roughly what Song Si heard, but he really wanted to see Mo Yun's expression at this moment. Back then, Ji Kuan was forced to have his meridians reversed and his martial arts destroyed, yet you didn't actually cut the root of the problem? If it were him, his bones would be ground into dust and his ashes would be scattered. Not only that, even his ashes would be scattered. After all, some people cannot be viewed with common sense. The north. The next day, the 3 of them drove the carriage and continued their journey. Song Si ignored the Wulian people who were heading north and continued to move towards the mountain in his heart. Passing by the woods where the little monk and Su Qingyu met, passing through Fudong City and crossing Tonyo County. Apart from eating and drinking, most of the time is spent on traveling. On this day, smoke was rising from the distant village. This was the first populated area he encountered after coming down the mountain. After getting off the carriage, Song Si walked along the country road. Unfortunately, it was a cold winter and there was no one in the endless fields. There were only a few children in the village chasing after them, and the old men were no longer visible under the tree at the entrance of the village. It's really not a good idea to stay outside for too long when it's freezing cold. Gooden, look, a carriage. Wow, what a carriage. The carriage is so beautiful. I want to ride in a carriage when I grow up. Haha, Gooden, stop bragging. A few children looked at the carriage and shouted from time to time. This was just a remote village where they couldn't even see a cow, let alone a carriage. The child named Gooden showed his little fangs and smiled at Song Si. Song Si remembered him. When he went down the mountain to ask for directions, this child seemed to be running naked beside him. In half a year, it seems like everything has changed, yet it seems like nothing has changed. Soon, we saw the mountain shrouded in white fog in front of us. At this time, the carriage could no longer move forward. Song Si unloaded the carriage and put it into the system space. As for the horse, he tied it at the foot of the mountain. Anyway, there are no wild animals on this mountain, and there are no human habitation nearby. After tying up the horse, Song Si held Shao Qi in his left hand, held the golden armor in his right hand, and rushed towards the top of the mountain. His martial arts skills were so fast that he reached the top of the mountain in no time. The familiar thatched hut, the familiar stove, and the huge rock where he once lay. Yinglong, pick up some firewood, roast something, and take a rest tonight. He threw a few pieces of raw meat to Yinglong and gave him an order. After Yinglong left, Song Si released the carriage and placed the shaft on a huge rock. This was where Xiaoqi would rest at night. The thatched hut was too cold. Xiaoqi was just a third-rate person and couldn't use his inner strength to keep warm. It would be more comfortable for him to stay in the carriage. Xiaoqi, you'll have something to eat soon, so go to bed early. Yes, yes, master. Yinglong made a fire and grilled meat, and Xiaoqi sat obediently beside him. Song Si took the wine gourd and said, "You guys eat, no need to wait for me," and left. Song Si walked gently to the tree where Xiaobai was buried. The tombstone, made of a small wooden sign, was still standing, but there were a lot of weeds growing in front of the grave. "Xiaobai, I'm back. I came back to see you." As he spoke, he cleared the weeds around the grave. "Xiaobai, to be honest, I have always regarded you as a partner and a younger brother. You appeared when I was at the loneliest time in my life. If I didn't have you, I would become a psychopath, right? Come, let me tell you some interesting stories about the Jianghu in the past 6 months." Song Si took a sip of the wine and then sat down next to the grave. In fact, the underworld is not interesting, not lively at all. They are just like those working class people, you know? That night, Song Si sat in front of the grave without getting up and recounted every detail of his journey down the mountain. In his mind, Xiaobai is different from others, and Song Si only becomes nagging in front of him. For him, Xiaobai is his salvation. The night is quiet, as if it were thick. In the distance, a star is twinkling. Lock this beam of light and use the stars to outline the prosperity and sadness of the world. Song Si is leaning against a tree, holding a glass of wine, wearing a green robe and having white hair. It seemed as if the cold winter night had no effect on him. A patch of pale sky appeared in the east, and the earth gradually became brighter. Song Si stretched lazily and stood up. "Okay, Xiaobai, I've been nagging you all night. Don't think I'm annoying. Wait for a while, and I'll make a new tombstone for you." Sword energy burst out, and a big tree broke in half. Holding Han Yuan in his hand, he knocked on the tree for a while, and soon he made a tombstone, but it was made of wood. "The tomb of my younger brother Xiaobai is erected by my elder brother Song Si. As for the other Song Si, they were not engraved. Xiaobai, I'm leaving now. Maybe I won't come back in the future. Take care." After erecting the tombstone, Song Si said something and turned to leave. The shadow under the sun is very long. Chapter 57, Northern Sand Sea. In the north, there is a vast desert with yellow sand. A carriage arrived at an important town in the north, and ahead was endless yellow sand. That place is no longer a place where horses can set foot. Song Si led Shao Qi out of the carriage. Half a month had passed by then. They had been traveling all the way without stopping, from Yunzhou to the important town in the northern border, Wangbei Town. Although the town is not big, there are 30,000 troops stationed outside the town all year round. "Yinglong, go take care of the carriage and get a few camels." "Okay, big brother." Yinglong took off his golden armor and drove away with the carriage. Although it was winter, the north was extremely hot. Wearing that golden armor felt like being roasted in a fire. Having lived 2 lives, Song Si did not know much about the desert, so he did not know why Wenjian Villa and Luyan Sword sects set up their base in the desert. However, this town is still far away from the 2 top sects, and they are located in an uninhabited desert oasis. The town was already full of people from the Wulin world. Song Si wandered around casually and didn't find anything special except for the unusually large number of blacksmith shops. Soon Yinglong came back, leading a camel. "Brother, this is the only camel left in town. The boss refused to sell it and had to pay 2 gold ingots to buy it. Let's go, just let Xiaoqi sit down." Song Si carried Xiaoqi onto the camel, and Yinglong led the way in front. They did not stay in Wangbei Town for long. There were only a few days left before the new year, so they had to hurry and travel. After leaving the town and walking 2 miles forward, we arrived at the entrance to the desert. From this moment on, there was no road ahead. Fortunately, there were some martial artists traveling not far ahead, so Song Si followed them. As for getting lost, Song Si was not worried because with the sun there, it was easy to identify the direction based on a shadow. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, which is the most reliable compass. The sun moves from east to west, and the shadow moves from west to east. Song's sea system space stored too much wine and water, so he didn't worry about water shortage in the desert at all. The sand and gravel under the scorching sun exude a hint of heat. Looking up, it seems that the yellow sand under your feet is floating with a faint and continuous heat wave, and the camel's paws leave traces of its walking in the desert. The group walked quietly. As it was approaching noon, the sun was high in the sky. The yellow sand in the desert was smoking. Without the protection of their inner strength, the people could not walk at all due to the hot sand. It's fine that these people from Wu country live in the desert, but what's outrageous is that the fiery fire sect would travel thousands of miles from the southern border to such a remote place just to destroy a few sections. Aren't they afraid of dying of dehydration during the fight? After complaining, he continued on his way. Walking on this land, no matter how hard you look, you cannot see a trace of green. There is no gurgling water, no towering mountains, but only raised sand dunes and endless yellow sand. They travel during the day and find a place sheltered from the wind to spend the night. But it must not be flat ground, otherwise you won't know where you will be buried the next day. Song Si and the other two found a sand dune with a dead tree. They took out some pieces of cloth in a sheltered position. There were no tents in that era, so they had to use cloth instead. He surrounded the area with cloth and then started a fire. He had enough firewood, and he also brought a Song Si system space and a few stools. The three of them were quite comfortable, not having to worry about food and water. At night, Song Si and Ning Long dozed off on the stools, while Shao Qi slept in Song Si's arms. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and Song Si didn't dare to leave her on the ground, for fear that she would get sick if she wasn't careful. To be honest, Song Si thought about not bringing the two of them along, but he was also worried about leaving them somewhere else. Besides, after this trip, Song Si will cross the desert and go to other countries, so he brought his apprentice with him, and no one else. Someone must be left behind to watch over the desert at night to prevent sandstorms, but with Song Si around, there is no need to worry about that, as any movement will not escape his ears. The nights in the desert were extremely cold, but Song Si didn't care. However, his disciples and Yinglong all wore cotton jackets and warmed themselves by the fire. Nothing happened overnight. As the sun rose, everyone continued on their journey, heading north under the scorching sun. In front of nature, Song Si does not seem so important. When encountering martial artists on the road, they just look up, clasp their fists, and then continue on their way in silence. After 3 days of wind and sun, everyone finally saw a large oasis. What was even more outrageous was that there was a huge city on the oasis. This was not a mirage, but a real huge city. The entire city wall was built with unknown huge stones and was more than 10 feet high. 3 big characters, Shanghai City, were written on the city gate. Most of the people coming in and out are from the martial arts world. When you walk into the city and look around, there is not a single ordinary citizen. It seemed that the entire city was populated by merchants and martial artists, and there were no imperial troops stationed there. This is a city inhabited by martial artists. The whole city was filled with a murderous atmosphere. The city is divided into east and west. On the east side hangs a sign of Wenjian Villa, and on the west side is the Luoyuan sword sect. 2 top sects coexisting in the same city. No wonder they are so hostile to each other. Song Si muttered to himself and brought the 2 of them to an inn in the west of the city, Luoyuan Inn. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it was opened by the Luoyuan sword sect. Sir, please come in. I followed the waiter into the lobby, which was almost full. The shopkeeper was originally at the counter, but when he saw Song Si and the other 2, he immediately ran over. Song Jianxian, please go upstairs. The young master ordered that a room be reserved for you. Oh, Jianbeiman? Thank you very much. The young master has ordered that we have reserved accommodation for you in every inn in West City, with 3 rooms in each. Song Si nodded. No matter why, he would remember this favor. In fact, Jianbeiman didn't know that Song Si would come, but he still gave the order because Song Si was his idol. The people in the inn lobby also stood up and bowed to Song Si. After Song Si and the other 2 left, everyone started talking. Now that Song Jianxian has arrived, the fiery fire cult will definitely not be able to continue to be so arrogant. That's right. You have to know that Song Jianxian was the one who defeated Mo Siju within 100 moves. Now we are relieved. I wonder what Ji Kuan will think when he faces 2 great masters. Haha, drink. Song Si sat on a chair in the room, listening carefully to the conversation of those people in the hall. The corners of his mouth curved up. Haha, you're overthinking it. The purpose of coming here this time was to determine the country to visit next, and the north was just along the way. Second, just watch. As for taking action, unless you provoke him. Of course, if there is someone he wants to save, he will lend a helping hand, but how many people can he really want to save? As for how the Wu Kingdom martial arts world viewed and discussed him afterwards, what the hell does it have to do with me? Who dares to discuss it in person? Sorry, Kill. Please allow me to be shameless. Can you please leave more comments? Click to urge me to update? Send me free gifts? Okay, that's it. The rest is up to you guys. Oida. Chapter 58, Gathering in the Sea of Sand. In the north, night falls in the desert. A pale crescent moon hung high in the sky, staring at this desolate land indifferently, with a bit of coldness and depression. The howling west wind filled the entire desert with a bleak atmosphere. In Shanghai City, there is no curfew. The lights are on, and the noisy sounds of martial artists can be heard everywhere. Some people were so drunk that they passed out. They were carried back to their rooms by their companions and fell into a deep sleep. The gates of Shanghai City were not closed. Luyun and Wenjin factions were stationed at the gates to welcome the people from the martial arts world who came at night. All the people who came to Shanghai City at this time were small sects, such as the Iron Blood Gang. Song Ci sat on the roof of Luyun Inn, drinking fine wine and looking up at the moon. I didn't expect the moon in the desert to be so beautiful and the vast starry sky. The coldness of the desert at night did not freeze these little-known figures in the world. There were still 2 days before the new year, but everyone felt hot inside. Are they afraid of what's going to happen next? Afraid? Why are you here? It's just fame and fortune. Early in the morning, Jin Qinshin and Jin Wumin went to visit Song Ci, but Song Ci was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Yinglong Jinjia and Xiaoqi in the inn. Not long after, Lu Jingfeng brought a few people to Luyan Inn, but did not see Song Ci. Master Jueming has arrived. A disciple from the Luyan sword sect ran into the inn and reported. Let's go, don't disturb Song Jianxian. Follow me to pick up Master Jueming. A group of people arrived at the city gate in a mighty manner. At first glance, all I saw were shiny heads. It was Master Jueming and a group of monks. Although Shanghai was destroyed, there were so many monks in Wu Kingdom, and the young monk Wenyin was among them. As the third on the Earth list, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed in such a major event. Lu Jingfeng stepped forward and said, Master Jueming, you must have had a hard time on the journey. I am sorry for your loss. Jian Qinshin also stepped forward to greet him. Ba, you 2 donors don't have to do this. All living beings suffer. They just reach paradise early. Although he said this, his face was full of sorrow. Master, please. Everyone followed Lu Jingfeng and arrived at an empty manor in the center of the city. This place was originally the house of a businessman, but unfortunately he died early. The house was taken over by the 2 factions and used as a place for the 2 factions to compete in martial arts. This time it will temporarily serve as a gathering place to discuss important matters. Song Ci disappeared into the dark early on. He was not going to participate this time and would just watch from the dark. They took their seats one by one, and the 3 heads of the top sects all sat at the lower right. As for the first seat, it was definitely reserved for Song Ci and Mo Yun. The 3 of them sat down without saying a word, and the scene was awkward for a while. Jian Qinshin and Lu Jingfeng were originally enemies, and if it weren't for the fiery fire sects attack, they wouldn't have been able to sit together. As for Master Jueming, the 2 didn't know how to talk to this big monk. Fortunately, Jin Wumin walked in from outside the door at this time. Master, we have arrived at Chongqing Hall. They looked down on the 3 people from Chongqing Hall, thinking they were just the bottom-ranked bunch. However, as it was a time when they needed people, Jian Qinshin and the other 2 still stood up and went to greet them. Looking at the 4 people walking in front, Jian Qinshin and the other 2 looked at each other and asked, for Grandmasters? The person who came was Mu Changsheng, followed closely by Bai Yi, Bai Air, Bai San, and then Mu Xiaosan and others. Haha, Mu Changsheng came to the party and met Manor Master Lu and Sect Leader Jian. We are very grateful that Hall Master Mu can come. Who are these 3? You have to know that they are a top sect, but they don't even recognize the 3 people in front of them. Haha, I heard that the North was in trouble, so I specially invited you 3 brothers to come and help. You have to know that these 3 are hermits who never participate in martial arts affairs. It took a lot of effort for Mu to invite them. When Mu Changsheng finished speaking, the Bai Yi-san brothers bowed to the 2 of them, but did not introduce themselves further. Thank you so much, Brother Mu. Please come in. After entering the lobby, Mu Changsheng was polite to Master Jueming again, and his expression was as sincere as it could be. Master, please accept my condolences. This time, we will definitely avenge all the masters of the mountains and seas. Ba, Donor Mu is very thoughtful. Hey, the fiery fire cult has made a comeback this time. We must wipe them out in one fell swoop, and also make the Wu Kingdom's martial arts world less turbulent. Not long after, Song Kuang from Gi sect and Yuan Yi from Guidao arrived exhausted. Compared to everyone else, they looked much more embarrassed. There were even fewer disciples, only 2 or 3 kittens. When the 2 entered the room and saw the 3 people behind Mu Changsheng, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but they did not ask any more questions. Just the early stages of the 3 grandmasters. The 2 of them did not try to harm Mu Changsheng this time, and they still needed his help. Mu Changsheng didn't give the 2 of them a good look. He snorted coldly, turned his head away, and ignored them. Song Kuang and the other man were not embarrassed. As a grandmaster who has reached the great perfection, 1 mid-stage grandmaster and 3 early-stage grandmasters are nothing to him. But it is not the same for Yuan Yi next to him. He is only in the late stage. If the four of them joined forces to deal with him, he might end up in a disaster. Brother Mu, I'm sorry for the offense. I'd like to apologize to you. Mu Changxing turned his head upon hearing this and immediately put on a smiling face. Brother Yuan, you are too polite. It's just a small matter, a small matter. Well, from now on, you and I, brother, should be closer. As he spoke, he nodded and smiled at Bai Yi and the other two. Of course, of course. Song Si could see clearly in the dark. After all, with his eyesight, if he stared at someone carefully, he could easily discover some subtle things. He saw murderous intent in Mu Changxing's eyes. Although it was hidden well, Song Si still caught the flash of cold light. It seems that these people are not united. I wonder what you will do, Mu Changxing. As the night grew darker, we arrived at Yushu Temple and Linglong Pavilion. A group of women and a group of Taoists are still very eye-catching. Song Si glanced at the group of women. There were actually 3 masters, and the group of Taoists on the other side surprised Song Si. It is worthy of being the Yushu Temple, which is known as the leader of the righteous martial arts world together with the Shanghai Temple. Qing Wei took the lead, followed by 2 great masters, 1 late grandmaster, and 5 grandmasters in the middle and early stages. There are 9 grandmasters in Yushu Temple alone, not to mention the disciples behind them. I don't know how the fiery cult can fight back. At this moment, Song Si felt that the fiery fire sect had no hope. There were so many masters in the Yushu Temple alone, and there were other sects, plus the Lone Ranger. He really couldn't figure out how the fiery fire sect could compete. Moreover, it is impossible for these people to let all the masters go out, so there must be some people left in the sect. I have to say it is worthy of being a top sect. Master Qingwei, all the other masters, please come in. Master Chu, please come in. Please. Just as everyone was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked over when they heard this. In front of us, we saw a group of people heading towards a sea of sand. As dusk approached, all people could see was a black torrent. Chapter 59, The Raging Fire. Ahead, a large group of people were heading towards the sea of sand. As dusk approached, all people could see was a black torrent. When I walked in, I found that the leader was Mo Yun, who was wearing the red Suanio official uniform. The other Xinwei, were wearing black Suanio uniforms and walking slowly with swords on their waists. As expected of the Imperial Guards, this is such a grand ceremony. Song Si also whispered secretly that Yushu Temple was strong enough, but unfortunately, it was not good enough in front of Xinwei Division. Not to mention Mo Yun. Behind him, there are 5 commanders in black with gold clothes, 3 grandmasters in the Great Perfection stage, 2 in the late stage, and behind them stand 12 grandmasters in the middle and early stage. Not counting Mo Yun, the Xinwei Division directly pulled out 17 grandmasters, not to mention the commanders of Qing and Yun states, whom Song Si had not seen before. And there are those masters in the palace. Are there so many masters in one country? No wonder the Wu Kingdom was suppressed by the Xinwei Division and could not raise its head. At this moment, Song Si admired Ji Kun a little. Not to mention 20 years ago, this time he obviously had to choose to fight against this group of people. It turns out that Master Mo has arrived. With this lineup, there's no hope for us to make it out. Hurry and greet. At this moment, Mu Changxing's heart suddenly wavered. The leader can hold back Mo Yun, but can the fiery fire sect withstand so many masters? Mo Yun stepped into the city and glanced at everyone. So, you guys are already here. I have met Master Mo. Okay, no more nonsense. Let's go to the meeting. Song Si watched everyone leave and did not listen to their arrangements. Instead, he turned around and left. The day after tomorrow is New Year's Day, and the day of the decisive battle is not far away. Late at night, Mo Yun came to Luyan Inn alone, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the Inglong golden armor outside the inn. Master Mo, please go back. My elder brother does not want to see guests. Mo Yun didn't look at him, but shouted towards the inn. At this critical moment for the survival of the martial arts world, is Song Jianxian planning to stay out of it? Unfortunately, Song Si ignored him. Master Mo, please go back. Inglong continued. After waiting for a long time, Song Si did not reply. I hope that Song Jianxian can contribute a little bit of strength for the sake of being children of the Wu Kingdom. Get out, or die. A voice came from the inn. Mo Yun's face changed, but in the end he did nothing. Mo, I'm leaving. And this voice was heard clearly by many people. Even though the last time of winning people's hearts had nothing to do with Mo Yun's words today angered Song Si. What the hell is this? What have you, Zuan YZ, done to the martial arts world of Wu? Don't you have any idea of what's going on? You still want to recruit him into your group now? What's more, the fiery cult is not all evil. At least they still have conscience and never attack ordinary people. There is no need to say much about the right and wrong of the disputes in the martial arts world. No one has offended him. Is he going to destroy the fiery fire sect just for the justice that Mo Yun talks about? That's not his character. As for being hated by others, Song Si was not afraid. If he could live his life again, couldn't he live freely and carefree? Come if you dare. Day 2. Most people in the city have heard about what happened at Lu Yun last night. Some people wait and see, while others stir up trouble. Rumors were everywhere on the streets, but Lu Yun was unusually peaceful. No one really dared to say anything more in Lu Yun. The new year was coming soon. If they accidentally got Song Si into the opposing lineup, they would all be in trouble. As for what was said in secret, Song Si didn't bother to pay attention. Carrying the stigma? Sorry, I don't care. In the blink of an eye, the new year arrives, and other cities are decorated with lights and families are reunited. No one in Shanghai City was happy about the coming of the new year. Instead, all the martial artists were on high alert. Outside the city, on the yellow sand, stood all kinds of members of the Fiery Fire sect. These people came outside the city early in the morning, without saying a word, but quietly wiping the weapons in their hands. I even saw Nangong Jiao, a person I had met once in the Fiery Fire sect camp under the city. I didn't expect that he had joined the Fiery Fire sect. I wonder what happened to his father Nangong's son? Mo Yin also climbed up the city wall early with a group of masters, while the others were on full alert, ready to go out of the city and fight. Open the city gates, go out of the city, and destroy the demons. As Mo Yin finished speaking, all the sects and schools left the city in an orderly manner and stood opposite the Liao sect, waiting for the order to start killing the enemy. As for those above the Grandmaster level, they all stayed on the city walls. Song Si was dressed in white, with a gourd filled with fine wine hanging around his waist. Han Yuan's sword was standing in front of him. His white hair was flying, and he was leaning against the city wall, not too far away from Mo Yun and the others. As for Ying Long and Xiaoqi, they stayed in the inn. Mo Yun looked at him twice and said nothing more, then looked towards the desert in the distance. I didn't expect that in the past 20 years, the Fiery Flame sect has developed even more than before, but the Xinwei division has no news at all. Humph. The man appeared. Ji Kuan with his red hair was so conspicuous in the desert, with dozens of Fiery Fire sect figures following behind him, including Bai Gui and Hei Long. This was the first time Song Si met Ji Kuan. Judging from his facial features, Ji Kuan must have been quite handsome when he was young, with flying red hair, slanted and handsome eyebrows, thin and slightly pursed lips, and angular features. His figure seemed thin, but not lacking in domineering. Those black eyes were cold, lonely, yet domineering. This is a man who is much more handsome than the little monk. Ji Kuan was followed by 30 masters, led by White Ghost and Black Dragon. Song Si also saw a familiar figure, the woman in red with surging waves. He could never forget the scene in Fengshua Tower. On the other hand, on Mo Yun's side, there are 9 great masters who have reached the highest perfection, including 3 commanders of the Xinwei division, 3 people from Qingwei of the Yushu Temple, the old woman next to Chu Liuli, the big monk behind Master Jueming, and Song Kuang of the Gi sect. The other masters are 14 from the Xinwei division, 6 from the Yushu Temple, 1 Master Jueming, 2 from the Linglong Pavilion, Yuan Yi from Guidao, 3 from the Luyan Sword sect, 3 from the Wenjian Villa, and 4 from the Chongqing Hall, a total of 34 people. There are a total of 43 masters plus the Grand Master Mo Yun. From this perspective, the Fiery Fire sect is really at a disadvantage, as it has 13 fewer Grandmasters than Mo Yun's side. Not to mention that Ji Kuan himself was only in the early stage of Grandmaster, 1 level lower than Mo Yun. The two were equally matched 20 years ago, and a small realm could make a world of difference between them. Of course, we have to fight to know. Song Si also saw many people in both camps who left some impression on him. Ji Kuan, I didn't expect that you would not live long enough to survive if I allowed you to do so, but now you dare to cause trouble in the martial arts world. Today is the day you will die. Oh, wreak havoc on the martial arts world? When have I, Ji Kuan, ever wreak havoc on the martial arts world? Mo Yun, you're a lackey of the imperial court. I just want to unify the martial arts world and make life better for all martial artists in the world. What's wrong with that? Unify the martial arts world? Shapta sich va, va. Oh, bring chaos to the martial arts world? When have I, Ji Kuan, ever brought chaos to the martial arts world? Mo Yun, you are a lackey of the imperial court. I just want to unify the martial arts world and make life better for all martial artists in the world. What's wrong with that? How do I treat others? But how do others treat me? So I killed them. Is that wrong? Huh. Facing Ji Kuan's roar, Mo Yun curled his lips. Unify the martial arts world? That sounds good, but that's just your own pursuit. Haha, I don't ask for anyone to understand me. Look at the martial arts world of 20 years ago, and then look at the martial arts world today. Mo Yun, do you think the martial arts world today can still be considered a martial arts world? Whether it is true or not will be decided by others. No need to waste time talking nonsense. Let me see how much progress you have made in the past 20 years. As you wish, kill. Ji Kuan's red hair flew, and the word kill fell. The masters behind him moved instantly, and led by the White Ghost and the Black Dragon, they killed towards the city wall. They didn't care at all that the other side had 13 more masters than themselves. From then, when Mo Yun saw those people, he immediately frowned. He didn't expect that Ji Kuan could win over so many masters of Dan Kingdom. Although Dan State is close to the southern border, it is not easy to get there. It is impossible to reach Dan State without a huge ship across the ocean. Before he could think about it, Ji Kuin had already flown onto the city wall. All the masters on Mo Yun's side also flew down and attacked the crowd. At this time, only Song Xiai and Mo Yun were left on the city wall, as well as Ji Kuin, who flew up. Is immortal Song Jian also here to destroy my fiery fire sect? Ji Kuin climbed up the city wall and looked at Song Xiai first. There was nothing he could do. He might not even be able to defeat Mo Yun, so he could only contain him. If Song Xiai came again, wouldn't he be dead for sure? And all his years of planning would fail. Song Xiai was quite interested in Ji Kuin. After all, in Wu State, there was basically no one who dared to resist Mo Yun. Please, I won't interfere. Thank you. Ji Kuin thanked him and turned to stare at Mo Yun. You've never thought that one day I would be able to repair my meridians, right? Ha, come on, let's fight. After saying that, he slapped Mo Yun. Mo Yun held the knife in his backhand and used a move from the blood-brushing sword technique. Blood clouds appeared 3 times and slashed towards Ji Kuin. I didn't pay much attention to their Song Ci performances. After all, it was hard to tell who was the winner in a short period of time. But something interesting happened under the city. When dozens of masters met, they each chose their opponents, and the remaining ones were almost always paired with 2 people besieging one. Mu Changsheng and a deputy commander of the Xianwei division were seen besieging the red-dressed woman Hong Wan. Give me your life. Mu Changsheng shouted and rushed towards Hong Wan, and the deputy commander saw Mu Changsheng like this and also attacked with a knife. But who would have thought that as soon as Mu Changsheng approached Hong Wan, he was slapped and sent flying back in the direction of the deputy commander. Humph, the dignified Mu, the head of the Changxing Hall, is so good-looking but useless. He was actually slapped away by someone at the same level as him. After complaining, he raised the knife in his right hand and prepared to hit Mu Changsheng with his left hand. No, but it's too slow. Go to hell. Shuangxing Duanhuan. Both palms instantly landed on the deputy commander's chest. Although he did not die, he vomited blood and flew backwards, unable to fight anymore. Mu Changsheng, you actually colluded with the fiery fire cult? Mu Changsheng, you despicable villain. Mu Changsheng ignored their insults and instantly came in front of the deputy commander, ready to kill him. But he was still a step too slow. A commander of the Xianwei division forced his opponent back and swung the knife in his hand to stab Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng had no choice but to give up his plan. What happened next was interesting. The Bai Isan brothers did the same thing and killed a master who was in the early stage of the Grandmaster level. The 3 of them could fight against a late-stage Grandmaster when they worked together, and with a sneak attack, they easily destroyed a Grandmaster from Yushi Temple. This also became the first master to die at the beginning of the war. Immediately afterwards, the old woman beside Chu Liuli rebelled, and a Taoist priest in Yushi Temple also rebelled and seriously injured the 2 masters. The situation changed instantly. The Fiery Fire sect had 1 more master, but the number of great masters was not as many as the opposing side. Flower Lady, why? She's your fellow apprentice sister. Chu Liuli's eyes widened, totally unable to believe it. There were only 3 masters in Linglong Pavilion, and the strongest one, Hua Pe, not only betrayed her, but also seriously injured another elder. You know, they grew up together, right? Master, I'm sorry, I have to stay alive. The Grand Master was like this, and the people fighting below were the same. Many people didn't even have time to react to the stab in the back by Chang Shengtang, and died instantly. The leader, Mu Shaosan, killed several people in a row, but was surrounded by 3 people. Oh, I'm so honored to be able to visit the top 3 on the Earth ranking. Surrounding him were Mo Changlu, Jian Beimin, and the young monk Wenyan. Yu Chang Shengtang deserved to die. Lu Yun's swordsmanship, Piaohua, Prajna Palm. Point. Facing the siege of 3 people, Mu Shaosan also perked up. These 3 people could fight against those above their level. Although he was not afraid of a few people in a one-on-one fight, he could only barely hold on when surrounded by 3 people. Since the war began, people have been seriously injured and killed every moment. Song Ci watched all this on the city wall, indifferent. He felt that he had changed since he came out of retirement and was no longer like a model young man of the 21st century. The life and death of others cannot cause ripples in his heart, unless it's someone around him. Just like today, he saw people dying below from time to time, and he had the ability to save them, but he chose not to. Damn, what are you thinking about? Just follow your heart. Then he looked back at the battlefield. In his opinion, the strongest among the masters are Taoist Qingwei and the pale-faced man holding an abacus called Bai Gui. Taoist Qingwei used the 3,000 strands of his whisk to perfection. The whisk turned into a sharp sword and pierced the white ghost's throat. The white ghost reacted faster. Before the whisk got close to him, the abacus in his hand flew out, and the beads even broke away from the abacus and pointed directly at the major acupoints on Qingwei's body. Qingwei Fuchen's moves remained unchanged, and he tapped with the index finger of his left hand, which was Yushu's unique skill, Yushu finger. Each abacus bead is attached with Bai Gui's internal energy, and when the beads collide with each other, several explosions are heard. Facing Qing Wei's whisk, Bai Gui chuckled. Old Qing Wei, have you forgotten how I defeated your move 20 years ago? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Gui's hands turned red in an instant, and he reached straight for the whisk. The 3,000 threads of the whisk turned red in an instant. Qing Wei tried two things at once. He handled the abacus with his left hand, while he shook his right hand slightly to break away from the white ghost's hands. Then the two of them stood together again. The battle between the masters could not determine the winner for a while, except for the three unlucky guys who were injured at the beginning and the big unlucky guy who died. Various internal forces, sword energy, knife lights, etc. intertwined in the field, and several women's ribbons were flying. Chapter 61, Human Relationships. Song Si leaned against the city wall, taking a sip of wine from time to time, and watched with great interest. Chu Liuli's martial arts skills are actually on that pair of beautiful legs? Not bad, not bad. She can confuse people while fighting. There was also a master holding a kitchen knife, but the knife energy was powerful, and the man from Zanwizi could only defend himself. A battle between two bald guys? One black and one gray, interesting. Of course, these are all what Song Si thought in his heart. If it weren't for his superb martial arts skills, those eyes would not be good enough. If we talk about the most exciting fight among these people, it must be Chu Liuli. I have to say, Chu Liuli understands men. She also did not choose the old woman who betrayed her. She had watched her grow up and knew both of their moves well. Although she wanted revenge, the best they could do was a draw, so she chose a late-stage grandmaster from the Den Kingdom. Every time Chu Liuli made a move, she showed off her long, snow-white legs, and her leg skills were used to perfection. The man opposite who was holding a two-handed sword was beaten without any chance to fight back. He couldn't win in the first place, and the woman on top of that was the most beautiful woman in the world, so he didn't dare to use all his strength. After all, many people might cause trouble for him afterwards. Chu Liuli didn't care about that. She used her own internal strength to chop, sweep, and kick from time to time. The man looked at the white shadow in front of him and could only rely on his lightness skills to dodge. At this moment, he felt pain and happiness. Another elder under Ji Kuan, Black Dragon, was fighting against the only remaining great master in Shanghai Temple. The two bald guys didn't have any extra moves, just punched hard. Not only do the two have profound internal strength, they're also extremely strong. One is a master of horizontal training, the other has a body of diamond. The competition is just about who will give up first. As for other people, Song Si didn't pay much attention to it. The scene changed, and it was clear that Mu Xiaosan was about to be defeated. After all, these three people were not ordinary people. Only at this moment did he realize that Wu Nian had not used his full strength at Baiyun Villa. Now look at it. Jian Beimin's swordsmanship is deadly, and it is the main attack. Mo Chonglu, that fellow, was holding a broken fan, and he could not only use hidden weapons, but he also used the 5 moves of stabbing, chopping, piercing, poking, and poking, making it quite difficult for him to deal with. As for Wu Nian's Prajna Palm, it was even more illusory and would slap him from time to time. Lu Yun's sword technique, Yunmei appears suddenly. Jian Beimin shouted loudly, and a flowing cloud appeared at the tip of the sword. Combined with the plum blossom sword energy from the previous moves, it pierced Mu Xiaosan's Fengqi, Baihui, and Shinting acupoints. Mo Chonglu was not willing to be outdone, and he also pointed the folding fan in his hand at the Jiuwei point above Mu Xiaosan's belly button. As for Wu Nian, he clasped his hands together, murmured Umiba, and then pointed his thumb forward. A stream of internal energy, with golden light, went straight to the Guanyuan acupoint of the Ren Meridian. Mu Xiaosan gritted his teeth upon seeing this. He knew he couldn't escape. Although he would die, he had to take someone with him before he died. Wu Nian was too far away, and compared with Mo Chonglu and Jian Beimin was obviously easier to bully. Moreover, this kid has actually hit his weak spots everywhere. Who else should he look for if not you? Closer, closer. Mu Xiaosan was tense all over, waiting for Jian Beimin to get close. In fact, he didn't have to wait long. When Jian Beimin's 4 sword energies were approaching him, a thin needle suddenly shot out from Mu Xiaosan's mouth and pierced through his chest in an instant before Jian Beimin could react. At this time, Mo Chonglu and Wu Nian's attacks also fell on Mu Xiaosan, and he immediately vomited blood, pulled a second place on the Earth ranking. He fell to the ground and died. Although the Grandmaster was still fighting, too many of his men had already died. And Mu Xiaosan is not the first one. Jian Beimin's entire face turned blue and purple in an instant. What was deadly about Mu Xiaosan's injection was not the needle itself, but the poison, which was extremely poisonous. Puff, a mouthful of black blood spurted out, and Jian Beimin was on the verge of falling. Although Jian Qinshin was fighting in the distance, he was also paying attention to his disciple. After all, this was the only disciple he could be proud of. Beimin, get out of here. He wanted to go over to rescue. But how could the master on the opposite side let him go? At this time, a white shadow fell from the city wall and instantly came in front of Jian Beimin. It patted him on the body and carried him back to the city wall. It is song poetry. In fact, Song Si could have saved Mu Shaosan when he made the move, but for some reason Song Si waited until Mu Shaosan closed his eyes before making his move. Maybe he wanted Mu Shaosan to die with his eyes closed? With one hand protecting Jin Beimin's heart meridian, Tian's internal force entered his body and cleared out the toxins. For Song Si, this was a piece of cake, just a favor. Song Si's move naturally attracted the attention of Mo Yun and the other man, and they stopped at the same time and looked at Song Si. I'm doing you a favor. Please continue. After hearing Song Si's explanation, the two looked at each other. Mo Yun, your blood-brushing sword skill is still as useless as ever after all these years. I can't even defeat you if I'm a small realm lower than you. You can imagine how useless you are. How good can your fiery god palm be? Still on delay time? Look below. Ji Kuan is clear about the strength of his subordinates. Although there are many grandmasters, there are not many who have reached the great perfection. They will definitely lose after a long time. But does he care? 20 years ago, he might have cared, but this time it was different. Mo Yun, do you know why I dared to bring you here just after I broke through to the grandmaster level? Why? To be honest, this is also something Mo Yun can't understand. If he is given another few decades, perhaps the result will be reversed. Because I miss my dead brothers. It's been 20 years, and it's time for me to go see them. But before that, bring more heads with you, so that I can have face, right? Unfortunately, Ji Kuan's words did not cause much reaction from Mo Yun. But that's true. You, Mo Yun, don't care about the lives of those Jianghu people down there. Maybe you don't even care about Zuanwizi, right? Bullshit. Ji Kuan, I will kill you and then destroy your fiery sect. Although Mo Yun really doesn't care about the lives of those people in the martial arts world, he obviously cannot admit it here. After all, there is Song Si next to him, and no one knows what he will think. Mo Yun, Mo Yun, you are becoming more and more like your martial emperor. Even your face is not much different. It's really disgusting. That's enough. What? Did I hit you where it hurts? You like Chu Lioli, right? And that guy below is your son, right? He doesn't look like you at all, but more like the eldest princess. What do you want to do? Mo Yun was anxious, fearing that those people would attack his son. As for Chu Lioli, he liked her, but compared to his son was definitely more important. Even though he always looked like he was completely bewildered by Chu Lioli, only he himself knew what he was thinking in his heart. Ji Kuan laughed out loud. What for? You'll know when the time comes. I'll tell you another secret. What? That means I don't plan to leave alive this time. Zhuk Shermin, Zhongshu Jiang go against it. Thanks to user 338173555 for the Bobo Milk Tea. I wish you good health and enjoy everything you eat. Chung, I will update one more chapter today. I wish you all a happy life and everything goes well. Chapter 62, 300 years old, one day divided. Zhuk Shermin, Zhongshu, Jiang, reverse. Ji Kuan shouted loudly, his meridians reversed, and he broke through to the middle stage of Grandmaster in an instant. The protective energy directly turned into red, and the red hair fluttered. This scene was something Song Si and Mo Yun had not expected. Is it worth it? Maybe it's worth it for him. Although Song Si could not understand Ji Kuan's approach, he admired his courage to face death and step into death. How many people in the world can do this, knowing that they're going to die, but still not look back for the sake of loyalty or guilt in their hearts? When Ji Kuan spoke, Mo Yun's expression became extremely serious. Ji Kuan, this move again? But how long can you hold on? Ji Kuan ignored him. His meridians had already been reversed, and there was not much time left. He was still wasting time by talking nonsense. Wasn't that just crazy? His red hand slapped directly towards Mo Yun, using the fiery palm. At this moment, the white ghost and black dragon at the foot of the city wall raised their heads at the same time, their eyes filled with tears as they shouted, "Farewell, master! Kill!" The black dragon took the monk's attack, turned around and retreated quickly, running towards Chu Lioli, determined to take Chu Lioli with him, even if he died. At the same time, a mini abacus appeared in by Gui's hand, with his internal force attached to it, and he threw it towards Taoist Qingwei at lightning speed. As it approached him, the abacus exploded instantly. Taking advantage of this gap, the white ghost flashed and arrived not far in front of Mo Chonglu and slapped him with a palm. No! Stay forever! Mo Yun's face was ferocious. Although he was fighting with Ji Kuan, he had been secretly paying attention to his son ever since Ji Kuan said that. Seeing Bai Gui slapping Mo Chonglu at this moment, he understood that the gap between them was too big, and Mo Chonglu could not dodge at all. He wanted to force Ji Kuan back with a knife and go down to rescue his son, but Ji Kuan not only did not dodge, but instead rushed towards the knife. With a puff, the Mo Yun sword pierced through Ji Kuan's shoulder, and the internal force on the sword also broke into Ji Kuan's body. At this time, Ji Kuan's right palm also landed on Mo Yun's chest. Mo Yun was shocked so much that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As for Ji Kuan, he didn't care about his own injuries at all and let Mo Yun's internal energy flow freely in his body. Are you heartbroken? That's how I watched my brothers die in front of me back then. Now it's your son's turn. Do you like it? Ha. Ha ha cough cough. While he was talking, his hands were not slow. He used his palm as a knife, and a 7-meter-long red blade, energy, slashed towards Mo Yun. Ji Kun, I want you to die. Changes also occurred under the city. Mo Changlu knew that he could not dodge the white ghost's palm, but he did not sit there and wait for death. He used all his internal strength to meet the palm. At this moment, the young monk Wen Yin suddenly appeared beside him and also slapped the white ghost with all his strength. But the realm of the two men was far behind that of the white ghost. With a loud bang, the two men flew backwards 10 feet. Wow! After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the two men fell to the ground, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Bai Gui wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Taoist Qingwei and several commanders of the Xianwei division. As for the Black Dragon on the other side, he didn't make much achievement. After all, Chu Liuli was not an ordinary person. Although his realm was only in the late stage, he could fight to perfection. One man could barely hold on against two others, but was later rescued by the arrival of the big monk. Why? Song Si sighed. He had a good impression of Mo Changlu at the beginning, but since his relationship with Mo Yin deteriorated, Song Si just treated Mo Changlu as a stranger. The little monk stepped forward and he could have stopped him, but he didn't. After all, people always have to pay the price for their choices. And he didn't want to change the battlefield. With a whoosh, Song Si flew down from the city wall, came to the little monk, picked him up, and left. As for Mo Changlu, Song Si ignored him. After checking the little monk's injuries, they found that most of his meridians were broken, his breathing became disordered, and he even fell into a coma. It is obvious that he will not live long. Snap! Song Si slapped the shiny head with his hand, and the little monk frowned in pain while unconscious. How dare a little Xiantian take the palm strike from a grandmaster? If it weren't for the fact that you are one of the few people I like, I wouldn't bother to save you. However, life or death depends on your luck. Song Si could only use his internal force to control the disordered breath in his body, but it could not save him from danger. If he was poisoned, it would be okay. After all, his internal force was not afraid of any toxin. But healing? That really doesn't work. In TV dramas, people who are seriously injured can recover by transferring internal energy. That's pure nonsense. Unless you have special internal energy, you can only use medicine. Otherwise, wouldn't the internal force be comparable to the immortal magic? Song Si reached into his arms and took out the Dahuan Dan obtained from the treasure of Yunlong Mountain. Although I don't know what the Dahuan Dan does, but now that the situation has come to a point, let's give it a try. He put the Dahuan pill into Wen Yin's mouth, used his internal force to transform the medicine, and it flowed into Wen Yin's body. As for what happens next, we can only leave it to fate. The two people fighting not far away had gone completely crazy at this point. Regardless of the injuries, he continued to attack with one move after another. Mo Yin wanted to deal with Ji Kun as soon as possible so that he could check whether his son was alive or dead. He also saw what Song Si did, but this was obviously not the time to say these things, so he could only hide his hatred deep in his heart. Blood-brushing sword, cutting off the horizon. Blood-red sword Chi, 6 or 7 meters long, formed a cross and slashed towards Ji Kun. The time for retrograde meridians is only one stick of incense, and the time will pass quickly, but Ji Kun is unwilling to accept it. Fire God Palm, blazing flames, breaking the sea. Ji Kun's body suddenly turned red, and he rushed towards the sword energy. Blood red and crimson mixed together, one bright, the other red with a hint of black, combined with the scorching sun of the desert. It seemed as if the entire space had turned red. At this moment, everyone under the city stopped their hands at the same time and looked up at the two figures on the city wall. Alas, why is it so? With a sigh, Song Si left the city wall. With his attainments, he could naturally see that Ji Kun had lost, and there was no need for him to stay here anymore. Song Si admires Ji Kun, and he is the only person in the entire Wu Kingdom that Song Si admires. Oh, 300 years, all gone in one day. How sad and lamentable. No one noticed Song Si's departure because the two men on the city wall had already decided the winner. Ji Kun fell to the ground, barely breathing, while Mo Yun was also in a state of disgrace, with his left arm missing. It turned out that Ji Kun took advantage of the time being and came to Mo Yun in an instant. He held a knife in his left hand, using the Duanhai sword, and chopped towards Mo Yun's head. If Ji Kun had not paused at the last moment, both of them might have died. Mo Yun's precious sword pierced into Ji Kun's heart. Mo Yun, just a little bit more? Yes, if it weren't for the backlash of your inner strength at the end, you might have dragged me to be buried with you. But now you. Chapter 63, Yun Kanji's death. Sunset over yellow sand. The city wall of Sand Sea. Yes, if it weren't for the backlash of your inner strength at the end, you might have dragged me to be buried with you. Now you, have a good journey. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Ji Kun, turned around and flew down the city wall. He had to go see his son. Mo Yun, your son is buried with you. That's enough. Brothers, Ji Kuin is here to find you. Wait, wait. Before Ji Kuin could finish his words, his head tilted. Master, Master. The members of the Fiery Flame sect below the city shouted loudly, with White Ghost and Black Dragon taking the lead, and most of the members of the Fiery Flame sect knelt down. As for that small group, they were just controlled by the fiery cult. Ji Kuin was already dead. Should they continue? As for the poison in his body, he should think of another way. What's more, according to the rules of the underworld, when people leave, they are forgotten. The blazing fire illuminates my loyal heart. The blazing fire takes my righteous courage. Loyalty and righteousness remain in my body. The blazing fire lasts forever. The blazing fire illuminates my loyal heart. The blazing fire takes my righteous courage. Loyalty and righteousness remain in my body. The blazing fire lasts forever. Perhaps the crowd was infected by the singing of the fiery fire cult and did not launch a sneak attack. Mo Yin walked to his son's side and reached out his only remaining right hand tremblingly to Mo Changlio's nostrils. Still breathing. Where is Xuanweizi? Master, I'm waiting. Kill. He took out a pill from his arms and put it in Mo Changlio's mouth. After giving an order, Mo Yin took his son and rushed towards the city. At this time, Mo Changlio's health did not allow him to delay too long. He didn't even have time to pick up his own broken arm. The people from the Xinwei division rushed directly towards the Liehua sect, and the others also rushed over to kill them upon hearing the news. As long as you are loyal and righteous, the flames will burn forever. As long as you are loyal and righteous, the flames will burn forever. Forever. Rebel. The kneeling members of the fiery sect did not hesitate, but shouted in unison, as if they had rehearsed it. No matter whether it is a master, innate, acquired, or first-rate, all the meridians can be reversed directly. Kill. The fire will last forever. And those small number of people who did not kneel on the ground at that time, such as Hua Po and others, disappeared without a trace after Mo Yin left. The White Ghost just glanced at it twice and didn't care. They're just dying people. If they survive for a few more days, we will still meet in the underworld. The Liehua sect has gone crazy. After reversing their meridians, they no longer care about life or death. You stab me with a sword, I chop you with a knife, and even if I fall to the ground, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. This group of people included people from the Wu state and the Den state. But without exception, they are all fearless and brave. I don't know what abilities Ji Kuin has that deserves such treatment from everyone. At this moment, the Black Dragon and the White Ghost are infinitely close to the Grand Master. Bai Gui alone withstood the attacks of 5 great masters including Qing Wei, creating opportunities for the Black Dragon. It seemed that they had not forgotten the leader's instructions and were determined to kill Chu Lioli. But there were too many masters on the opposite side, and several masters ran away among them. Although Bai Gui was fighting against 5 people alone, there were also 2 people in front of Black Dragon, Song Kuang and Zhueming. Dragons fight in all directions. The Black Dragon has no weapons, but his fists are his best weapons. The 2 of them were not pushovers. Master Zhueming was the abbot of Shanhai Temple. Although his realm was only the late Grandmaster stage, his strength was not much worse than that of a great perfection, not to mention Song Kuang, who was a great perfection. Mahavarakana Tathagata, the 8 dharmas of Bodhidharma. The palm of silence. 2 internal energies, 1 black and 1 gold, were pressing directly against the Black Dragon. Zhueming even slapped out a palm, then raised his Zen staff and practiced the 8 dharmas of Bodhidharma to prepare for a close combat. Who knew that the Black Dragon's dragon fighting in 8 directions was just a feint? Instead, it took a palm strike from each of the 2 men and then flew behind them. Its target was Chu Lioli, who was fighting with the Bai Isan brothers nearby. Chu Lioli was devastated. What the hell did I do wrong? The 3 people in front of her were able to fight above their level with the combined strength of the 2, and they even reversed their meridians so she could only barely cope with them. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw the Black Dragon, taking 2 hard palms and coming towards her. Why don't you kill so many people? Why do you want to kill me, the most beautiful woman in the world? Song Kuang and the other 2 realized that they had been tricked and followed suit, but it was too late. When the Bai Yi and 3 brothers saw the Black Dragon coming, they immediately formed a 3 talents formation and temporarily suppressed Chu Lioli. Black Dragon Drill. The body was parallel to the ground, rotating, and the big bald head moved towards Chu Lioli. Chu Lioli wanted to hide, but unfortunately, the Bai Isan brothers didn't give her a chance. Heaven, earth, and man are one. In an instant, 3 sword lights slashed towards Chu Lioli from 3 different positions, and the place where the sword lights intersected was Chu Lioli's head. At this moment, Chu Lioli had no way to escape and could only choose one of the 2 options. Otherwise, she would die. Exquisite 3 folds. She kicked out 3 times in an instant, and all she saw were white leg shadows moving towards the sword light. As for the Black Dragon, she had no way to do anything about it. I can only use my internal strength to protect my whole body. After a few ding-ding-ding sounds, the 3 sword lights and leg shadows disappeared into thin air. Then a big bald head instantly hit Chu Liuli's Tanzhong point, which is between her chest. Chu Liuli vomited blood and flew backwards. At this time, Song Kuang and others arrived and caught her. Although she did not die, she was seriously injured. On the other side of the battlefield, Mu Changxing's opponent was not strong. He did not choose to escape, nor did he reverse his meridians. Mainly, he did not have time to learn. The one he was fighting against was an early-stage grandmaster. It could be said that he was the only person on the fiery fire sect side who had an easy time. You can also think about random things while fighting. Are you unwilling? Of course. Regret? He doesn't regret it. He had had enough of the life in Changshengtang. Fate is determined by heaven. Destiny is in one's own hands. Man propose, God dispose. The sky is not on my side. It's a pity that I can't kill those two bastards Yuan Yi and Song Kuang. I don't know how my disciples and grandchildren are doing in the dungeon at home. I miss them a lot. Suddenly a figure flew over, and Mu Changxing took a look. Wow. He came right to his door? God has been very kind to me. The person who came was Yuan Yi, the deputy owner of Ghost Island, and he was seriously injured. Can Mu Changxing tolerate this? Of course he can't. Mu Changxing forced his opponent back with one move and flashed in front of Yuan Yi. Hey, isn't this the only one on Ghost Island, Deputy Island Master Yuan? I haven't seen you for a while. How come you're like this? You can't even get up. Come, brother, help you. As he said this, he went to support Yuan Yi, but Yuan Yi really could not move at this time. He was besieged by two mid-stage grandmasters, and their meridians were reversed. Not only was his internal energy severely depleted, but even his body seemed to be falling apart. Mu Changxing, what do you want to do? You traitor, Deputy Island Master Yuan. I am here to help you up and continue fighting. He grabbed Yuan Ye's arm with one hand, and there was a click sound. Oh, sorry, I used too much force. Does it hurt? Yuan Yi said nothing more and just stared at Mu Changxing. You're not talking? Click, click, click. He broke Yuan Ye's limbs directly, but Yuan Yi still didn't say a word. Pretty tough, eh? Then continue. As he said that, the hands moved towards Yuan Ye's limbs. Mu Changxing, I'm drafting Grandma. Chapter 64 ending and leaving. Mu Changxing, I'm drafting Grandma. Maybe he was afraid of what was about to happen. Yuan Yi shouted loudly and actually used his remaining internal strength to jump up. Unfortunately, his limbs were broken and he was unstable and fell straight down again. Yuan Ye's move made Mu Changxing shiver all over. Oh, I thought Deputy Island Master Yuan was showing off. Fortunately, I had the foresight to cripple your limbs. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind his head. It was the early-stage grandmaster he had fought against before. Mu Changxing didn't even turn his head. He grabbed Yuan Yi and ran away immediately. Just a moment ago, he figured it out. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well rush back to Yunzhou and eliminate his disciples before dying. At least he would have a companion on the road to the underworld, right? Now we have Yuan Yi. If we work hard before the emergency, it will be much more comfortable, right? Mu Changxing escaped, but the battle continued. Members of the fiery sect fell one after another, and their time had come. But even after falling down, he did not forget to shout those lines of the ballad. The blazing fire illuminates my loyal heart. The blazing fire takes my righteous courage. With loyalty and righteousness in my heart, the blazing fire lasts forever, forever. The battle was gradually coming to an end. Outside the Shanghai city, there were broken limbs and corpses everywhere, exposed to the scorching sun. The sand outside the city was stained with blood. In the city, Mo Yun gradually stabilized the son's injuries, but he could only hold out for 7 days at most. If he couldn't reach Wudu within 7 days and get the precious medicine from the palace, Missouri Chonglu would still die. But this place is more than 1,000 or 10,000 miles away from Wudu. Chonglu, don't worry. Even if it means death, your father will save you. Then he silently carried Mo Chonglu on his back with one hand, and without taking time to treat his injuries, he rushed towards Wudu. He didn't ride a horse because it was too late. He could only rely on his strength as a grandmaster and his lightness skills to speed up his journey. There was still a glimmer of hope. Song Si walked down the city wall and returned to the inn. It's time to leave. Then Yinglong Jinjiao led the camel with Xiaoqi sitting on it, walked behind Song Si, and stepped out of the sand sea. There was a bloody smell everywhere outside the city, and the few remaining people were staring at Song Si and the other two quietly. That look contained hatred, confusion, fatigue, and gratitude. It's just that the people who are grateful are from Luyun's sword sect and the little monk Wenyan. Among these people, there are many fewer people that Song Si has seen, but there are many lonely ghosts on the road to the underworld. Finally, some people couldn't help it. Perhaps they had just experienced a life and death situation and had an illusion that death was not so scary anymore. Song Si, you are unworthy of being the grandmaster of our Wu nation. Many of these people should not have died, but because you did not take action, so many chivalrous people were indirectly killed. Do you know that? The speaker was a commander of the Xianwei division, one of the only two remaining. Song Si paused, stopped, and turned to look at him. What? You want to kill me? With so many fellow martial artists and those wronged souls staring at you, don't you feel ashamed as a grandmaster of the Wu nation? Oh, who told you that I am from the Wu kingdom, the land of chivalry? Are you worthy? In my opinion, the fiery cult is much stronger than you. What is the land of chivalry? If you have a clear mind and are not foolish, you are a hero. Everyone has a heart of good and evil. This is knowledge. When you see injustice, you help others. This is action. The unity of knowledge and action is the greatest virtue of chivalry. Do you think you are worthy? Having said so much, I just think that the Wu kingdom is rotten. Here are some tips for you. When a brave man is angry, he draws his sword and attacks the stronger one. When a cowardly man is angry, he draws his sword and attacks the weaker one. Well, now it's your turn to die. A cold light flashed, and Song Si turned around and continued moving forward, until Song Si walked very far away. When the commander who had reached the great perfection of the Grandmaster wanted to say something, a bloody line suddenly appeared on his neck, and then a stream of blood sprayed out, and then he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. The other Shinwei division members were all shocked. You know, even if their chief Mo wanted to kill the Grandmaster, it wouldn't be so easy. Song Si was truly terrifying. As for the others, although they were surprised, most of them were thinking about what Song Si said. When a brave man is angry, he draws his sword against the stronger one. When a coward is angry, he draws his sword against the weaker one. Then they collected the bodies silently. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. Jin Beiman looked at Song Si's back and bowed. This was his savior and also his idol. Song Jianxian. Jin Beiman must become the greatest hero in your mind in the future. In fact, why did Song Si tell them so much? He also wanted the martial arts world of Wu State to change and no longer be like before, as if everyone was just living to make a living. But he soon put it out of his mind because their next destination was another country, but they had to cross this desert. Brother, I think those guys from the Shinwei division seem very unconvinced. How about I go back and deal with them? Song Si stared at Ing Long, looking left and right. You? Go after them? Don't let them beat you to a pulp later. Also, when you arrive in the country, find a place to live first. You take Xiaoqi to practice martial arts. I don't plan to take you out for the time being. Protect Xiaoqi well. Got it? Brother, I understand. The country bordering the north is Li, which is also their destination. As for why he chose to leave the country, it was simply because he heard that the world in Li country was more interesting. That was all. He had already thought about it. After settling the two of them, he would start his own journey of traveling the world with a sword and green robe. Xiaoqi is still young, so learning the Tianju is enough for him for now. As for other things, he will learn them when he meets the right one later. Here, the shocking cloud dragon art. You must practice it well. I look forward to seeing you become a grandmaster one day. What was given to Ing Long was the martial arts book found in the treasure trove of Yunlong Mountain. He had forgotten about it, but remembered it when he was trying to get the Dahuan pill. This is a book of internal skills that can be cultivated to the level of a grandmaster. It is much better than relying on golden armor. Don't worry, big brother. Ing Long will practice hard and protect Xiaoqi. Hearing Ing Long's answer, Song Si nodded. He was quite relieved about Ing Long. The two of them had been together for nearly half a year, and they were very thorough in everything they did. However, apart from the golden armor, his internal strength was a little low, and he had not yet broken through to the innate perfection in half a year. Xiaoqi, when the time comes, follow Uncle Ing Long and practice well, okay? Xiaoqi on the camel smiled sweetly. I will listen to Master. She has never suffered any hardship since she became their apprentice, and both Ing Long and Song Si have taken good care of her. On this day, the Grand Master fell in the Sea of Sand, the entire fire sect was killed, and the top sects suffered heavy losses, with the Shinwei division being the worst. On this day, Simo, the leader of Shinwei, carried his son on his back and traveled thousands of miles to Wudu just to save him. On this day, the sword immortal Song Si, dressed in green, carried a golden armor, a camel, and a child into the yellow sand until he disappeared. Chapter 65 Arrival at Ligua. 10 days later, in the uninhabited desert, Song Si and the other two walked slowly forward. Although there was no shortage of food and water, the three of them still had a lot of worldly air about them. It's the dusty wind, not the dust of fireworks. Even Ing Long and Xiaoqi got tanned, and the only thing that remained unchanged was Song Si's handsome face. Brother, do you want to rest for a while? Eat something? After Ing Long finished speaking, he looked at Song Si, but Song Si was staring ahead. There is someone ahead. Let's go over there. Anyone? Then Ing Long looked in the direction he was looking, and there it really was. Song Si was also very happy to see other people. He had been walking for 10 days without seeing a single person. He once wondered if he had taken the wrong path. There was a camel caravan ahead, with more than 10 people eating and chatting. Song Si took the two of them and rushed over. My fellow warriors, how far is this place from Ligua? These people also have kung fu skills, but they are not very high. The strongest one is only second rate, and the rest are third rate or even inferior. The leader looked at the strange combination in front of him. A handsome boy holding a sword, with a dwarf and a child? What a weird combination. But he still said, "Young man, the nearest Bailey Pass is only a day's journey away." "Thank you." After saying that, Song Si took the two of them to the side and took a rest. And those people didn't say much. After all, they didn't know them, and they were carrying goods, so there was no need to make themselves known. Although the Six Nations all knew that Wu State had produced a young sword master, they only knew his name was Song Si. As for his appearance, perhaps only those forces with spies in Wu State could know about it, right? One day, I hope the League with Jianghu can arouse some interest. Song Si had spent enough time in the desert for the past few days. There were very few living things, only some scorpions and gerbils. There were even fewer trees, only a few seen occasionally. It was desolate everywhere, not to mention people. Not even a desert oasis was seen. Of course, we didn't encounter any sandstorms in the desert, so we were pretty lucky. The three of them rested for a while, ate something casually, and then set out on their journey again. A day later, more and more people were seen. Most of them were ordinary people, and no one knew what they were digging in the sand. A city appeared in front of us. It was much larger than a town. We had arrived at Bailey City. It's like this for a border city to be guarded. No matter whether it's Wu State or Li State, the border is more like a town. Aren't they worried about invasion from other countries? Of course, these have nothing to do with song poetry. When I arrived at the city gate, I didn't encounter any difficulties. I just did a simple registration and wrote my name. Song Si has read the mainland chronicles. Today, the 6 countries are all divided from one big country, and their ways of speaking are pretty much the same. Perhaps the only difference is in etiquette. This also saves Song Si a lot of trouble. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very troublesome to learn a new language? The city seemed rather deserted, and apart from the vendors, there were not many people on the streets. Return in. Song Si and the other two entered the hall, where they saw quite a few people, all armed with guns and sticks. People sat at the table in groups of 3 or 4, eating meat, drinking wine, and the sound of rock, paper, scissors could be heard incessantly. Song Si laughed. "Where can you see this in Wu State? This is more like Jianghu. The 3 gentlemen are here. Please come in. Would you like to have a quick meal or stay overnight?" As the camel entered the door, it was led away by the servants to be fed. "Bring us 3 upper rooms and a table of good wine and food." "Well, just wait and see. The drinks in our Guilai are the best in Bailey City." The waiter took the 3 people to a table and sat them down. After a few words, he told the kitchen to prepare the meal. Song Si looked left and right. Although the people in the hall were not very good at martial arts, their postures were very much like the heroes of the world in Song Si's mind. There were 5 men at a table. One of them was standing on a stool with one foot, holding a whole chicken in one hand and taking a bite. Then he picked up the wine bowl on the table and drank it all, wiping the corner of his mouth casually. "Let me tell you, there was a widow in the slums, but tut-tut. Hey, Wang Tiniu, tell me what happened to your buttocks." "Haha, that feeling can only be understood, not described. Tisk, it's as if you're in a relationship with that person." "Hey, isn't it almost time?" "It's almost time. Let's have a drink. I thought you were going to tell me some interesting stories, but in the end you got this. But what happened to that widow's buttocks?" Song Si shook his head and looked at the 2 men on the other side. There were 5 or 6 people standing nearby, cheering and shouting, "Use all your strength to fuck him." It turned out that the 2 men at the table were wrestling with each other, even using the little internal strength they had. I hope that Liwei Jianghu can bring some fun. Song Si was still very satisfied. Whenever he went to a place in Wu State, people couldn't help but come to see him, which made him very annoyed. Unlike Li Gua, everyone had just glanced at him casually since he came in. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, there was a man and a woman sitting in front of the window. The woman in her 40s kept staring at him, and her eyes made her want to eat him. At this time, the waiter brought the food and was about to leave when he was stopped by Song Si. It was a small piece of silver, weighing probably 1 or 2 taels, and was placed in Xiao Er's hand. Now that he had money, he was no longer like when he had just come down the mountain, when he would talk nicely about giving people tips, but in fact he was just reluctant to do so. "Waiter, how do I get to the nearest city to the north?" "Thank you for your reward, sir. I'll tell you about it right away. There are 2 cities closest to here. One is Ingchun City in the north, and the other is Huiran City in the west. Both are 200 miles away from Bailey City. But I see that you are a Jianghu person dressed in rustic clothes, so I suggest you go to Ingchun. It is said that there is a flower thief in the resettlement county under the jurisdiction of Ingchun. I think you may be interested." For the sake of the silver, the waiter said a lot and even made a suggestion. After all, people in the martial arts world like to help those in need when they see injustice. Besides, wouldn't it be a good idea to get rid of a flower thief and leave a name for themselves? If Song Si hadn't given so much, the waiter wouldn't have said so much. This tip was already quite a bit, as others only gave a few cents. Song Si didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain. "Thank you very much. Sir, I should be the one thanking you. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just let me know." The waiter left, and Song Si looked at his apprentice and Ing Long. We'll go to the resettlement county first, and then you two can stay there. How do you think? It's up to you, big brother. I listened to Master. A flower thief? I haven't seen one yet, and I don't know if it's the kind with particularly high Qigong skills. Is he the kind of rapist who does all kinds of evil and rapes decent women? Chapter 66, Resettlement County. On the official road to Incheon, two horses were galloping. They were Song Si and his two companions. Xiao Qi was held in Song Si's arms as he was still young and could not ride a horse. Here Song Si has to sigh that sometimes an action can really save a lot of trouble. Just like he only gave the waiter 1 or 2 taels of silver yesterday. And not only did he prepare hot water for the 3 of them to take a bath when they returned to their room, but even when he wanted to sell the camel and buy 2 horses when he left in the morning, it was the waiter who helped him. It must be said that the waiter was quite capable. Although he made a small loss from selling the camel, he was able to buy the horse at a much lower price. Although Song Si doesn't care about these things now, it has to be said that being a small person also has its advantages. Guodiga, guodiga. Horses galloped on the official road, raising a cloud of dust. This was the only bad thing about the ancient times. The official road was relatively flat, but most of it was dirt road. It was more than 100 miles away from the resettlement county, and it would only take half a day to get there by galloping on horseback. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at the resettlement county town. The first thing you see after entering the city is a few portraits posted on the city walls. There were 3